the soldiers that they'd been ordered not to allow us to proceed.
But soon after, the senator posted on X a photo of him and Garcia sitting at a table, saying he got a chance to meet with him. He also said, "I have called his wife Jennifer to pass along his message of love. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return." Garcia was deported from Maryland earlier this year. The White House has been saying that was due to a clerical error. The Trump administration also accuses him of being a member of MS-13. Jill Nato, Fox News.
A federal appeals court panel refusing to suspend a lower court ruling that said the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia from that prison in El Salvador. The appeals court calling the Trump administration's response to the court order shocking. The administration has been appealing the lower court's initial decision, saying that he is no longer on U.S. territory and that the U.S. doesn't have jurisdiction. Son of a sheriff's deputy is arrested, charged now with Thursday's deadly Florida State University shooting. Under arrest, Phoenix Eichner.
The 20-year-old suspected gunman apparently opening fire outside the student union on the Tallahassee campus. He killed 2 and allegedly injured at least 6 others. Officers arrived very quickly. They shot and injured the gunman. He apparently used one of his mother's private weapons. She's been a sheriff in that part of the state for 18 years.
Fox's Kevin Cork, no word on a motive. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What if you lost your medical insurance? You have a clear radar and it's 63 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. We're going up to 80 today. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 6:02. That's what some of you may be dealing with if you have government health insurance, but some lawmakers say it's about time. Here's Chris Davis.
So every dollar that is being redirected to somebody who should not be eligible is taking a dollar away from somebody who should be getting services and benefits.
State Senator Chris Garton of Charlestown. The Medicaid bill that some people believe will kick some of the 2 million Hoosiers on Medicaid off of the program passed 37-10 Thursday afternoon in the state Senate.
Senate Bill 2 does not address fraud in a meaningful way.
Senator Lakeisha Jackson of Indianapolis, a Democrat. Republicans say the budget is too tight to let people stay on who do not belong. The bill makes more checks for eligibility lawful. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Some Hoosiers are part of a growing legal case against a California-based farm called Taylor Farms after an E. coli outbreak tied to romaine lettuce got about 89 people sick in 15 states, including this one. 2 of the lawsuits were filed in Indianapolis. The lawsuits involve people who developed a serious complication from E. coli, including kidney failure. The November outbreak led to 36 people being hospitalized, 7 cases of kidney failure, and 1 death. Hail and damaging winds are the main threats for a storm system that moves into Indianapolis tonight.
We've got kind of a frontal system moving through, and then it kind of stalls over the region. And so ahead of that system, we've got a chance of severe storms Friday night, and then we're going to get a good amount of rain throughout the weekend.
And that's Casey Fuson, a forecaster at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis. She says if you live northwest of Indy, there is a chance for an isolated tornado. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. It's 6:04, traffic and weather together in 1 minute.
Hey, it's Rob for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And for a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right, upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your home improvement project. There's never been a better time to bundle and save with Universal Windows Direct. Some restrictions may apply, so call today, 317-659-7574. 317-659-7574. Get all the information and schedule your totally free in-home estimate. And see everything for yourself on the web, universalwindowsdirect.com, universalwindowsdirect.com. Tell them Rob sent you.
Stop 11 Road at Shelby Street scheduled to reopen today. Hopefully that is the case. It has been closed for an entire week for utility relocation. Looking at inbound 69, Fisher's coming into Indianapolis today. Looking great right now from State Road 37 to 465. And the continuation on Benford Boulevard to Meridian Bend, about 14 minutes, no delays. Traffic sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Wish TV meteorologist Marcus Bailey. Good morning. Happy Good Friday. How does our weather look?
Hey, good morning to you. It's going to be a pretty warm day today. It's just going to get a little windy as we head into the afternoon hours. We're talking well above average temperatures under partly cloudy skies. A high of 81, but wind gusts out of the south could peak around 40 miles per hour. Be on alert tonight. Scattered showers and thunderstorms probably between the window of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Saturday morning. Some of those storms could be severe damaging winds. Large hail are going to be the primary concern, a low down to 63. We're not done with the rain. In fact, Saturday looks pretty wet. Steady showers for much of the day. Some heavy rain at times on Saturday. A high of 69, not much better on Easter Sunday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, a high of 72. Some of that rain will carry over into Monday morning before we finally dry out by Monday afternoon. Monday's high, 69.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Right now, it is 6:07 Friday morning.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Damon's Garden Company South on Emerson Avenue.
Tony Katz, the Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in. Tons of stuff to talk about on a Good Friday. Thrilled to be with you. I will start here, though, and we'll probably talk about this again at some point this morning. And I do have the Trump audio to play, so I'll play President Trump at some point, too. But, of course, the shooting yesterday, the Florida State University shooting, was a story that dominated news media for a short amount of time. Unfortunately, it will probably be forgotten within a few days, as often this is a thing that happens. The most likely scenario, as you've seen play out already in the last 24 hours, is a lot of Democrats will call for gun control legislation, anything of that kind. There are two things that I should mention right off the bat that matter in the context of that discussion. The first one being is that this young individual, I'm not going to name the person, I don't like naming the people that do these horrific things, took a handgun from a family member. So any sort of gun control legislation that's been out there before wouldn't prevent what happened the other day. And the other one is what Trump said and what many people say, and it's not that the gun does the harm, it's that the human being does the harm. And the reason this matters, and I know this might be repetitive to a lot of people who understand this topic as thoroughly as you have to now, when you have someone reject you or object in the ways that they often do to some of this discussion. But if someone weren't capable of accessing a specific firearm, but they're still as mentally, deranged and evil to be willing to take life, unfortunately, I think the belief for a lot of people is they'd find another way to do it. If it's not going to be a gun, or if they're going to get a gun illegally, which most criminals do, then they're not going to be able to be prevented by any sort of legislation or any sort of legal action. But even more so, if that's not the case, they might do harm another way. And there are other ways, unfortunately, to do harm. But let's play the Trump audio. President Trump reacting to calls to regulate guns as some sort of attempt to prevent mental illness or mental, horrificness. I don't even know if I just want to call it illness from hurting people throughout our world and throughout our country.
There are now 2 deceased following that shooting at Florida State University. Following and amid that, is there any changes that you want to see to gun legislation? Anything you see broken with gun laws in our country?
I'm going to have to look. I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I have been from the beginning. I protected it, and these things are terrible. But the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. It's a phrase that's used probably too often.
Yeah.
I will tell you that it's a shame. I'm just hearing about it now. I just hear about it. I know the area very well. I know the school very well. I know everything about it. It's Florida. And we'll have more to say about it later. I have to
What do
see
you
what
mean when
happens.
you say there will be more to say about it?
Only in terms of what happened. As far as legislation is concerned, this has been going on for a long time. I have an obligation to protect the Second Amendment. I ran on the Second Amendment, among many other things, and I will always protect the Second Amendment.
Yes, because vilifying the weapon somehow excuses the behavior of the individual, and it's crazy that our society tries to do that when it's so categorically wrong and horrific. Let's villainize the person that's actually doing the harm, and then make sure to have a discussion about how we prevent that, and not necessarily how to stop someone from getting access to this or that method of doing it, because eventually you would have to make everything illegal. Cars would be illegal. All kinds of other things would have to be illegal. And then guess what? Again, as I said a moment ago, the people committing the crime don't usually check to see if, hey, is what I'm doing legally allowed? If they have access to something illegally, they do the same thing anyway. All right, we'll take a break. A lot to talk about today. We'll try to have some fun just before the holidays, but that is a big topic of discussion, of course. But it will probably be gone from most people's orbit within a day or two, which is interesting, again, because it doesn't really mean that you're advocating to stop the harm. It means that you're advocating to stop what you think, society needs to have changed, and it's just simply gun control. It has nothing to do with the victims, nothing to do with the person who perpetrates the crime, and that seems wrong. All right, quick break, a lot more. Craig Collins filling in. Tony Katz, The Morning News, 93 WIBC.
This is Gary Dick. Visitor spending in Southeast Indiana on the rise at 6:32. Brought to you by Indiana Wesleyan University's AI-powered Executive MBA, designed for forward-thinking leaders. Learn more at discovertheway.com.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. So spring forward in a Hubler quality pre-owned vehicle, including Chevys, Fords, Toyotas, GMCs, Buicks, Nissans, Acuras, Mazdas, Hondas, and many more. All makes, all models, certified vehicles, luxury vehicles, even the hard-to-find ones. Shop any of Hubler's 13 locations and choose from over 2,000 vehicles. Every Hubler Q-certified vehicle is covered by a 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus a 128-point vehicle inspection and a free Carfax history report. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. Visit Hubler.com or any of our 13 locations.
Hubler's got you covered. Cover me!
Warranty on select models less than 9 years old.
From a fast break to recovery, Indiana hospitals are here for every Hoosier, regardless of their ability to pay. That's why we're teaming up with legislators on a winning playbook to lower costs and protect access to care across our communities. Because good policy doesn't leave anyone on the sidelines. Learn more at HoosierLifeline.com.
Paid for by the Indiana Hospital Association.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and the lives of your children. This change can be good or bad. The outcome depends greatly on the attorney that you choose. So interview more than one attorney. Family law experience, especially trial experience, is important, but so is temperament and judgment. Also, remember to consider Cordell & Cordell. We've been serving men in divorce for over 30 years.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Indianapolis area attorneys. 101 West Ohio Street, Suite 1250, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46204.
Matt Bear, how do our roads look?
Not bad, Craig. Looking at 465, 52.7 miles of glorious interstate. Looking good even through the construction zone on the northeast side. Northbound looks good right now from East 56 to Allisonville Road. And inbound 69 cruising. By the way, that construction zone should be done at the end of the year. The redesign of I-69 465 interchange. It's called Clear Path. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Mostly sunny, a high of 81 today in downtown Indianapolis. It is currently 65 degrees. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Chris Cox, owner of Chimney Solutions, Indiana. We're celebrating our 10th year in business. Call this month to take advantage of 10% off all chimney sweeps and inspections. We're also celebrating the opening of our new fireplace showroom on 86th Street and Lafayette Road. Come and experience our exclusive lines of wood-burning and gas fireplaces.
Call 317-757-6979 or chimneyindy.com.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
Tony Katz, the morning news, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins, filling in. You got Matt, you got Carl hanging out, as they do every single morning on this show. And I think, Matt Bear, you're sitting through a potential fire, or at least a fire alarm.
Yeah, Matt Bear is checking to see if we have a fire.
Okay. There is a fire alarm that's been going off for a few minutes. We hope this is just a test of some kind and not actually an evacuation of the building for you guys. But Carl and Matt, you've been sitting through that and flashing lights and everything this morning. So I imagine you're very awake right now if you are awake already.
And this is after Tony's event last night. So,
Yeah,
a
there you
little
go.
sleep and then a fire alarm goes off.
How late did the event go last night?
He went until about 9 p.m., but it was in Kokomo, which is about 45 minutes away from my home.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So I didn't get home, I didn't get to sleep until like 11 p.m. and then getting up at 4.
So tell me, Carl, how long have you now been at WIBC?
Oh, I've been here on and off since 2019, but full time since a year and a half or so.
Is this your first fire alarm at the station?
Yeah, it's my first fire alarm here at the station.
Okay.
But Matt Bear said it. He's been through many of these, so don't sweat it. Just stay.
Good. I love that someone else on the team is like, you know what? Probably not a big deal. Let's just go ahead and chill.
Yeah, if you see flames and me dart, we're on the live stream. Then you know.
Right. Then it's bad. I got
Yeah.
it. That makes more sense. Is Matt back to his position yet, or is he still just exploring
I'll
the
put him
fire?
on camera as soon as he is.
Okay, cool. Perfect. I do have some other stories out there. I am curious about the fire alarm, though. I am not working at the station with you guys. I'm working from home, so I am not subject to whatever the fire alarm issue might be. Again, hopefully it's nothing. I'm laughing now. I'd feel horrible if it's something serious, but we'll see. When did Matt leave? Like 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, he just came back. I'm
Okay.
putting him on the cam.
All right, fantastic. I can't wait to hear from Matt Bear what exactly is going on at the studio.
If you look on
right now.
you look on camera, you see the strobe light.
Yes, there you go. That's fantastic. Matt, what's happening there?
I don't
You
know
wanna
about
give
a
us an
fire,
update?
but we're having a party in here, baby. I mean, we got disco ball dropping out of the ceiling, and I have removed my pants.
Yeah. Okay. An update.
Here's the update. When the fire alarms go off in this building, you can still push open the bomb blast doors, which is good. And the elevators still run. So
That's good. So wait a minute. I asked Carl while you were away that you've experienced more than one of these. This is not your first fire alarm at the station, Matt.
Every day is a fire alarm at the station for me. I'm a traffic reporter, Craig. I've seen a few of these, and you don't trivialize them. When the fire alarm goes off, you leave. But I don't know what we're... But I remember this was about 8 years ago, and I was producing a show called The Chicks on the Right.
Yes.
With Mock and Daisy, Miriam and Amy Jo, two fabulous women. And the first of these starts going off, this fire alarm. And it's a big deal around here. And I called my boss at the time, and I'm freaking out. I'm like, what do I do? I hear fire alarms going off. Live radio.
Yeah.
And he says, you see a fire? I'm like, no.
Keep
going. And then there was just kind of silence, and I'm like, okay. Yeah. And we continue to produce the show.
You know what I love about that? I have two things I love about that. So I was at a radio station, I don't want to name it, a while ago, this is years ago, that rebuilt its studios. It moved from an iconic location to a less iconic location. And I was there one day as they're still rebuilding, and I saw them taking the fire alarm out of the studio, like everything that would actually go off. And I remember asking to somebody, I'm like, why are you doing that? They go, oh, we don't need this in here. I'm like, okay, all right. And they said it would be safer. So I've seen it fully removed from a radio station, at least the broadcast area of it. And then the other one, I used to get fire alarms at some places I worked, and they'd always say the same thing. They're like, if you don't see fire, we'd like you to stay and keep broadcasting for us, because it's important to broadcast. The same thing with like a storm or anything, man. And this is not, I'm not blaming bosses for this. It makes sense. They're like, we want you to keep communicating, even if it seems bad, directly outside the window of the tower building you're in. That would still be fine for us, because we want to make sure everybody else knows if it's dangerous during a tornado or something.
Yeah, speaking of that, so in my previous profession here in Indianapolis, I worked at a TV station, and they were going full-blown tornado coverage one day. And the cell was headed right for the studio, and we're all sitting there, and the bosses are like, you need to stay. We're giving coverage. And I'm like, I need to go. I mean, the building was made out of cottage cheese. This doesn't seem safe.
No, but here's the thing, man. I think we should just like get some sort of award, I think, because I want to stay. I want to stay in that environment, but I would like to be acknowledged for it, even if it's like a WWE belt type of thing that they give me at the station. I want to be credited for being willing to go down with the ship, which you guys are doing right now, sitting there with the fire alarm going off.
Give this man an extra week of vacation. Bravery under fire in the radio industry.
Matt, don't go crazy. Let's just ask for a day. Just one extra day of vacation. Just for the day we should have had off.
Let's not get greedy. I remember when I was at Jefferson Elementary School in Southeast Missouri, and the fire marshal would come in, and he would say, here's what you do when there's a fire. Unless you're working. If you're working, you stay. You don't leave. And I remember that being clearly the fire marshal's message when he would teach us
a whole
these
part
things.
of it. For anyone who's going to go into a broadcast career in the future, you stay through the fire.
You stay through the fire. Yeah. That's
one other thing. I know that we're just kind of making fun of something that hopefully is not a big deal at all. But
too late now.
I will tell you guys, my mom loves this story, and I'm just going to tell it very quickly. When I was a little kid and you go to school and you learn all the fire drill stuff, it sticks there for a while. Then I went home and I burned toast. I remember I was trying to make toast and I was like 10 and I burned it and it started to smoke and things seemed bad. And my mom to this day loves the fact that I immediately turned around, didn't try to prevent whatever I had lit on fire, walked outside, sat in the front yard of our house and put my head down like a little kid and just like sat there and waited. And my mom put out whatever the thing was, came outside and looked at me and said, all clear. And I went inside and tried to make another toast. That's exactly how I behaved as like a 10-year-old, was like, this is a fire drill. I know what to do. I'll just wait until the all clear. Then I'll go back inside.
Smart kid, man.
Smart kid. I was proud of that. Yeah. I almost burned the house down and let everybody else go, but I was outside safe in the front yard.
That's what insurance is for, I mean, that's why you pay $1 gazillion a month on insurance, so in case your kid does something like that.
Exactly correct.
It's like nothing ever happened, Yeah.
My favorite part is that I tried to make another toast after I'd already ruined the toaster. So I was like, well, once it's clear, I'm still hungry. So we'd really like to get this fixed. All right, we'll take a break. We'll hopefully have no fire alarm when we come back, or at least we'll lean even more into the dance party idea of this morning.
Yeah.
So this is... I love that Matt's game for all this. This is Tony Katz, The Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in. Matt, you got traffic?
I certainly do. It's westbound 70 coming in from Greenfield right now, and everything's fine from State Road 9 to 465. As a matter of fact, our travel time is normal here, 8 minutes making that trip here. And looking at 465 right now, it is looping fine. If you're on the southwest side heading towards 70 in the airport, no problems there. Everything moving up to speed. Traffic sponsored by Lear Capital. Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at BetterNest Egg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Hey guys, it's Rob. Casey's out. It's Good Friday. We'll do a deep dive into the greatest event in human history, the crucifixion and then the resurrection. We'll see you 9 to noon, 93 WIBC.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Hi, Pat Sullivan here from Sullivan Hardware and Garden in Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan. Our stores are blooming with flowers, hanging baskets, bedding plants, perennials, annual containers, shrubs, trees, and much more. With so many colors and varieties, it's the best looking selection you'll find anywhere. Come see the difference. Why, you ask? Our plants are from top quality Midwest growers, many right here in Indianapolis. Check the specials on our patio furniture like all-weather wicker, Berlin Gardens poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more. You can even choose your own custom cushions on most sets. We specialize in excellent quality mid-price patio furniture that's in stock at our 37,000 square foot warehouse, all priced at 30% off. See our large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and the Big Green Egg. Shop, play, experience. Spring with Sullivan's. 71st and Keystone, 49th and Penn, Cicero, and Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan in Fishers.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Indiana Foundation Service comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at indianafoundation.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg.
Damon's Garden Company South has trees, shrubs, vegetables, flowers, hanging baskets, plus garden and landscape supplies and knowledgeable staff. Damon's South on Emerson Avenue.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
They want to end the fighting. Your radar is clear in downtown Indianapolis, where it's 59 degrees. Your high today is 78. Severe weather is on the way. I'll have more on that in a minute. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 6:30.
We need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable in over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on as well.
That's Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking in France a couple of minutes ago about a potential ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia.
Every sovereign nation on earth has a right to defend itself. Ukraine will have a right to defend itself and to enter into whatever agreements it wants to enter into on a bilateral basis with different countries.
About 30 European countries are talking about how they can make this ceasefire happen. You may have heard about a shooting on the campus of Florida State University Thursday.
The son of a sheriff's deputy is behind bars accused of a deadly mass shooting at Florida State University. The 20-year-old suspected gunman opened fire outside the student union on the Tallahassee campus, killing 2 people and injuring 6 others.
That's Fox's Chanley Painter reporting this morning in Tallahassee. It's not clear why the shooting happened. The school has canceled classes for the rest of the week. Gunshots at an Indianapolis bus stop Thursday.
There's got to be a better way. We cannot resort to pulling the trigger towards somebody we disagree with.
IMPD officer Drew Brown talking about a shooting that killed a man.
We see time and time again where disagreements or conflicts lead to an exchange of gunfire, and individuals are severely injured, or they unfortunately lose their life.
And the shooting happened along West Morris Street near Belmont. A person has been detained. Thunderstorms will happen across Indiana tonight.
The most likely times that we'll see some scattered severe storms possible will be from 11 p.m. Friday night into around 7 a.m. Saturday morning.
That's Casey Fuson, a forecaster at the National Weather Service. She says that hail and damaging winds are the primary concerns. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 6:32, traffic, weather, and sports. Together in 3 minutes.
This is Inside Indiana Business Radio. I'm Gary Dick. Spending by visitors to Clark and Floyd counties increased for the 3rd consecutive year. That according to a new economic impact report. Visitors to the 2-county area in southeast Indiana spent more than $550 million on goods and services, which provided a total economic impact of $296.2 million. That according to the report conducted by Maryland-based Rockport Analytics. Clark County ranks 9th out of 92 counties in overall visitor spending in Indiana. Floyd County ranks 28th. Newsweek is out with its annual list of America's best regional banks and credit unions. Nearly 24 Indiana institutions are included. The publication partnered with New York advisory firm Plant A Insights Group to compile the list based on factors including profitability, financial relevance, and risk exposure to financial uncertainties. You can find the complete list at InsideIndianaBusiness.com. Crews have begun moving dirt at the site of a new 8,400-seat soccer stadium in Fort Wayne. The Fort Wayne Football Club said the project remains on schedule to open ahead of the 2026 season. Plans for the stadium were first announced last November. In addition to soccer games, the venue will be used for other regional entertainment events, including concerts and festivals. From the state's #1 source for Indiana business news, you're listening to Inside Indiana Business Radio.
At Indiana University, we're undaunted by challenge. We take the lead. We don't follow the crowd. Embracing the future with creativity and bravery. Unapologetically optimistic, equipped with the knowledge and intention to change the world, because bold is who we are. 9 campuses, 1 purpose, creating tomorrow, today. Indiana University. Bring on tomorrow. Join us at iu.edu.
Indiana's regions are as diverse as the businesses that power them. Discover what's possible for your community at the Innovate Indiana series, presented by Indiana University and Old National Bank. We're hitting 9 regions to explore business expansion and attraction, workforce, entrepreneurship and innovation, and Indiana's tech hubs. First stop, Southwest Indiana, April 29th at the University of Evansville. Hear from Secretary of Education Katie Jenner and local leaders. Reserve your seat at ibj.com/innovate. Carmel-based Driver Reach LLC, a tech firm focused on the trucking industry, has been acquired by one of its competitors, Tulsa-based 10th Street. Driver Reach was founded in 2016 and offers a software platform that trucking companies can use to recruit and retain drivers. Pre-acquisition, Driver Reach had about 40 full-time employees, more than half of those based in Indiana. This is Gary Dick for 93 WIBC.
Yeah, Gary, everything looking pretty good right now. That intersection on the south side, stop 11 at Shelby, is scheduled to reopen today. Been closed for a week for utility relocations. Come on, intersection. Let's get some reopening going on here. Looking at westbound 70, good to go from 465 on the east side to the north split. That's going to be about a 4-minute travel time. No delays at the moment. Everything looking pretty good. Have a safe rush hour this morning. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Mostly sunny, a high of 81 today. Right now, 65 in downtown Indianapolis. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center of 93 WIBC. With sports, Ryan Hedrick.
What's up, Craig? Experience counts, and the Indiana Pacers did get a little bit of that during their last playoff run last year, but Miles Turner says all that they learned, plus the hard work they're putting in this year, it's going to make it count start Saturday.
They had a lot of guys that had never had any playoff experience. Guys like myself have never been out the first round. So just knowing what it feels like, knowing just the mental reps, physically what it feels like, it's going to help us going forward.
And the Pacers host the Bucks in the first round. First game tomorrow, Gamebridge Fieldhouse. Tip-off at 1 o'clock. The quarterback competition at Notre Dame has been narrowed down. Quarterback Steve Angeli, who served as Riley Leonard's backup last year, has entered the transfer portal. Major League Baseball, the Mariners beat the Reds. It took extras, though. 11-7 in 10 innings. Sports brought to you by Ball State Athletics. I'm Ryan Hedrick, on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com.
Did you know Indiana has a critical shortage of high school referees?
It's causing our games to be canceled or understaffed, and we need your help. I'm Greer Swaim from Fishers High School.
And I'm Cooper Allen from Shenandoah High School. We need you so we can keep playing our favorite sports.
So our opportunities to learn aren't limited.
So our experience in high school sports is everything it should be.
With your help, we can make sure we have enough officials for every game.
And student athletes around the state always have the chance to grow through high school sports.
Are you game? Sign up as a high school official in your community today.
I'm IHSAA Commissioner Paul Neidig. High school sports can't happen without high school officials. Help us fill an urgent need in our state so games aren't canceled or understaffed. Visit ihsaa.org to become an official today. This is protecting high school sports. This is serving your community. This is your IHSAA.
The Attorney General's office wants to put your money back in your pocket. Visit indianaunclaimed.gov and search for yourself, your loved ones, or your business. It's fast, easy, and free.
Tony Katz, the Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins, filling in. Thrilled to be with you. A bunch of stuff to talk about. I am very upset about something, and I was debating how I was going to talk about this on this show, but I am going to do it because, darn it, I feel like I have to do it. So yesterday there was a press conference. Carmelo Anthony, with a K, is the name of the individual who stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf at a track meet. This is a thing that happened. You probably heard about it. It occurred in Texas. Both of them teenagers. This was a high school track meet. Carmelo Anthony approached an area he wasn't supposed to be in, is the story I heard. At some point, there's an altercation between two high school kids about whether or not this is my team's tent or your team's tent. And horrifically, that ends with one teen dead, being stabbed and killed by the other teenager. Now, the reason I'm saying all this is because yesterday at this press conference, the father of the victim showed up. And this made the people who were holding a press conference about Carmelo Anthony, the person who's accused of murder, very upset. And this is insane. There's an insanity to the behavior of this. And I'll play a little bit of this audio. This is one of the spokespeople at the press conference for Carmelo Anthony. Again, someone currently accused of murdering someone else with a knife at a track meet for reasons that make no sense to most people or pretty much everyone. And this is how they respond to the father showing up, saying he was uninvited and it was disrespectful.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you
how
all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. It is insane. And it goes on for like 30 more seconds where he says that this individual's character is on display. I'm going to also remind people who might not be following the story very closely of something else that the father of Austin Metcalf, his name is Jeff, something he said to the media shortly after this. This is something that got him actually in a lot of, I don't know if trouble's the right word, but a lot of people judged the position. It was a very faith-based, very Christian, very Catholic thing to say. It might also be someone who was going through trauma and not really processing it and already on a screen in front of a television, which I hate that we do that in our society. We should leave people alone and not ask them to be in the front of a camera. Even if they're willing to be in front of one, we should let them not be for a while. But Jeff Metcalf said that he wanted to forgive. He obviously wants, I think, the full extent of the law to apply to the person who killed his son. But he wants to forgive him because he said that it's the God thing to do. Here we go.
I know they have someone in custody.
Yeah, we do.
And you know what? I already forgive this person.
Already?
Already. God takes care of things. God's going to take care of me. God's going to take care of my family.
That's the character of the individual that you're mad showed up to this press conference and wanted to hear the things you were going to say about the person that killed his child. And you throw him out, and he said it was disrespectful to be here and it was horrible. And I'm not saying I agree or that it would be me that would say that if my child was taken. He said many other things, by the way, Jeff Metcalf, about how he's devastated, it's destroyed his family, and he does hope that the person responsible is held responsible for the crime. All of those things matter too. But it's insane to me to think that in the society we live in right now, someone feels as though they deserve the right to an uninterrupted press conference if the person that is, the focus of that conference took the life of someone else's child. And I don't think it was all that long ago in society where people would have not only embraced the individual showing up as the victim, but looked them in the eye and said that they were sorry for the horrific thing that they're going through, as opposed to throwing them out and behaving as though this is somehow an indictment of them. So it made me very mad yesterday when this went viral, and I sat on it for a while, and I decided to share it with you. But it's insane. The insanity of some things that happen in our society now. It's very hard to get over every once in a while. I'm doing my best to handle that. It's a Good Friday, so I probably should. But all right, we'll take a break. A lot coming up. Craig Collins filling in. Tony Katz in the Morning News, 93 WIBC.
Another update is just minutes away.
April 15th, time for most of the nation to file your taxes.
Hear the news.
Indiana Senate approved the property tax bill.
Caps months of negotiations. Savings would take effect with the bill you pay in 2026.
2/3 of our homeowners will pay less.
Governor Mike Braun said he looks forward to signing the bill.
As events happen.
Pacers played their first-round playoff game against the Milwaukee Bucks.
We'll happen to be there.
Tip-off at 1 o'clock.
93 WIBC Mobile News.
Matt Bear here for Trajan Wealth. Indiana spring means the weather is all over the place. It's like the stock market. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, always unpredictable. That's why you need the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, who can help you Find shelter from the stock market chaos. Call and find out how at 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Your first appointment is free. Trajan Wealth is indeed a fiduciary, meaning they act in your best interest only, always watching and evaluating the markets for you while customizing your financial portfolio to your dreams and destinations. I mean, no two portfolios are the same. This baby is yours. Call and schedule a consultation at 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Remember, your first appointment is on them. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisements.
Now that spring is here, storms can happen at any time. WIBC will alert you to severe weather from the Chapman Heating Storm Desk. For all your heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and drains, call the man for all seasons. Chapman. Go to ChapmanHeating.com.
Matt Bear, how do our roads look?
Looking at northbound 65, slow from the north split out to Meridian Penn. And everything else looking okay here so far this morning. Stop 11 road scheduled to reopen today at Shelby Street, and it's been closed for a week for utility work, so hopefully we get that done here this morning. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden this week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. See their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Mostly sunny, a high of 81 today. Right now in downtown Indianapolis, it is 65 degrees. That temperature is brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
Technology Recyclers is the safe and ethical choice for your computer and electronics recycling. R2 certified, 100% landfill free, guaranteed destruction of data, and absolutely free pickups. Visit tech-recyclers.com.
Hey, it's Matt Bear for Cochran Exteriors. Don't wait to beautify your home for summer. For a fresh, new look and increased home value, new siding by Cochran Exteriors is the answer. From James Hardy fiber cement siding to a big array of vinyl siding colors and styles, the experienced pros at Cochran have all the choices, plus a lifetime workmanship warranty, and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Help your home find the fountain of roof. For your free estimate, call Cochran Exteriors at 317-ROOFING or visit CochranExteriors.com. Tell them I sent you.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks, and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
From a fast break to recovery, Indiana hospitals are here for every Hoosier, regardless of their ability to pay. That's why we're teaming up with legislators on a winning playbook to lower costs and protect access to care across our communities. Because good policy doesn't leave anyone on the sidelines. Learn more at HoosierLifeline.com.
Paid for by the Indiana Hospital Association.
Tony Katz, the Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in. You got Matt and Carl hanging out as they do every single morning on this radio show. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but a certain term went viral on social media, on TikTok specifically. This is because a guy did an interview a couple days ago and people got mad at the thing he said. But the phrase that went viral, or at least the couple words, workout bikini, that's something that went viral on social media. And a lot of young women are sharing their workout bikinis, which are typically just, very short shorts and sports bras. This is a real thing. I'll tell you why this happened. A dude who owns a gym did some random podcast interview that went viral where he complained that over the last few years, because of social media, women have been showing up at his gym that he owns, and this might be true at a lot of gyms throughout the country, in very little clothing. And then they care more about the social media posts they're making and how viral they are than actually working out. This made people online so mad that they're doing the thing that he was complaining about with, basically no clothes on. And he was saying that this is hard for dudes to work out at a gym. And then also they get attacked and yelled at. Yes, Matt, please. They get attacked and yelled at if they look at people. What do you got on this topic?
God bless an American hero. Okay, there are lots of things going on here, and I don't think any of them are really good. First off, listen, I am a male who likes women. That's the thing, and that's the thing with me, and I confess. And but here's the deal: when you go to the gym, if you're distracted by the women who are working out with you, then there's an issue. You don't go to the gym necessarily to meet women. You go to the gym so you can make yourself better. And if there's women there and they happen to want to talk to you, that's one thing. But as guys, the rules are different. I'm sorry. You got to be chill. You got to be cool. And you can't be gawking. And then you can't be making a video that says, hey, everybody wear thongs to the gym. So, but if you do, I'm not going to be able to finish my workout because I'll be distracted. What the hell is that, man? I can't wrap my brain around it.
I want to make sure that I'm clear here. He did not call for that. He wants them to stop wearing the workout bikini, and they, in protest to his criticism, have decided to work out bikini throughout the country and put it up on social media. So the thing he was complaining about that they're already doing, he said, they should stop. And I'll be fair about this, man, because I saw some of the videos. I only did the research for this very show, but I did. And these are not the types of workout outfits that I think would be the most conducive to working out. I don't know what person could make the argument to me that, this is better than maybe just spandex or something. Honestly, man, when it's the short shorts and the tank top, there's got to be something else you could wear that would also be comfortable. And you have to admit, there might be another reason you're wearing this outfit to the gym, especially if you're bringing along the phone and taking photos of yourself that you're putting up online. There might be another, focus here, and maybe at least admitting that would help everybody get along better here. It doesn't mean you're allowed to stare and gawk and all the stuff you said, Matt, but I dislike the disingenuous nature of the discussion because I feel like people who are absolutely going to the gym to seek attention are then pretending they're not there to seek attention.
First off, short shorts ensure total mobility. Okay, that's why you have to have short shorts to work out.
Fair enough.
That's just a rule, and
sure.
I think that rule's posted at most gyms. I'm not sure.
I think so. What about the sports bra? Is that what you wear to work out, Matt?
Yeah, I would. I absolutely would. I think I'd look good in a sports bra. I think I'd look just a little bedazzled. Be like,
Carl, can you isolate that audio, by the way?
Yeah.
Can we get that? I'd look good in a sports bra.
I want that at my funeral. Thank you. I understand the point here. And really, people are saying, I'm going to show you, I'm going to wear something even skimpier. Yeah. It's not for that. It's for more posts and more Instagram. And that's just the kind of society we live in. So I don't even blink at that. My whole thing is, it sounds like I sound so grandfatherish right now, such a curmudgeon. But when it comes to dudes, we just have different rules, man.
I know.
And I'm sorry. It sucks sometimes when you hear, you can't do that. And oh, my gosh, you're staring too hard or things like that. Take in the words, take the L and move on. Nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes you any attention. And if you're seeing something like that, do what you were supposed to do there. And that is train. Make yourself better. That's the goal.
I totally agree with you, Matt, that the path of least resistance is easier in public. So I'm not going to stare at somebody if I think they're going to yell at me for staring at them. That's just a recipe for disaster. Right. That seems horrible. At the same time, though, the thing that I don't like, and I don't mean to make this overly serious, is I wish people would admit when they're seeking attention that that's what they're doing. And I think a lot of people won't do that part.
No,
and
you're
if they
so
did
right.
admit that, at least it would make the conversation more honest. You could still say, hey, I did this for attention, but I don't want attention from you. Like, actually be direct about it, and then have a discussion where the guy's like, well, I got confused, and I'm sorry, and now I'll look in the corner for the rest of the workout, and I promise not to look at you again. There's some version of that would be more human that just doesn't exist in the world we live in.
Not only in the corner, but staring at the wall.
Right. And hopefully having no fire alarm go off, as one did earlier.
Hey, I've said this 1,000 times, guys. Everything on Instagram is fake, and Facebook isn't too far behind it with filters and with. Remember, we're only showing the parts of our lives that we want people to see. So that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. The workout bikini doesn't look great on all of us, is what Matt just said.
But they're fun to wear.
Quick break, a lot more Matt's got traffic.
Northbound 65 slows from the North Split out to Meridian Bend. And hopefully Stop 11 at Shelby reopens today. That's supposed to reopen today. It's at that intersection with infrastructure trouble. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more. I'm Matt Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
Indiana patients rely on many types of pharmacies to access their medications and critical healthcare services. But a proposal being considered in the Indiana legislature called SB 140 would disrupt access to medications for Indiana patients. SB 140 would impose government mandates blocking access to critical pharmacy options and services in Indiana. Lost access to pharmacy options would directly harm many of Indiana's most vulnerable patients, including patients fighting cancer and heart disease, many of whom rely on specialty pharmacies for their care. SB 140 would even hike costs for Indiana patients by imposing a $10 tax on every prescription filled in the state. That would often fall directly on the patient. Tell your state legislator, protect access to medications, reject higher costs. Put Indiana patients first by voting no on SB 140. Paid for by conservatives for lower healthcare costs.
You ready to build your custom dream home? Check out Joyner Homes, based out of Greenfield. See one of their model homes in person anytime. It is a great way for you to experience the customization and quality of a Joyner Homes custom-built home. Plus, you can meet with a new home specialist to learn about their building process. Available lots if you don't already have one. Find out about floor plans and where they build. Model homes are open 7 days a week from noon to 5, and walk-ins are welcome. Find out more at joynerhomes.com.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 765-545-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsareus.com. 765-545-BATH.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
It's the Bash Sale, the biggest automotive sale in history. Your local Bill Estes dealerships are coming in hot with deals on trucks you don't want to miss. We have a huge selection of trucks at one easy online stop. Brand new Chevy, Ford, GMC, Jeep, Ram, and Toyota trucks with a massive pre-owned selection too. Plus, our fair and direct upfront pricing means what you see is what you pay. Shift into savings during the Bash Sale, only at Bill Estes dealerships, and drive away in your dream truck today. Online at BillEstesTrucks.com.
Hey, this is Spencer Thompson at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus. April is here, so that means it's our Dare to Compare sale. Compare our prices to any of the big stores in Indianapolis, your town, it doesn't matter. We guarantee you the lowest price on every sofa, sectional, recliner, mattress, outdoor furniture, anything, plus no extra fees, no delivery charge. Hurry, sale ends Monday only at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
PA Jewelers at the Farmhouse is now open and ready to serve you. Whether you're buying jewelry or selling jewelry, PA Jewelers has got you covered. One-of-a-kind pieces, vintage pieces. Make an appointment, sit down with them in the buy room, and find out how you can get that special piece made just for you. Easy to get to in Brownsburg. See everything they have to offer in a no-pressure environment. PA Jewelers at the Farmhouse, now open in Brownsburg. 317-456-4010. That's 456-4010. Or online at pajewelers.jewelry. pajewelers.jewelry.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recyclers Studios, what forecasters are saying about a storm that's moving in, what the cops are saying about a bus stop shooting, why the governor says some businesses are public safety hazards, and what's happening along Indy's Canal this weekend after Fox News. You're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis on a Friday morning. It's 7 o'clock.
Running for their lives, CJ Papa, Fox News. The bullet started flying during a mass shooting at Florida State University Thursday afternoon. 2 shot dead, 6 others suffering injuries.
The only thing on my mind was, how do I get away from here as fast as possible? How do I make sure that the people around me, that the people that are helping me table, how do I get them to safety?
Student Owen Gerard on Fox News at night. The campus closed today. There's a vigil set for today as well. Fox's Jeff Paul.
Police say he had access to his mother's firearm, which was once her service weapon, and it was that very handgun that was found at what witnesses have described as a very chaotic shooting scene. Authorities say 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner, who's believed to be attending Florida State, opened fire near the student union around lunchtime. 2 non-students were killed and at least 6 others were hurt. Leon County Sheriff Walter McNeil says the suspect was a long-standing member of their Youth Advisory Council and has been steeped in the sheriff's office family for some time, engaging in a number of their training programs.
That is Fox's Jeff Paul reporting. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, meanwhile, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the illegal immigrant deported to El Salvador. Fox's Manuel Rivera reporting from Washington, D.C.
Van Hollen posting on X saying, "I've called his wife Jennifer to pass along his message of love. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return." It's unclear where he met Abrego Garcia. El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele is mocking the meeting, saying Kilmar Abrego Garcia miraculously risen from the death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. Democrats argue Abrego Garcia's case is about due process, accusing the Trump administration of infringing on it. Republicans, in the meantime, and the White House accuse Democrats of backing an illegal alien.
The El Salvadoran president has made it clear he will not return Abrego Garcia to the U.S. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
It'll be a warm day, and then a cold front moves in. Your radar is clear, and it's 63 degrees in Indianapolis already. Your high today, 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 7:02.
So we'll certainly have the atmosphere primed for rain and thunderstorms, and it will be mild through the overnight as that cold front approaches, when we will probably see some showers and maybe a few storms get going later on tonight.
That's forecaster Alex McGinnis at the National Weather Service in Indianapolis.
There'll be increasing coverage of rain throughout the overnight, and probably at least a few strong to severe storms with the potential for scattered severe weather after midnight, but we'll have to wait and see if that potential is realized.
He says there is a chance for an isolated tornado, but it's not a very great chance. McGinnis says the primary concerns for severe weather tonight are hail and damaging winds. Cleaning up nuisance bars is something Indiana Governor Mike Braun says is one of his top priorities. Here's John Herrick.
On Thursday morning, Braun announced a joint effort between state police and the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission's excise police will be formed to improve public safety around those bars. A new excise superintendent is also supposed to be hired to work with local police. Braun's team says annual public nuisance violations have gone up by more than a third since 2019, which prompts the need for action. John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Shot and killed. That's what Indianapolis police say happened to a man who was sitting at a bus stop on Thursday along Westmore Street.
We see time and time again where disagreements or conflicts lead to an exchange of gunfire, and individuals are severely injured, or they unfortunately lose their life.
That's IMPD officer Drew Brown. He says they have detained somebody in this case. The state budget will be tight this year. you may be asked to make a sacrifice. Chris Davis reports on the Medicaid bill that passed Thursday.
Making Indiana's Medicaid program more complicated will only increase the likelihood of eligible Medicaid members losing their coverage.
The Medicaid bill passed 37-10 in the state Senate. You just heard Democrat Shelley Yoder of Bloomington. Republicans like Senator Mike Bahachik of Michigan Shores say it's necessary to make sure the people who are on Medicaid deserve to be on the program.
Because to go on the path that we're going now, it will make the entire program untenable.
He says it was right to let more people on during COVID, but that time is over. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And you can dive into this adventure Saturday with the free scavenger hunt. Terry Stacy explains.
Indy's best free scavenger hunt is Saturday. The Cultural Trails Adventure on the canal.
So basically, we'll have a variety of egg stops along the canal. It's a 2.5-mile loop. Participants are encouraged to run, walk, stroll, bike, however they'd like to be active. And then at each stop, there'll be an activity to earn their egg. And so they'll get a candy-filled egg at each one of those stops.
That's Amy Marsalovich. Adventure is from 1 to 3 with music, mini boat rides, and more. Register at indyculturaltrail.org. Terry Stacy, WIBC Mobile News.
Indiana Pacers playoff basketball Saturday at 1 o'clock. The Bucks at Gambridge Fieldhouse. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level on the go and at WIBC.com at 7:05. Traffic on the 5s. Good morning, Matt Bear.
What's happening, Ryan? Southbound 65 wide open right now. MLK down to Meridian Penn. And the interstates are looking pretty good right now. Maybe a little drag coming out of the north split on northbound 65. That won't cause you too much trouble. Coming out from Johnson County this morning, northbound 65 looking fantastic from exit 99 Main Street up to 465 on the south side, then continuing into the south split without any delay at the moment. Traffic sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off ad-free UPS shipping and code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Wish TV meteorologist Tara Hastings. Good morning. How does our weather look?
Hey, good morning. We've got a mild start to the morning. Temps in the 60s. We'll go with some partly cloudy skies this afternoon. It is going to be windy and warmer. We'll go with highs around 81, but the winds may gust anywhere from 30 to maybe 40 miles per hour out of the south. Tonight, cloudy, scattered showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be on the stronger side. Main threat will be damaging winds, maybe a little bit of hail, heavy rainfall, and this is after midnight or so. Lows will fall into the lower 60s. Rain and storms possible for your Saturday could produce some heavy rainfall. Temps near 70. And for Easter Sunday, some scattered showers with highs near 72.
Thank you very much, Tara. Right now, 7:06 Friday morning.
This hour on 93 WIBC, powered by Damon's Garden Center West on Rockville Road.
Tony Katz in the morning news, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in. This is annoying, and it's all over the news today, mostly because Democrats seem desperate to have it be all over the news. But there's a Maryland senator who flew to meet Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That's the guy that was oopsie deported, if that's what you want to call it. Even the Trump administration admitted that they weren't actually legally allowed to deport him. But here's the rub, and they released a bunch of this the other day, proof, or at least their demonstration of proof, that he is connected to MS-13. And El Salvador isn't going to let him out of jail now that he's been returned there. So they're not going to give him back to us. And so a Maryland senator who knows very well his attempt to connect with someone has nothing to do with, getting the resolution they're claiming they want, a resolution that most Americans, I don't think, actually would want, especially if most Americans believe any of the proof that's been put out there that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 leader in this country, which is what he's accused of being. But here's the thing, and I want to play this audio first. This is CNN talking about how many people agree with Trump's immigration policies and how this is a popular thing for the United States. And then I'll get back to the Kilmar story and the idiot senator who seemed like he wanted his 5 minutes of being on television, and liberal media definitely, appeased him or gave in to his demand by putting him all over the place, again, for points yet to be determined. But here we go.
deport all undocumented immigrants. Voters favoring the government trying to deport all 11 million of them. Back in 2016, just 38% of voters wanted the government to try to deport all 11 million undocumented immigrants. Compared to where we are in 2025, 56% the majority. The American people have come a long way on this issue, much closer to Donald Trump, and I think that's a big part of the reason why Americans are increasingly saying the country is on the right track when it comes to immigration policy, and why Donald Trump's net approval rating on that issue is in the positive.
It's in the positives. And I love the fact that the specificity of the question demonstrates that even Kilmar Abrego Garcia would be someone that they'd want to see, we, the American people, would want to see deported because he's also here illegally. That's a part of the problem, too, is that he did come into this country without the right to be here and did stay here. And then at some point convinced a judge that he was in danger if he went back to El Salvador. And it might be because, as he is now behind bars, some of his ties to organized crime. But nonetheless, what I think is so interesting about this, and I guess the reason I wanted to bring it up or mention it at all, and we'll take a break in a second and try to have more fun on a holiday weekend or basically a holiday weekend, but it's because of the desperation. And I'm not even naming the senator. You probably know his name. I don't know why I don't want to do it because, you know, these people get in the news all the time, and some part of me doesn't even want to say it out loud. Chris Van Hollen, if I have to. But anyway, the fact that it was all attention-seeking for this person is what really annoys me so much. And actually, if I'm referencing a topic we talked about a little bit ago, which you're not really supposed to do in radio if you weren't listening, we were talking about the gym workout bikini and how it went viral on social media. And there's a debate as to whether or not people are trying to gain attention by showing up to a gym wearing almost nothing, wearing very little clothing, and then posting photos of themselves working out on social media. I feel like it's obvious they're trying to gain attention. This Maryland senator was doing his version of a workout bikini. That was a long walk for a joke, but I wanted to make it because that's what this is. This is all theater and show, and none of it actually matters. And the person in, El Salvador knows they're not going to get the resolution they're claiming they want, a resolution that I'm pretty sure most Americans don't want, unless you allow liberal media to tell you just the part that you're supposed to pay attention to and ignore all the stuff that would make you go, hey, wait a minute, this is a more nuanced discussion. Maybe it's fine that this guy is going to stay in a prison somewhere else and not come back into our country. All right, quick break, a lot more. Craig Collins filling in. Tony Katz, The Morning News, 93 WIBC.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
You know exactly why you need to remodel that kitchen of yours. The space, it's outdated. You can't move around like you used to. It doesn't work like it needs to. You want to entertain and you want to improve your quality of life. This can happen, just not with the kitchen you have. You need to call Booher Remodeling, B-O-O-H-E-R, BooherRemodeling.com. They can take that old kitchen that's deteriorating and broken down and turn it into something that works for you and your family. Their 5-step design process from start to finish, the consultation, the preliminary design, the design development, getting all the documents together, and then getting it done. The best materials, the most skilled craftsmen in Central Indiana. Booher Remodeling will guide you through the entire process, starting with the free initial consultation, and they stand behind their work with a 2-year workmanship guarantee. Create that new kitchen. Design experts can use an existing layout or begin completely from scratch. Talk to Booher Remodeling today. B-O-O-H-E-R. BooherRemodeling.com. That's BooherRemodeling.com.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again. Because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Jeff Roush for Tom Roush Lincoln. Right now, get Lincoln's employee pricing on most all new Lincolns at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers. Get up to $20,000 off select 2024 Navigators, up to $8,000 off select 2024 Nautilus, or up to $7,000 off select 2024 Corsair at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Navigator MSRP 105,575, Nautilus MSRP 6195, Corsair MSRP 47,820. Offers good through 4/30/2025. Navigators excluded from employee pricing. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
At Advantage Vent, they make the only crawl-space vent that looks like a window and works like a window. Vinyl frame, double pane glass, clean airflow, sealed protection. This isn't just ventilation, it's a full upgrade for your home for a mere fraction of encapsulation cost. Reduce moisture, odors, radon gas, and energy bills with Advantage Vent's Indiana-made crawl-space solutions, like their Power Vent with built-in fans. Available on Amazon. Use promo code INDY2025 for your extra exclusive discount today. That's AdvantageVent.com.
Matt Bear, how do our roads look?
Pretty good, Craig. Checking out northbound 65 as we move over the flyover ramp to downtown Indianapolis. No delays right now. Looking fantastic. Eastbound 70, good into the south split from Harding Street. Checking out inbound 69, 4 minutes down. Fishers from State Road 37 to 465, and no delays as you make your way inbound on Benford Boulevard. That's going to be now 13 minutes to Meridian Penn. Again, no delays on your way to the city center. Traffic sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They've teamed up with the Indiana Fever and Common Threads to provide local schools with information for nutritious meal preparation. Learn more at anthem.com/fever. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies Incorporated. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Mostly sunny, a high of 81 today, 62 right now in downtown Indianapolis. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
Easter is Sunday, and Sundown Gardens wants to get in on the fun this week. Eggs are hidden throughout the garden center, greenhouses, and nursery lot, and they're filled with great discounts and chances to win prizes. While you're shopping all those great annuals, tropicals, trees, shrubs, decor, and more, be on the lookout for those Easter eggs. If you find one, simply bring it to the register for your discount or prizes. Bring the kids for a children's Easter egg basket draw to get goodies too. Sundown Gardens, 186th Street and Spring Mill Road.
I know. I have the day off. It's just after the event in Kokomo, and I decided I would give myself a little time to recuperate. But there are sponsors to take care of because they take care of the station, and it lets me do this job with you, and that kind of matters to me. Boer Remodeling brings you the popcorn moment. It's coming up in mere seconds. BOOHER. BoerRemodeling.com. The best material, the most skilled craftsmen in central Indiana. We're talking about the highest quality brand names you know and trust that are installed by people who are pros. We're going to take your ideas and turn them into reality, from consultation to construction. Boer, BOOHER, Boer Remodeling are the people to call for that new kitchen, for that new bathroom, and for taking that basement and turning it into a part of the house you actually want to be in, a place where you're going to eat the popcorn because you're going to have your new home theater. Boer Remodeling has got you covered. They deliver quality work on time with a service-oriented attitude. Create an open floor plan with a beautiful new island and plenty of seating in your kitchen. Design experts can use an existing layout or begin completely from scratch, creating custom kitchen plans that work best with your space. Serving Central Indiana for over 2 decades, Boer Remodeling, BOOHER, BoerRemodeling.com. Call 317-852-5546. 852-5546 or online at BoerRemodeling.com. Now, Craig, I'll give you the intro. You just take care of the rest, man. It's the popcorn moment. Let's go. It's the story you need to hear to believe. Then grab your popcorn because there is more. Oh, Craig, what do you have for everybody this morning?
Thank you again, Tony. I love the shout out to me, too. Here we got this. We have that it now might be a hate crime in the UK to ask people to speak English in England, or at least speak clearly, depending on who you'd believe. But this is a cop walking up to a guy trying to make sense of whether or not he just asked somebody to speak English in England.
If you do, that would be really handy for us. But apparently during some conversations between yourself, apparently you've alleged, we weren't here, so I don't know you've said.
We don't know.
But you've alleged to say, speak English. Or what's that effect? Speak clearly. Speak clearly.
No, the gentleman's partially deaf.
Yeah, he can speak clearly. Yeah.
So I couldn't even hear him.
No, and that's fine. And that's why I've just come to speak, because potentially someone could perceive that as a hate crime.
Sorry. By the way, if you didn't hear it, that's his wife standing next to the cop saying he's partially deaf, so he can't hear. He wasn't trying to judge anybody. But the cop actually was called in because it's a hate crime in the UK if you say speak English, which he didn't say to someone in order to understand them. That, to me, is a popcorn moment. If I was standing next to it, I'd be like, oh, my God, this is actually happening. The cops are trying to get this guy in trouble for this. By the way, he, again, pleaded innocence to the ridiculousness of the hate crime. All right, we'll move on from the popcorn moment to the marketplace. We have an intro for this, too, right, Carl? Okay. Oh, we're doing that next segment. Oh, I have it sitting in front of me. But can I move on to something else then? I don't want to keep doing the. I love that I'm doing this on air. Okay, cool. I have more topics. If Matt and others are around, we can jump into as part of this. I thought it was interesting. I saw a stat that said a ton of Americans, adults, would like to go Easter egg hunting. That's a real thing. 57% of adults in a recent survey said that they would like to hunt for Easter eggs this holiday season. Does that sound about right? Does that sound way too high? Might be my stance on this. Matt, Carl, what do you got?
I mean, are we hunting for like real Easter eggs, or are they going to be the plastic kind with money in them?
I think they're the plastic kind with an assortment of things. Maybe not money, but candy.
Oh, hey, there we go. It's the kids are going to be angry at you if you steal all their Easter eggs. Sure. I mean, I think that's a bad parenting tip. Maybe they could have like little notes in them with tax rebates or something like that.
Yeah,
and, adult toys, adult fun, that you could have, open up.
Well, can I be honest?
Toys?
Yeah.
Adult toys, yeah, like tax rebates.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah,
those are. Yeah, that's how I describe my tax rebate.
Not talking about anything prosthetic or something like that.
Let me ask you this though, man, because I've judged people before who get like the adult Happy Meal. I think that the people in my generation, I'm a millennial, who want to still behave like children are not good. However, I will say this, and I think maybe you're going to agree with me, Matt. Whenever I go by an actual arcade, and they almost don't exist at all anymore, part of me wants to go in, put some quarters in machine, and play a video game in the arcade because of how great that was as a child. So if this is what people are trying to get by doing an Easter egg hunt as a few minutes of nostalgia, maybe I shouldn't judge as harshly as I'm tempted to judge. Because, again, if I had a roll of quarters and found a legitimate arcade, I will be very swayed to go play.
You're talking about rekindling that happier time of your youth.
Yes.
When things were so simple and the grass was green. No, I totally feel you. I mean, you talk about the video arcade, but when you go back and, us being Xers and you millennials, we're kind of in the same breed here. When you go back and play that old video game, man, it just brings back that nostalgia memory, like going into the arcade. Did you ever put quarters into the flip and win?
Oh, yeah.
Or was that I love the flip and win. I was a flip and win kid, Craig. I would put a quarter in and I would spend... My God, I'd be a millionaire right now compared to all the flip and win money that I spent.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was about that is when you get that big line of tickets, and you go trade it, after that day, whatever you won was in the trash. It didn't matter. It was that one trophy for your friends. I mean, so get a piece of that nostalgia. Enjoy those memories, man. That's kind of cool. And this is kind of the same thing, so I dig it.
Yeah.
Go find that happiness.
Too.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting is the ticket thing. As a little kid, it was my first understanding of like what inflation is, because you get all those tickets and then you get nothing. The nothing came with the tickets. But I also would like pizza at some point. Like a little pizza party for just me halfway through the arcade day. That all sounds amazing. And
you get a little pony to ride on, that kind of little Shetland pony maybe or something you can get on the back and be like, wee, I'm a kid again.
Sounds like you'd like Chuck E. Cheese.
It does. It does sound that
horrifying.
Way. Yeah, that also sounds horrifying. And you did lose me on the pony thing. I'm not going to say that I want to do that.
I'm not talking about a big thoroughbred that, could kill you, man. Horses are crazy. I'm talking about the little Shetland pony, the little tiny thing.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good on those.
Okay.
I didn't ride those as a kid. I have been on a horse.
You said
before.
Shetland, right?
No.
Yes.
Yes. I'm talking. I'll just say tiny pony. A little tiny pony. It's a little tiny pony you can right on the back.
Yeah.
Through the streets.
During this segment, Matt Bear has said adult toys, and then also he's referred to certain ponies. So this has been fun.
Tiny pony will get me in more trouble than anything, I can promise.
Another thing, I don't know if this matters to you guys. I'm assuming it doesn't, especially since it's illegal in Indiana. So I'm definitely not encouraging people to do this. But Sunday, Easter, is also 420 Day. And a lot of people on social media are talking about whether or not they're going to partake in celebrating 420 Day well with their family for Easter. And I guess the only thing that amused me about this idea, and again, I'm not encouraging any sort of bad behavior, but if you did an Easter egg hunt with high adults, that might be an amusing thing to witness. I'm not, again, I was just thinking that a 420 Day involved the Easter egg hunt. That might be the kind of thing that doesn't end.
If you're hiking around Eagle Creek this weekend and people are running into trees, it's just an adult Easter egg hunt. That's all.
Yeah. That's all they're doing.
That's all it is.
That's all it is, buddy.
You know, celebrate this. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I mean, you know, do whatever you need to do. Just if you could pack in a lot of family and friends into this weekend, that's what I would do. That's
what I would do. I would not commit any crimes. I would not do anything that can send me to jail.
Take
if
the
it were
weekend
me.
off, you know. I mean, seriously, give the family a break, you know.
Yeah. And again, I don't know why I couldn't get over the idea of those two things coming together, of the 420 Day and the Easter egg hunt for adults, and then just like seeing people at a park who seem like they're never going to leave. They're just going to be there for an entire 24-hour period, finding nothing.
Am I the only one with the image in my head of people just aimlessly walking around trying to celebrate this beautiful holiday, but running in the trees, can't find their way out of the parking lot? I mean, it just sounds like
man, this Easter egg hunt is harder than I thought it was going to be.
Hey, man,
I wonder why.
You said the big oak on the west side of the park, and you're in the wrong park, dude. Oh, man, I found the Easter egg. That's not an Easter egg. That's a porcupine. You can't be.
You'd even have to give a traffic update when they started to interfere with traffic, because they'd probably wander into the street. This is why it's safer to not do this stuff, people. All right, we'll take a break. Matt's got traffic. A lot coming up.
Yeah, Stop 11 Road. Hopefully that'll reopen today. Shelby Street been shut down for a week for utility relocation. That's Stop 11 Road at Shelby Street. Hopefully that reopens today. As far as the interstates go and our traffic and delays, I don't see any delays right now here in Indianapolis, and I certainly don't see any coming in at the moment. Hancock County, you look good in from Knightstown, State Road 109. Of course, you have the construction zone. Have a safe travel through that. And if you are a Greenwood type of person, northbound 65 looks great from exit 99 Main Street up to the south. Split, have yourselves a fantastic commute. Great to have you guys. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Today's the day, baby. Join us live. The Hammer and Nigel Show, Coach's Tavern, downtown, across from the Field House. We are live at 3 for Beer Sample Friday.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. So spring forward in a Hubler quality pre-owned vehicle, including Chevys, Fords, Toyotas, GMCs, Buicks, Nissans, Acuras, Mazdas, Hondas, and many more. All makes, all models, certified vehicles, luxury vehicles, even the hard-to-find ones. Shop any of Hubler's 13 locations and choose from over 2,000 vehicles. Every Hubler Q-certified vehicle is covered by a 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus a 128-point vehicle inspection and a free Carfax history report. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. Visit Hubler.com or any of our 13 locations.
Hubler's got you covered. Cover me!
Warranty on select models less than 9 years old.
This is Sammy Terry. There are two things guaranteed in life: death and taxes. Death can be painful, but paying your taxes doesn't have to be, with a little extra cash in your pocket from Indiana Unclaimed. Yes, George, you're right. George the Spider reminds us that Indiana Unclaimed returns over $1 million every single week, and there are hundreds of millions of dollars just waiting to be claimed by the rightful owner. Text SAMMY to 46220 to find out if you or your loved ones have unclaimed funds. Claim yours today. Text SAMMY to 46220 now.
Hi, this is Chris Cox, owner of Chimney Solutions, Indiana. We're celebrating our 10th year in business. Call this month to take advantage of 10% off all chimney sweeps and inspections. We're also celebrating the opening of our new fireplace showroom on 86th Street and Lafayette Road. Come and experience our exclusive lines of wood-burning and gas fireplaces.
Call 317-757-6979 or chimneyindy.com.
As a caregiver, remember it's important to prioritize your own physical, mental, and emotional health. This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. In a moment, I'll explain how looking out for yourself isn't about being selfish, it's being sensible.
At Cardon Senior Living Communities, you'll find our teams share a commitment to enhancing the lifestyle and well-being of the people we serve every day at every stage of life.
You simply can't always be the best version of you on this caregiving journey. As cliche as it may sound, connecting with others who share your experience is my #1 recommendation for caregivers. You'll soon realize you're not alone, and in the process, discover a much-needed network of aid and compassion. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more.
Damon's Garden Center West has trees, shrubs, vegetables, flowers, hanging baskets, plus garden and landscape supplies and knowledgeable staff. Damon's West on Rockville Road.
'93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A shooting on a college campus. You have a clear radar in downtown Indianapolis where it's 63 degrees. Your high today is 80. Severe weather chances increase tonight. More on that in a moment. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 7:31.
Unfortunately, it's always something that's in the back of your mind and you never think it's actually going to happen to you. So just in high school, you would always do drills knowing what to do if it did happen. And then today it did happen.
Cami Peeney speaking with Fox News. She witnessed the shooting at Florida State University where a son of a cop killed 2 people.
A girl stood up, started screaming, said there was a shooter in the building. Our teacher didn't really know what to do. We all kind of just ran out and then was told to go back in the classroom, throw whatever you can at the door, hide under the desk. We sat under the desk for probably 2 hours in the dark, like not knowing what was going on. At least 6 people were injured. The FBI helped out in the case. In Indianapolis on Thursday.
There's got to be a better way. We cannot resort to pulling the trigger towards somebody we disagree with.
IMPD officer Drew Brown says somebody shot and killed a man while he was sitting at a bus stop along West Morris Street.
There's homes. There's businesses that are here. This individual was located near a bus stop. This is our city. This isn't something we want to see.
And police have detained somebody in this case. The question of birthright citizenship in the United States is headed to the Supreme Court. President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office that ended automatic birthright citizenship that is enshrined in the Constitution's 14th Amendment. You might want to get your money faster if you're in a financial bind. John Herrick reports on how state lawmakers are looking at a scenario to try to make that happen.
In a bill called the Indiana Earned Wage Access Act, you could access your money in between paydays. But Erin Macy with the Indiana Community Action Poverty Institute says she's done some digging and found some hidden fees.
When I experimented with a couple of these app-based products, one requested $12 for an advance of $50 for 7 days.
She says this bill also places earned wage access products outside of the scope of Indiana's lending laws, which puts Indiana's most economically vulnerable Hoosiers in a tough spot. It's being reviewed by the state. It's still being reviewed at the State House. John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Hail and damaging winds are the main concern for a storm that will move in later tonight.
We've got kind of a frontal system moving through, and then it kind of stalls over the region. And so ahead of that system, we've got a chance of severe storms Friday night, and then we're going to get a good amount of rain throughout the weekend.
That's Casey Fuson, a forecaster at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis. She says tornadoes are possible to the northwest of Indy.
We've drawn an opponent that's playing at an extremely high level. We understand that.
That's Indiana Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle talking about tomorrow's showdown in the first round at Gainbridge Fieldhouse against the Milwaukee Bucks in the playoffs.
There's going to be a lot of stuff about whether Dame's playing or not. Somebody told me that they put the word out that he's not playing to start the series. That just means the ball's going to be in Giannis's hands more. It doesn't change anything in terms of what we need to do to be prepared to play that.
So about 3 weeks ago, Bucks guard Damian Lillard was diagnosed with a blood clot in his right calf. Yesterday, they announced he was off blood-thinning medication, and he ran full practice yesterday. He might go tomorrow. Tomorrow's game tips off at 1 in the afternoon. Spring football is over. IU played its game last night in Bloomington.
Good night. Nobody got hurt. Some good, some bad, some ugly. I thought the players competed well.
That's head coach Kurt Signetti. Up next for IU summer practices. Major League Baseball, the Reds lose to the Seattle Mariners 11-7 in 10 innings. And the Indianapolis Indians have won a couple of games in a row. They beat Toledo last night. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 7:35. Traffic on the fives. How the roads looking, Matt Bear?
We've had a pretty good morning, Ryan, and I wish I hadn't said that. Looking at northbound 65, northbound 65 wide open right now, coming out of the north split to West Street. Everything on the east side going through the Clear Path construction zone looks great right now, guys. The Clear Path construction zone on the northeast side, that redesign of 69, 465 interchange. And we're moving up to speed inbound 69. Fantastic. Coming in from State Road 37 to 465 and checking out the South Split northbound 65, mostly up to speed from South Keystone Avenue into the South Split. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Right now in downtown Indianapolis, it is 62 degrees. Expect a high of 81. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
Whenever I'm out of
It's Tony Katz, the Morning News. 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in. It is now time for Today on the Marketplace. My product is one I'm very entertained by. This is brought to you by Indiana Unclaimed. You can get some sweet, sweet unclaimed taxes by going to Indiana Unclaimed. That's my version of this live read. Hopefully I did it justice. Let's go ahead and go this way. So I just put this up on Twitter, at Radio Craig C. If you want to follow me, I don't tweet a lot, but I did tweet this. It's a $1,000 chair, the Crown Royal Chair. Nice. The Crown Royal Chair. They didn't spell chair correctly. It's in Mooreville, Indiana. Yep, that's a thing. It is fully purple, just like the Crown Royal liquor, and it's got a little king's hat on the top of the chair. $1,000 for this product. What say you, Matt? You want to buy this?
No. I'm looking at it, and
Why not?
This would be great for a fraternity. Wait. It doesn't look like a very big chair. Is this a car seat?
I think it's regular chair size.
Does Crown Royal make a car seat? I mean, because it looks like about that size right now.
Would that be appropriate for a car seat, a liquor?
It would not.
This is 2025. You can sell anything, man. I mean, it's okay. So it's not a car seat. It's a regular chair. You don't put your baby in this.
by the way, there are some notes on the listing. It's a great item, a great conversation piece, according to the person who's selling it. But there is a small piece of trim missing on the left rear leg. Still $1,000.
What kind of conversation do you like Crown Royal? Why, yes. I like it enough to buy this chair.
$1,000.
Do you like Crown Royal? Yes, I do. That's the conversation piece, right? That's the, I mean, yeah, you must like to drink. Thank you. Great conversation. Love you.
Yeah, I can't imagine where this would go. And actually, my favorite part of this idea is if you bought this and then brought it home to the missus, you know, because that conversation.
And then she's going to ask you how much you spent for it.
If you wanted to move out, so you buy and you bring this home.
Yeah, you're right. This would be the only thing sitting in the front yard.
Yeah.
I'd be told I could sit there in it.
Right, with the rest of the stuff.
I love this. I love every part of this, though. The Crown Royal chair, $1,000. I wonder how they came up with that price. Do you think that they just think that? And by the way, one other thing to note about the marketplace. I don't know if this has come up before when you guys talk about this. I'm surprised the amount of planes that are for sale on Facebook Marketplace.
Planes?
Has anyone noticed this? Planes.
Like airplanes?
Planes.
Like
Yes.
okay.
I think for farmers, like little single engine planes, but $12,000, $15,000, you can buy a few planes on Facebook Marketplace. I can't imagine anyone in your life would think that was a good idea.
I thought you said planes. I thought Spirit Airlines gave it up or something. Or maybe Boeing's finally having a sale to get rid of other broken airlines.
Missing
I haven't
several
noticed that.
doors. But yeah, no,
Right.
but you can. I almost did that as the marketplace. I found multiple planes for sale currently right now on Facebook. Again, I can't imagine even telling someone in my life I bought my plane on Facebook Marketplace and seeing what they said about it.
You want to talk about bringing something home to the wife. I mean,
Yes.
bring home your new crop duster and we'll put it right there in the driveway on, let's say, Rangeline Road. we have our landing strip right out front, right out the front door, honey. It's a good investment, and we're going to grow a garden with my crop duster. You know, like an urban garden.
You know
off
what's funny,
Rangeline
too?
Road.
My wife and I are actually trying to find a cheap car. I'll just fully, pull back the curtain on the old show. And so you go to Facebook Marketplace all the time and look for vehicles. And it's crazy that some of these planes are less expensive than some of the cars on Facebook Marketplace. So I kind of feel like I should pitch the wife, because we're saving money. Let me just get a plane. I'll just buy a plane and I won't get a car. And we'll figure out how to handle this.
Well, does she have her pilot's license?
She does not.
Okay, well, then you're going to have to do all the driving. I mean, that's she's going to be giving that up. You're going to be taking her everybody. So you can sell the cars, get a plane. And
what if I just drove the plane on the highway, like never took it off? Drove it like it's a car. Is that okay?
I don't. This is, I mean, in my 10 years of traffic, this is never something I've encountered. I don't have a ruling on that. Carl, can you land a plane on the Interstate? You know,
it has been done.
It has been. It's not legal, though. Don't do that.
Again.
Okay, all right.
Again,
Carl
Matt,
says
I want clarity here. The plane would never take off because I don't know how to fly it. I would just drive it around town because it's cheaper than some cars. I would never
Where would you park
fly
it
anywhere. I don't know. That's a good question. My front yard, probably, with my Crown Royal chair been put outside.
You see, okay, Craig, you just don't know the area. There's this ramp on the south end of downtown. It's the West Street ramp, and you have a good quarter of a mile, it feels like, to be able to get that plane up to speed. And you should be able to get enough to be able to lift off somewhere around the south split. If you are not in the air by the south split...
Made a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
Well, cool.
Yeah.
Well, it's a temptation. It's out there. So, again, in the future, if you guys need to find a Facebook Marketplace thing and you're not sure... planes are an option.
Hey, by the way, Craig, Indiana Unclaimed, our sponsor of this segment, Unclaimed Indiana,
Yes,
I got $140 from them.
Nice.
Just like an old address from when I lived in Warsaw, Indiana. It's been like 35, 40 years since I've lived in Warsaw. And somehow something happened with something, and I went to Unclaimed Indiana, and it was right there. It was really easy, and I just claimed my money, and they sent it to. It was the easiest thing I've ever done. So, if you want to check that out,
I'm going to Indiana Unclaimed right now because I lived there in college and in high school and in South Bend, and I never did any taxes. So I'm kind of curious what's going on with me. I had a job. I worked at Meijer for a while. I worked at a Jersey Mike's for a bit. I'm sure that there's some taxes out there for me. So I'm going to find some from
It's
Indiana
not just
Unclaimed.
taxes. Somehow the Attorney General gets a hold of everything that people haven't taken. So
Cool.
I got
Good.
$300 back.
My couch was missing when I came home last night. I was like,
Maybe you could go to Indiana Unclaimed and find it there.
it's just like unbelievable. Come on, guys.
Is it a Crown Royal couch? Because they're selling it on Facebook Marketplace. Yes. All right.
I think we have a branding issue there.
We'll take a break. A lot coming up in a bit. This is Craig filling in. Tony Katz, The Morning News, 93 WIBC.
Life moves fast.
Another new directive from Donald Trump.
President Trump will not be deterred to make our federal government more efficient.
So does the news.
We expect those meetings to take place very soon.
Decisions made today.
I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic.
No threats to national security.
Could impact you tomorrow.
Accountability and transparency.
What's next?
You never know what's going to happen.
Need to know what happened.
We're already tracking it. Stay in the know while you're on the go on 93 WIBC.
Come on, Indy. Don't use the spring to paint your house year after year. Do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hi, friends. This is Patty Spittler with Pet Pals TV. You know, I'm very comfortable in front of the camera, but the telephone can intimidate me. Because of my hearing loss, I can't hear well on a regular telephone. Now with my caption telephone, I'm making contacts in a busy world. My caption telephone through Relay Indiana allows me to read what the other person is saying. Go to RelayIndiana.com to learn more about the caption telephone. Read what you're hearing.
Matt Bear, how do our roads look?
Greg, northbound 465 slows from 86th Street up to 865, and those eastbound lanes dragging just an inch from Ditch Road over to Meridian Street. Northbound 65 rushing out of the north split, and we're up to speed to Meridian Penn. A little bit of a slowdown here as you make your way through the Hoof and West Street and up to the northwest side. Not too bad here this morning. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. By the way, I have money on Indiana Unclaimed. I just found out about
What?
it. $7.50.
You don't even
from
live here.
Several years ago. I know. I haven't lived there in forever, and I got $7.50. It says sole owner too, so it's just me. Mom, if you're listening, you also have money on Indiana Unclaimed. All right, that was selfish. By the way, just quickly, as far as the weather goes, 81 is the high, 65 right now in downtown Indianapolis. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating and Cooling Center of 93 WIBC.
Spring is here, and that means it's time for new flooring in your home. Brothers Floor Covering is ready to help. Brand new carpet, hardwoods, laminates, and luxury vinyl plank in stock now. Plus, Brothers Floor Covering can get your new flooring installed in as little as 2 weeks. Visit Brothers Floor Covering today at their new location, 8550 North Michigan Road. Discover why buying local means getting more, not paying more. Get the flooring of your dreams installed now. Go to brothers-floorcovering.com. That's brothers-floorcovering.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Join our B&W Premier Club for additional benefits and exclusive discounts.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, 317-214-0108, your American Standard air dealer.
Get 2 slices of pizza plus a Mountain Dew 20-ounce, all for $5 with Speedy Rewards. Pizza time is now. Valid through 4/29/25. See app for full terms.
The WIBC mashup is everything you love, from fiery debates to laugh out loud takes, all in one podcast. No weak sauce. Just the best of the day each weekday. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Filling out my Indiana Unclaimed thing. Tony Katz, Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in, and I got $7.50 coming to me, baby. I'm very excited about
Congratulations. No, that's a pack of cigarettes.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
know. Well, I don't smoke, but yes, that would be what that is.
I
my
got
mom
that.
got $60. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Your mom got $60?
Yes,
Oh,
she
that's
did.
so cool.
She will get it. Yeah.
No,
What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, it reminded me of that address I had in Warsaw, Indiana, where that little apartment I had. I didn't have a bathroom door. And you actually had to move a wall to be able to cover the bathroom. Yeah, it was great when you had women over because you'd have to actually follow them to the bathroom, and that didn't ever go over well. It was, because I wanted to be gentlemanly, I wanted to close the bathroom door for him, so I'd have to move the wall and actually put it in front of the bathroom. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that? I had a date door in high school, is what I called it. My passenger door would only open from the outside, so you had to walk it over and open it, and then if someone got in, they were trapped until I let them back out by getting out of the car and opening the door for them.
Wow,
that also went over well.
We're a couple of ladies' men right here, I tell you.
We are.
Yeah, that's.
Did you have any other quirks with like a first car or something, Matt? I genuinely want to talk about this now.
Yeah, I mean that first apartment was something out of a that was something out of a movie. I mean, it was just kind of like a side place. It was on the side of a house. Okay, it wasn't even like a studio apartment. It was just like a room. And then there was this toilet thing off to the side. And I paid $175 a month, and that was good times, man. But yeah, everything like that in my early life had some quirks to it. People threw up in my cars a lot. I remember that. Yeah, that was a big thing.
I have a funny story regarding that, if I may share.
Oh, sure.
So I went to college in San Diego. And we'd go to Tijuana often because you could drink under 21 in Tijuana. And so when we came back, the guy in the passenger seat, he ate those hot dogs off the street in TJ, and he threw up. And the windows were open, and it went all in my buddy's face in the back seat. And he's like, I've got vomit on my face, and it's not mine.
Dude.
Okay. Okay.
You're just like, it's all over my face.
Okay.
They're up all over my face.
A lot of gross aspects to that story, Carl, and yet I still found it very funny. I feel terrible for your friend to this day, and yet that's hilarious.
That's a rite of passage, man. Come on.
My favorite story involving driving and then also people in your car that are not in their right mind was when I picked up a bunch of buddies at a bar, and they begged me to go to a casino outside of Chicago. So, like, it's a 45-minute drive. I'm sober. They're all hammered, and they're begging me to go. And so I start to drive there, and on the highway, all of the guys demand that I pull over so they can all go to the bathroom. So I had like 4 dudes hop out of my car and all simultaneously break a law while going outside. And that was the moment I decided the casino was a bad idea. And I turned around and brought them all home. I was like, this isn't going to go well.
On the same night, you dropped $500. You're like, this is...
Yeah, you're right.
That was okay, but it was the fact that everybody got out of the car. I guess you call that guy stuff. You wouldn't do that today. But,
no, you would not. No part of that.
Shenanigans like that back in the day.
Here's the thing, though, and I want to complain about this now all these years later for people that are not listening to the show, which is good. If I'm going to be the sober driver, you can't ask me to go to a second location. I'm driving you home. That's the end of the night. When you decide to leave and I'm driving you somewhere, it's just home. Second location is unfair. That is my take.
I'm right there with you, except if somebody wants to go to the bathroom, I don't want them doing it in my car. I mean, that's the only thing. You know? But I'm totally with you. There's nothing more annoying than like trying to do something, give somebody a ride home, be that sober driver because maybe you have to go pick up somebody else. here in a few minutes, and they're like, "Hey, man, can you get Mickey D's?"
Yes,
like,
yeah.
Hey, Wendy's. Bag of fries.
I'm not a taxi. I'm not doing this.
Right.
I'm driving you home safely. That is the end of the evening for me. And then I'm going home and I'm enjoying the rest of my day without you. Although I did kind of want to go to the casino, if I'm being honest, once they threw that out there. That did sound great. All right, other things out there, just real quick before we take a break. I thought this was interesting. There is a list of the best and worst foods as far as how often they taste in both places. Like, it can be really good or really bad. Number one on the list of both really good and really bad, depending on what you get, is watermelon. Is that surprising to anyone? You can have like a good watermelon and a bad watermelon, according to the internet?
That is surprising. I've never had bad watermelon. Okay. I don't know what that's speak of.
Yeah, what that would be. Number two is coleslaw. They say is high range of good and bad. And number three is salmon, all on the list of things that you might have that are good or bad. The
salmon
only one I agree with.
Ruin.
Yeah, the only one I only agree with is number 5, Dunkin' Donuts coffee. You can have good or bad coffee, depending on if you show up and it's the end of it and it's been sitting there for a while, or if it's brand new.
I chug coffee.
Yes, no.
I don't. Coffee's never good or bad to me. Coffee is never artisan or bought from the store for me. Coffee serves a purpose. And anybody that knows anything about me might get that a little bit. But yeah, I like to chug my coffee. I like to use it to stimulate it. Everything else, I mean, you know, if you have a fish sitting in the fridge for 2 weeks, you might want to throw it out. I think common sense might be applicable here. Yeah, you know, if you have a coleslaw that you bought from the store a week ago, I would not eat that. I mean, it has mayonnaise in it, so, you know, just try to be a little smarter.
Black coffee guy? Are you a black coffee guy?
Yes,
Matt?
Absolutely. No sweeteners, no creamers, no gobbledygook.
Yeah. You know. And you just chug it like a man and then go on with your life.
Absolutely. Puts hair on my back. Love it.
That sounds amazing, man. That's fantastic. All right, we'll take a break. A lot coming up. At some point, I'd like to see a video of you chugging coffee.
Sure.
If we can do that. Okay, cool. Awesome. How many cups? How many cups can you chug?
We're going to do a video. We're going to do a whole pod, and we'll do the whole thing. I'm paying for it anyway.
And you're going to die.
Yeah.
That's not good. Okay, all right.
Bounce right off me.
There we go. Quick break, a lot more. Matt's got traffic.
I have a huge constitution. Looking at northbound 65, slows out of the north split to a Meridian pad. Eastbound 465, north side a little bit slow. Ditch over to a Meridian. On the east side, northbound 465, wide open through the construction zone of I-69 and 465. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. Matt Barrett, WIBC Traffic.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 463-251-1912. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 463-251-1912. That's 463-251-1912.
Indiana patients rely on many types of pharmacies to access their medications and critical healthcare services. But a proposal being considered in the Indiana legislature called SB 140 would disrupt access to medications for Indiana patients. SB 140 would impose government mandates blocking access to critical pharmacy options and services in Indiana. Lost access to pharmacy options would directly harm many of Indiana's most vulnerable patients, including patients fighting cancer and heart disease, many of whom rely on specialty pharmacies for their care. SB 140 would even hike costs for Indiana patients by imposing a $10 tax on every prescription filled in the state. That would often fall directly on the patient. Tell your state legislator, protect access to medications, reject higher costs. Put Indiana patients first by voting no on SB 140, paid for by conservatives for lower healthcare costs.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Hammer and Nigel.
I told my kids this the other day, and it blew their mind. Right now, in the United States of America, we live in a country where the mayor of Knox County has put the Department of Education through a table before. Glenn Jacobs has put Linda McMahon through incredible. A table before. That's awesome.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
This May, you've got a chance to see what an IndyCar driver's dream garage really looks like. WIBC's Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana, takes you inside Graham Ray Hall Performance, a high-octane hangout where racing meets luxury. Hammer and Nigel sit down with Graham for great stories, laughs, and insights from someone who grew up on the hallowed grounds of the IMS. It's a backstage pass to speed, style, and surprises. Tickets available now at WIBC.com. Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recyclers Studios, gunshots, crime scene tape, and a body bag at a bus stop on the southwest side of Indy Thursday. What forecasters are saying about a storm that's moving in, and what is happening in Westfield. Terry Stacy is all over that after Fox News. You are listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It is 8 o'clock.
It's time to fish or cut bait. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. President Trump will move on from Russia-Ukraine peace talks soon if there's no progress made, says Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
We need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable in over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on as well.
Secretary Rubio leaving Paris today after meetings with leaders from France, the UK, Germany, and Ukraine, saying the U.S. is ready to help if Russia or Ukraine are serious about peace. Ukraine has rejected Russian demands to give up occupied territory. It's not known yet why a 20-year-old student may have shot and killed 2 people, wounding 6 on campus in Tallahassee, Florida.
The son of a sheriff's deputy is behind bars accused of a deadly mass shooting at Florida State University. The 20-year-old suspected gunman opened fire outside the student union on the Tallahassee campus, killing 2 people and injuring 6 others. Officers who arrived at the scene quickly shot and injured the gunman. Investigators say he used one of his mother's weapons. She served with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for 18 years.
Fox's Chanley Painter. A man deported from Maryland has been allowed to meet at a hotel with a senator who went to see him in El Salvador and was earlier turned away at the prison where the man's being held.
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen posting on X that he has met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. You may recall Garcia was deported and brought to a prison in El Salvador despite a court order preventing his deportation. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling last week that the Trump administration should affect his return to this country if at all possible.
Fox's Kevin Cork. A resentencing hearing for Eric and Lyle Menendez in Los Angeles is on hold till May 9th, while the parole board's risk assessment reports are reviewed by their attorneys, prosecutors, and the judge. The brothers are serving life sentences for their parents' murder in 1989. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
It's the calm before the storm. The radar is clear as the day is long. It's 63 degrees at Monument Circle. Your high today, 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick, and here's what's trending at 8:02.
So we'll certainly have the atmosphere primed for rain and thunderstorms.
That's forecaster Alex McGinnis at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis, talking about severe weather moving in tonight.
The potential is there for strong to severe storms tonight, especially late tonight, sort of after midnight, going into the first few hours of Saturday morning.
But he says since the storm is developing slowly, it'll make it tough to pinpoint where the strongest storms will hit.
The greatest shot of any isolated to perhaps scattered strong to severe storms would be Indy Metro and then points north and west.
And McGinnis says you'll likely get some large hail from this storm. The severe weather moves out tomorrow morning. Gunshots fired at an Indianapolis bus stop on Thursday.
There's got to be a better way. We cannot resort to pulling the trigger towards somebody we disagree with.
IMPD officer Drew Brown talking about a shooting that took place along West Morris Street that killed a man.
We see time and time again where disagreements or conflicts lead to an exchange of gunfire, and individuals are severely injured or they unfortunately lose their life.
And police have detained somebody in this case. We're expecting more information soon. Some Hoosiers could lose government health insurance, but lawmakers say it's about time. Here's Chris Davis.
So every dollar that is being redirected to somebody who should not be eligible is taking a dollar away from somebody who should be getting services and benefits.
State Senator Chris Garton of Charlestown. The Medicaid bill that some people believe will kick some of the 2 million Hoosiers on Medicaid off of the program passed 37-10 Thursday afternoon in the state Senate.
Senate Bill 2 does not address fraud in a meaningful way.
Senator Lakeisha Jackson of Indianapolis, a Democrat. Republicans say the budget is too tight to let people stay on who do not belong. The bill makes more checks for eligibility lawful. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
What if you needed a little bit of cash before you got paid? Most people can identify with that. There's legislation in Indiana that's making it easier to address that.
So earned wage access is simply a way for employees to gain access to wages they've already earned. So for instance, if an employee gets paid every 2 weeks, they've banked money with their employer every day they work before their next payday.
That's Republican Senator Kyle Walker, one of the sponsors of the bill. Several advisors and co-sponsors have been added to the bill as it continues to be looked over by political leaders. The legislative session is supposed to end on April 29th. Get ready for a day of family fun Saturday in Westfield. Here's Terry Stacy.
Inspires Westfield Easter egg drop benefiting the Hamilton County Youth Assistance Program is Saturday at Grand Park, bringing over 7,000 attendees each year.
To watch the helicopter come in and shake those eggs out of the bag and the excitement that these kids get, it's just awesome. So the cool thing is they go out, they get their 10 eggs, they bring their 10 eggs back, and then they go exchange them for candy. Everybody wins.
That's sponsor Dean Ballinger. Pre-register at westfieldeggdrop.com. Terry Stacy, WIBC Mobile News.
And I'm Ryan Hedrick, on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 8:05. Traffic on the fives. Here's Matt Baer.
All right, northbound 65, a little bit slow coming down the north split up to West Street, and everything else looking okay here at the moment. North side, eastbound 465, just a bit of a slow from Ditch Road over to Meridian, US 31. Everything looking great coming in from Hancock County, State Road 9 Greenfield, and no problems coming down from Lebanon this morning. And US 52 to the Dogleg 865, that looks good on southbound 65. Traffic sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Wish TV meteorologist Tara Hastings. Good morning. How does the weather look?
Hey, good morning. We're starting off sunny and mild this morning with temps in the 60s. We will climb into the 80s later this afternoon, but it is going to be windy. Gusts may pop up near 30 to 35 miles per hour, maybe 40 in some locations. Showers and thunderstorms possible late tonight, some of which could be on the stronger side. Lows will fall to 63. And moderate to heavy rain with some thunderstorms possible on your Saturday, highs near 70. And then on Easter Sunday, some scattered showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder with highs in the lower 70s.
Thank you very much, Tara. 8:06 Friday morning.
This hour on 93 WIBC, powered by Damon's Garden Center West on Rockville Road.
Tony Katz, the Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins filling in. Thrilled to be with you. The biggest political headline of the last 24 hours was the stupid decision by a senator to travel to El Salvador to try to sit down with a person that media wants you to think we desperately need to return to this country. However, a lot of the actual information about this individual, including stuff recently released by President Trump and his administration, demonstrate the alleged ties to MS-13. It's sort of a surreal moment. I laugh only because you don't know what else to do in these situations. But just to say it again, and it's sort of insane to be here, the main story that media on the left or wherever is obsessing about is whether or not a person in a prison in El Salvador for alleged connections to a ruthless gang should be brought back to the United States because he wasn't supposed to be deported in the first place, based on some judge's decision years ago that would be thrown out if you could prove that he actually is a gangster. So again, it's insane to me that this is the obsession on the left and that the senator decided to go there and get whatever amount of media attention that they can get from this and sit down with someone and demand all day to be around this person. That's what media wants you to care about. Is that what you actually care about? Is that what actually matters in your life? Probably not. I guess the vast majority of us don't really care at all about that. There is another thing out there on social media that's getting a lot of buzz or in a lot of, I think, news places being covered. And it was President Trump's reaction to a question he was asked the other day about guns. And this is because of the shooting that happened in Florida on a college campus. What I think is really interesting about this, too, is how quickly this will also leave public consciousness. Since we do see a disproportionate amount of violent events in our country, we don't wind up talking about them for more than a few days. And it's very predictable what the conversation is that people have. A lot of people on the left will call for gun control. In this situation, that wouldn't have done anything. The gun that the person who, stole from a family member used to commit the crime was a handgun. There is no scenario where anyone even talks about restricting access to that, which is insane to even discuss. But more or less, Trump said the thing that a lot of people believe. It's not the gun that causes the harm, it's the human. And taking away guns, or at least making them not legally something you can get, doesn't really fix the problem. Someone will get them illegally or find something else to cause harm if they are deranged, mentally ill, evil enough to want to do that. Here we go.
There are now 2 deceased following that shooting at Florida State University. Following and amid that, is there any changes that you want to see to gun legislation? Anything you see broken with gun laws in our country?
I'm going to have to look. I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I have been from the beginning. I protected it, and these things are terrible. But the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. It's a phrase that's used probably too often. I will tell you that it's a shame. I'm just hearing about it now. I just hear about it. I know the area very well. I know the school very well. I know everything about it. It's Florida. And we'll have more to say about it later.
What do you mean when you say there will be more to say about it?
Only in terms of what happened. As far as legislation is concerned, this has been going on for a long time.
It has.
I have an obligation to protect the Second Amendment.
You do.
I ran on the Second Amendment, among many other things. And I will always protect the Second Amendment.
Yeah, what's interesting, too, is completely absent from the question in the first place is that it was a handgun that was used. So legislation doesn't actually solve the issue. It's because more people want to talk about guns than actually want to talk about people who commit crimes, which is insane, by the way. And it almost makes the person who commits the horrible offense, who takes life, somewhat less guilty than the fact that a gun existed itself. Almost as if just the fact that I own guns, I am a gun owner. I'm proud to have a few guns in my house. But that means that I'm going to commit a crime at some point simply because it's there and I can't handle it. I will eventually have to harm someone. That's the logic on the left that claims that we need to restrict access to a gun as opposed to deal with the problem that is human beings and how some of us are willing to do something horrific. Again, I don't understand all this. I think what's craziest about it is that 2 or 3 days from now, it'll just be, forgotten because the left won't get what it wants. It won't get us to restrict guns. They do not have enough support within our government. Thank God for that. So it won't occur. And so then they'll forget about all the other stuff, which is really the stuff that matters. The victims and the individual who committed the crime and why that happens. The mental health component to all of it will be a forgotten topic, as often so many things that don't fit the narrative are just ignored. Quick break, a lot more. Craig Collins filling in. Tony Katz, The Morning News, 93 WIBC.
Your future holds so much potential. The question is, are you planting the right seeds today to make it flourish? At Howard Bailey Financial, we strive to help you create a retirement plan that can adapt to your evolving needs, offering guidance to bring you clarity, confidence, and purpose along the way. Whether you're just beginning or refining your financial strategy, we're here to support you. Let's grow something lasting together. Text GROW to 888-262-1104 to start planning for your future full of possibility. That's GROW to 888-262-1104. Take the first step today. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. So spring forward in a Hubler quality pre-owned vehicle, including Chevys, Fords, Toyotas, GMCs, Buicks, Nissans, Acuras, Mazdas, Hondas, and many more. All makes, all models, certified vehicles, luxury vehicles, even the hard-to-find ones. Shop any of Hubler's 13 locations and choose from over 2,000 vehicles. Every Hubler Q-certified vehicle is covered by a 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus a 128-point vehicle inspection and a free Carfax history report. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. Visit Hubler.com or any of our 13 locations.
Hubler's got you covered. Cover me!
Warranty on select models less than 9 years old.
The Builders Association of Greater Indianapolis's Parade of Homes is coming up April 25th through the 27th and May 2nd through the 4th, featuring Indy's top builders. Custom home builder Joyner Homes will have both of their Greenfield model homes featured on the tour, giving you the opportunity to meet their new home specialist, find out about floor plans, pricing, and available lots. JoynerHomes.com for more info and reserve your ticket to receive a free all-access pass for the Parade of Homes at BAGI.com.
Matt Fair, how do our roads look?
Pretty good, Craig. Looking at northbound 65 out of the north split, and we have our morning drag coming out of there to Meridian Penn. Outside of that, interstate's looking fantastic at the moment. As we check out northbound 65 coming up from Greenwood and State Road 44 Franklin, that entire stretch to 465 on the south side wide open right now, as well as your trip continuing to the south split. Traffic sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Mostly sunny, a high of 81. Right now in downtown Indianapolis, it is 62 degrees. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. Now through June 30th, get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Stop by McAllister Machinery in Fishers and Indianapolis to see their full line of Kubota, or visit them online at McAllisterKubota.com.
Tony Katz, the Morning News, 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins, filling in. Thrilled to be with you. Matt and Carl hang out as they do every single morning on this show. A guy went viral. I feel like I could just lead into a lot of topics with that. This dude is a radio personality in Massachusetts. His name is Gazelle. I think that's real. I'm assuming that's fake, though, actually. He had a weird concoction of a Easter product along with a hot dog. I'm going to go ahead and play some audio, and then we'll talk about it. The dude's from the East Coast, so I like the fact that his accent is all over this audio. Here we go.
My friends down here at Lexi's Road Dogs. We started off as a joke. We're talking about a hot dog and a peep bun. It's a hot dog, but instead of a regular bun, it's peeps. And we're gonna try it for the first time here. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is really, really good. I'm not even playing.
Okay. He's claiming that a peep bun and a hot dog is a delicious product. What do we say on this show?
Okay, he said a hot dog and what's
a peep bun?
A peef?
Peeps, like Peeps, the Easter
Peeps?
candy.
The little yellow candies,
Yeah.
right, with
Yes,
the marshmallow
correct.
in it. So,
Yes.
so I
You
take
put-
the hot dog and I nestle it inside the peep. Is
You're
that
correct.
what happens? Sir? Thank you, Carl. The
Thank you,
little
Carl.
the little yellow duck, and you just
Yeah,
kind of wrap it
that's
around the
correct.
hot dog.
You get
and-
2 yellow marshmallow
Oh,
ducks.
good Lord.
That's the
Why?
easier way to say it. And then you eat a hot dog.
Why?
He claims it's delicious.
Yeah.
Are you going to try it, Matt?
I mean, I'd try it, but now that I think about it, hold on, my mouth is adjusting. It kind of goes back with this thing like when we were putting bacon on everything, anything sweet. You had that bacon donuts, and it was just like bacon is so good on its own. And again, I'm torn because
It is.
Peeps are amazing by themselves. They really are. And so are hot dogs, especially from the ballpark or the street. I love street hot dogs. So I don't know.
Nice.
I feel like you're getting greedy here. You're trying to make something better of 2 perfect things.
You're trying too hard to ruin things by combining them,
Must
and you
be
don't
the
know what'll
best
happen there.
ever.
I can't imagine that it's actually good. I feel like this man is lying, or this man has terrible taste in food. And either way, I'm not going to, go his road. I don't think I'm going to try the peep hot dog. But if you want to try it out there, anyone listening, report back to us. We'd love to know.
Are there any Easter foods that are really good? I mean, that you mix like
Ooh.
that? I mean, it's
That's a good
Easter,
question.
when you think about Thanksgiving compared to Christmas and Easter, they bring the ham, but you got to like ham. You got to like the ham, Craig.
You do.
And I hear about people eating their Easter eggs after they're colored, which I never knew people did. I mean,
My
we didn't
mom
do
does
that in my
that.
family. Really?
Yeah, she peels them. We would, because none of the kids wanted to eat them, so she would boil them, peel them, and eat all the eggs so that they didn't go bad.
How did that
And that was
taste?
amazing. I don't think they tasted good. It was amazing to watch, by the way, as a kid, Matt, because there were a lot of eggs. She had 4 kids. We all made a few. And Mom would just be like Rocky Balboa style, eating them all during the,
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. It was amazing. It was incredible to watch. All right. I have another story here. Carl told a story earlier in the show that involved vomit. And so I have audio of a woman that went viral saying that she was on a flight between D.C. and New York City. And at the very end of the flight, something horrible happened. I'll let her tell the story. And here's the thing, and this is my takeaway from these stories. Because of social media, something embarrassing and terrible that happens to you also is something that you seem to need to share with the world. If she didn't put this up on the internet, we wouldn't know that she was thrown up on, but now we do.
A girl next to me and myself just got projectile vomited on a Delta flight. Not a long flight at all, but it was a little bit bumpy because of some rainy weather. We were literally minutes away from landing. It smelled like someone had burped and it smelled like beer. And I had my headphones in. I was listening to music really loudly. So I did not hear this man vomit. The girl sitting next to me taps on my arm and I look at her. She points at me and I realize I have this man's vomit all over my left side. It was on my jacket. It was on my shirt. It was everywhere.
Serious question. How are you listening to music?
Thank you,
How are you listening to music so loud that you don't notice that vomit hit you? It's not just that she didn't hear it. She didn't notice it hit her.
I would rather drive on 465 than fly right now. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. It has gotten that bad. You're getting hit by vomit and excrement and everything else just sitting in coach. That's why you have to save for first class tickets so you don't get projectile vomited on. It makes sense. I don't know because it is social media and you put these things out there, but for the actual passenger, I mean, I'm assuming she didn't mean To projectile vomit all over
I was
somebody,
too.
that was an accident.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you ban her for life? What do you do here? I mean, you say you
I don't
can't
know.
be back on a plane. I mean, because still, that's pretty. I don't want to fly Delta anymore if I'm vomited on like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't.
Me neither.
Yeah,
It's one of my standards in most places, Matt. If I get thrown up on, I don't want to go back there.
I'm not the only one anymore. Thank you for saying
I know,
that.
you're not.
That-
We can stand on this together.
Wonderful.
Let's make a PSA about not getting thrown up on places. By the way, my mom texted me, and she demands that I relay this text on air. She claims to have never eaten more than 2 eggs at a time. I disagree. Child me disagrees.
Your
But mom
mom's a
claims that it was... She claims it was just 2. She even said, "Come on, Craig, tell the radio people this." Only 2. Again, Ma, like, where'd they all go?
But
You had
why?
kids.
Why do you eat
Yeah.
them? Why do you eat them? Why do you have to eat
I don't
them
know.
if they don't taste good?
So they don't go bad. I think it's so they don't go bad, man. I think it's like the thing was that
don't waste
she
food.
thought she. Yeah, I know. Right. It's still food. And if you boil it, it was kind of cool to watch the color part peel off. And then she ate the egg. Yeah. I know.
I'm seeing
not
it.
really sure.
I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it. I
you're in?
feel like I've been deprived something of my childhood. You know.
Okay. Yeah.
Stupid
Yeah.
family did never eat the eggs. What were we thinking?
Go ahead and dye an egg tonight and eat it, Matt.
I will.
Do that
I
for
will.
you.
It's Friday night. That's what I do. That's what I do, baby. It's at the age of 46. I'm partying.
Oh, that made me laugh a lot.
Right.
I love that. I'm going to turn 40 this year, by the way, Matt Bear. And I don't know what to do with that.
Oh,
I know.
It's wonderful.
No, it's not.
No,
It's terrible.
I mean,
I've been
different
hearing
things
horrible
hurt,
things.
and every little pain you have, you think is some sort of malignancy. Outside of that, it's great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, okay. All right, good. You know, there's a few things in life where you share it with someone else and they only say bad stuff back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Turning 40 is one of those things. Like, I'm going to turn 40 this year, and anybody who's over that age is like, oh, it's terrible.
You know-
Everything is worse from this point on.
Craig, I sleep a lot better now that I'm over 40, and I want to sleep
Nice.
more. How about that? That's a positive.
there you
know,
go.
I
That's
never.
a positive.
Now that I'm 40, I never want to get out of bed.
Yeah. There you go. Do
There
you
you
sleep
go.
through the night still, or do you have to get up every once in a while?
No, I get up every 10 minutes. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
me too.
I
Yeah, all
spill
right. Good
things
talk we
everywhere.
had.
Yeah.
See you again. This is all great. All right, we'll take a break. A lot coming up on the show. Matt and I both have to pee probably,
Yeah.
but Matt's got some traffic for you
Just
first.
put a trash bag underneath the mattress. Little trick I learned in grade school. Love you, Mom. Looking at southbound 31. Good morning, Carmel. You guys look great today. Everything on Keystone Parkway and 31 just moving like they should towards 465, that inbound route right now. And if you're outbound, say maybe going up to Kokomo, going through Westfield, I see no issues on that U.S. Highway 31. Inbound 69 wide open right now from 37 down to 465, about 4 minutes, and everything else moving up to speed right now at 465, the 52.7 mile beltway around Indianapolis. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Hey guys, it's Rob. Casey's out. It's Good Friday. We'll do a deep dive into the greatest event in human history, the crucifixion and then the resurrection. We'll see you 9 to noon, 93 WIBC.
Matt Bear here for Trajan Wealth. Indiana spring means the weather is all over the place. It's like the stock market. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, always unpredictable. That's why you need the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth who can help you find shelter from the stock market chaos. Call and find out how at 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Your first appointment is free. Trajan Wealth is indeed a fiduciary, meaning they act in your best interest only, always watching and evaluating the markets for you while customizing your financial portfolio to your dreams and destinations. I mean, no two portfolios are the same. This baby is yours. Call and schedule a consultation at 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Remember, your first appointment is on them. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Life insurance is one of those things that just about everybody needs, but few people actually have. Hey, if you die unexpectedly without life insurance, guess what? You'll leave your family with even a bigger mess. Life insurance will help replace your family's income. It'll help cover burial expenses. Life insurance can even help pay off debt like credit cards and medical bills. Life insurance can even pay for college. And if you own a business and you die, life insurance can help your business from collapsing. It can even help cover estate taxes. Life insurance has never been more affordable and needed. Plus, you can always shop around even if you have a plan and save some money. So call the Life Insurance Quote Line right now for free pricing pricing information.
800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. That's 800-917-8730.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Indiana roads are getting safer. Thanks to Indiana's new Safe Zones program, the hard-working men and women doing construction on Indiana's roads can work more safely. And you'll be safer too. Every year, people lose their lives in Indiana construction zones, often because they're driving too fast. The Safe Zones program from the Indiana Department of Transportation keeps speeds safer for workers, safer for drivers, safer for you. Now you'll see Safe Zone signs before you enter a construction zone, letting you know you need to slow down. To help you get used to the new Safe Zones program, the first time you're caught violating Safe Zone speeds, you'll get a warning to help you remember to slow down and keep the road safe for workers and other drivers. Thank you to legislative leaders and industry partners for creating the Indiana Safe Zones program to keep Hoosiers safe and for making Indiana a leader in road safety. Indiana Safe Zones. Safe speeds for everyone.
This is a message from the Indiana District Council of Labor's International Union of North America and affiliated locals.
Kendall and Casey.
You just heard him mention dignity.
Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity.
Dignity.
He's turned into Randy Marsh from South Park. It's America. I'm sorry. It's America.
It's about dignity.
Yes.
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America.
Kendall and Casey. Weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg.
Hammer and Nigel.
I told my kids this the other day, and it blew their mind. Right now, in the United States of America, we live in a country where the mayor of Knox County has put the Department of Education through a table before. Glenn Jacobs has put Linda McMahon through incredible. A table before. That's awesome.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
I'm Deidre Hall with a message about your eye health. My mother had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD, which means my family members are at greater risk.
I'm Dr. Sada of Doheny UCLA. AMD is the most common cause of severe, irreversible vision loss in older adults. If a healthcare professional suspects AMD, a retina specialist can confirm the diagnosis and work with you on a treatment plan.
Routine eye care can help maintain your vision. Visit geteyesmart.org for more information.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born, and in no time at all, they grow into big, gigantic tire killers. That's why you need Matt Baird Traffic.
Watch out on Keystone Avenue.
He'll guide you around these hidden monsters.
Yeah, might as well call it a basement.
And on to safer ground.
You don't want to be in the far left lane.
Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC. 93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Severe weather could happen tonight. It's 66 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. Nothing severe, nothing on radar. Your high today, 80. And I'm Ryan Hedrick for Window Nation. Here's what's trending at 8:31.
So we'll certainly have the atmosphere primed for rain and thunderstorms, and it will be mild through the overnight as that cold front approaches, when we will probably see some showers and maybe a few storms get going later on tonight.
That's forecaster Alex McGinnis at the National Weather Service talking about what you'll likely see tonight.
There'll be increasing coverage of rain throughout the overnight, and probably at least a few strong to severe storms with the potential for scattered severe weather after midnight, but we'll have to wait and see if that potential is realized.
And McGinnis says the primary concern concern here is the hail and the wind, maybe an isolated tornado northwest of Indianapolis. Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking in France about a potential ceasefire in Europe between Ukraine and Russia.
Every sovereign nation on earth has a right to defend itself. Ukraine will have a right to defend itself and to enter into whatever agreements it wants to enter into on a bilateral basis with different countries.
About 30 European countries are talking about how they can make this ceasefire happen. You may have heard about the shooting on the campus of Florida State University Thursday.
The son of a sheriff's deputy is behind bars accused of a deadly mass shooting at Florida State University. The 20-year-old suspected gunman opened fire outside the student union on the Tallahassee campus, killing 2 people and injuring 6 others.
That's Fox's Chanley Painter reporting. It's not clear why the shooting happened in the first place. A resentencing hearing for a pair of brothers accused of killing their parents decades ago in Los Angeles is now on hold.
We wanted to make sure that the judge got a copy of that report. It represents additional facts, and the prosecution doesn't fear facts.
That's Los Angeles County DA Nathan Hotchman talking about Eric and Lyle Menendez. The judge has scheduled the May 9th hearing to discuss whether the report is admissible. Nuisance bars are something that your governor calls a serious public safety threat. John Herrick reports on what Governor Braun is doing about it.
Braun says he's told state police and the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission's excise police to form a partnership to go after these types of bars to make streets safer and communities stronger. Braun says nuisance bars have grown worse since 2019, becoming hubs for crime, drugs, and violence that make our communities more dangerous and driving down nearby property values. John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Millions of you are celebrating Good Friday today, just ahead of Easter weekend.
Good Friday falls on the second to last day of Holy Week. Some observers use the day as an opportunity to fast, while some Catholic Christians avoid eating meat. 79% of Americans plan to celebrate the Easter weekend, with Easter Sunday dubbed the most popular church day. This according to a Wallet Hub survey.
And that's Fox's Kristen Goodwin reporting. Sports on WIBC brought to you by Ball State Athletics. Visit ballstatesports.com. Experience counts. And for the Indiana Pacers, the playoff experience that they gained last year was invaluable, says center Miles Turner.
They had a lot of guys that had never had any playoff experience. So guys like myself have never been out the first round. So just knowing what it feels like, knowing the mental reps, physically what it feels like is going to help us going forward.
And the Pacers have home court advantage against the Milwaukee Bucks in the first round in the first game. Gamebridge is going to be crazy tomorrow. Tip-off at 1 o'clock. The quarterback competition at Notre Dame has been narrowed down a bit. Quarterback Steve Angeli, who served as Riley Leonard's backup last season, has entered the transfer portal. Major League Baseball, the Mariners beat the Reds in 10 innings, 11-7. And the Indianapolis Indians have won back-to-back games. They beat Toledo at Victory Field 7-6. I'm Ryan Hedrick. On the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 8:35. Traffic on the 5s. Here's Matt Baer.
Everything out to the airport looking good right now from downtown westbound 70. Wide open out to the airport collector with Ronald Reagan Parkway and Ameriplex. And everything moving up to speed on westbound 70 into the north split. Good from Shadeland Avenue, 4 minutes right now. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, polycast, aluminum, teak, and more. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
High of 81 today. Right now it is 65 in downtown Indianapolis. That temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating Weather Center and Cooling Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
The Attorney General's Unclaimed Property Division has over $800 million just waiting to be claimed. Text MONEY to 46220 or visit indianaunclaimed.gov to claim yours today.
Tony Katz, the Morning News, 93 WIBC. The music amuses me from Carl. That's great. 93 WIBC. This is Tony Katz, the Morning News. My name is Craig Collins. I just did that twice. I found a really interesting stat, and I know that Rob Kendall, just after this show, is going to be talking about Good Friday and diving deeper into a lot of what I'm a Catholic, a lot of people of faith, think about today. 70% of new converts to Catholicism have been young people. 30% increase year over year, according to the National Catholic Register. I thought this was really interesting. The reason why young people give to be turning toward faith and not away from it, which our society has seen more and more people turn away from and not toward faith in general, especially younger generations, is the pandemic, just life in general, the internet, and a distaste for what they think are maybe more lax beliefs of their peers, of people around them. I found that fascinating, and I thought it might be an interesting thing to mention just quickly on a Good Friday, that for whatever reason, whether it is, again, the challenges of your own personal life or the challenges that everybody faced during the pandemic and getting fired or losing a job or whatever it might be, and then not understanding why that happened when more and more information came out about it, turning toward faith seems like a good thing. And I just find this valuable in a different way. And forgive me for throwing it out there for a second on a Good Friday, but why not? When I talk to veterans specifically, and I got to know quite a few veterans at my last radio gig, and I hope to meet more as I do other things in the world of media. But one thing they'd all tell me about their faith and discovering it is that, you need God in a foxhole. There's certain variations of that phrase. But it's really important to me to highlight how struggle, how challenge, whatever it might be, seems to push people to look for something to believe in. And I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about finding faith, but if it's a way that works, that's great. And the other reason that I want to mention this, and part of this story will make me mad, but I can't help it. Carmelo Anthony is the name of a basketball player, sure, also a different young man who's accused of murdering someone else at a track meet. Carmelo with a K, Anthony. His family and supporters of him, which is a weird thing to say about someone accused of stabbing someone to death, another high school student, Austin Metcalf is the name of the other individual. But this press conference, they got mad because Austin Metcalf's father showed up. That person's name is Jeff. What's crazy about the entire story is Jeff Metcalf immediately said that people should forgive Carmelo. He wants him to be held accountable. He wants him to get in legal trouble, all of those things. But Jeff said because of his faith, because of his belief in God, he thinks that, it's God who should tell us and punish us at the end of life. So he wants to forgive someone who took the life of his son. That was days after that happened. And yet the man shows up at a press conference and they vilify him for it. They being the individuals who are trying to support Carmelo, the person who did stab and kill someone. I think that part is not even being contested because there's so many witnesses to it. And I can't get over how horrific this is and how this on the heels of a Holy Weekend and Good Friday seems even more significant. But I'll play a little bit of this audio where they get mad that the father of the victim showed up at a press conference where I think the least you could have done was allow him to stay and even say something about being sorry to him that his son is gone. I can't believe that you'd take him as the enemy. He did nothing. He hurt no one. And the individual you're trying to support did hurt someone. Whether they're going to claim they did it in self-defense or not is irrelevant and will be found out in a courtroom to be either, something that makes sense or doesn't. But I just can't get over this story. So here's a little bit of the audio of the individuals supporting the suspected killer of, being mad that someone else showed up at this thing.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful.
No.
And just shows you all the character. Who was not invited, he knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
One more time. Your son is accused of killing his son, taking his life, which, again, enough witnesses say did happen. He stabbed him to death. And you're going to say out loud that it's inappropriate for him to be there around your family when your kid is the one accused of taking the life of his child? I do not understand any part of this. I do not understand how social media, at least anyone on there, could understand any part of this. And specifically, that man who's gone on television and said his faith implores him to forgive your child for taking his kid's life, even more so, actually demonstrates the character of the individual. So trying to assassinate his character is even more surreal than anything else. But darn it, I have to stop because this will just keep making me mad to talk about. So I'll take a break. More coming up in a bit, a little bit more coming up in a bit. Craig Collins filling in, Tony Katz, The Morning News, 93 WIBC.
Executive orders are flying.
Instituting reciprocal tariffs. They do it to us and we do it to them.
Policies are shifting.
He changed the policies.
There will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs.
Priorities are being rewritten.
I don't understand what the confusion is.
Follow the home stretch of the first 100 days.
The American dream, just dream big. We're bringing it back.
When the ride is over, it'll stop here.
Greatest movement in the history of the world.
Stay in the know while you're on the go. 93 WIBC.
WindowNation.com, that's where you go to replace your cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation like I did. I love my Window Nation windows. I've saved a ton on energy bills, and your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less.
Go big or go home. And that's what they're doing at Window Nation. Right now, get four windows for free with every 4 that you buy. And there's no limit. The more you buy, the more free ones you get. 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. You don't pay anything until 2027, and you get 4 windows for free when you buy 4. And on top of that, get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. This deal is not going to be around forever, so you got to hustle. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Come enjoy this beautiful spring weather at Sundown Gardens in Westfield. The Garden Center has a huge selection of high-quality annuals, tropicals, trees, and shrubs. The spring blooms are filling up the nursery lot, and the greenhouse has what you need to beautify your porch and landscape. Easter decor is 50% off in Miss Mary's gift shop through Saturday. Visit Sundown Gardens for all things home and landscape this spring. Sundown Gardens at 186th Street and Spring Mill Road in Westfield, closed on Easter.
Yeah, the Hammer and Nigel Show, throwing a big party, broadcasting live from Coach's Tavern downtown on Pennsylvania, Friday, April 18th. It's Beer Sample Friday. Going to be featuring some local brews from Metazoa Brewing.
Hoppopotamus, an American IPA with a citrus aroma. You guys are going to love it. Plus, we're going to be there. We got swag to give away. We're going to have a good time. Cold beer, great food. Join us at Coach's Tavern, Friday, April 18th, starting at 3 p.m. It's the Hammer and Nigel Show live.
Tired of digging through noise to find real news? Go straight to WIBC.com. Local stories, statewide impact, national headlines, info that matters. When news breaks, WIBC.com is already on it. Stay on the know while you're on the go.
Matt Bear, how do our roads look?
Pretty good, Craig. We do have a crash now coming out of the South Split. It's westbound 70 at Meridian Street, blocking the left lane and causing stop-and-go traffic back into the North Split. And southbound 6570 is also slowed down because of that crash from Fletcher Avenue. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week is Sullivan Hardware and Garden. See their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Thank you, Matt. Mostly sunny, a high of 81 today, 62 right now in downtown Indianapolis. The temperature brought to you by the American Standard Heating and Cooling Weather Center of 93 WIBC.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At Advantage Vent, they make the only crawl-space vent that looks like a window and works like a window. Vinyl frame, double pane glass, clean airflow, sealed protection. This isn't just ventilation, it's a full upgrade for your home for a mere fraction of encapsulation cost. Reduce moisture, odors, radon gas, and energy bills with Advantage Vent's Indiana-made crawl-space solutions, like their Power Vent with built-in fans. Available on Amazon. Use promo code INDY2025 for your extra exclusive discount today. That's AdvantageVent.com.
Hi, Jeff Roush for Tom Roush Lincoln. Right now,
get Lincoln's employee pricing on most all new Lincolns at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers. Get up to $20,000 off select 2024 Navigators, up to $8,000 off select 2024 Nautilus, or up to $7,000 off select 2024 Corsair at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Navigator MSRP 105,575, Nautilus MSRP 6195, Corsair MSRP 47820. Offers good through 4/30/2025. Navigators excluded from employee pricing. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
Damon's Garden Company South has trees, shrubs, vegetables, flowers, hanging baskets, plus garden and landscape supplies and knowledgeable staff. Damon South on Emerson Avenue.
I'm waiting. Tony Katz, the Morning News. 93 WIBC. My name is Craig Collins, filling in. This is the part of the show where Carl plays a TV theme song and makes Tony guess what the TV theme is from. I'm going to have to do that now, and I got no idea. I thought it was going to be Game of Thrones for a bit there, but it doesn't sound exactly like Game. I know, it doesn't sound like Game of Thrones. It's very suspenseful, and I feel like I'm demonstrating I have some sort of blind spot here, but I don't know this. I'm going to have to go for a lifeline, Carl.
No. Matt Bear.
Oh. Matt Bears. Do you know what that is?
It's ER.
Is it ER?
No, come on. Sounds
okay.
like people operating.
Okay.
You know.
It sounds like some sort of like scary.
That would be
scary TV show.
Electric Company.
Come on, man.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Watch this.
Simpsons.
Simpsons.
No, let's go crazy. I'm kidding. I don't know, man. We have no idea, Carl. And you said this was an easy one.
Yeah,
and I don't
because
know
it's
if a lot of people...
recent history that everybody watched.
Oh. Recent history.
Is it a
that
game show?
everybody
This
watched.
sounds like a game show.
When you hear me tell you what it is, you're like, no.
No whammies?
Yeah, we got nothing.
It's The Walking Dead.
Oh, Walking Dead.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch that show.
Good job, Carl.
Everybody but me watched The Walking Dead.
I never
is what
saw
I heard.
it. No, I have no idea.
Yeah, not an episode. Yeah, I know. And then they killed a guy at some point.
Hey, Rob,
People were
did you
sad
watch
about
The
that.
Walking Dead? Oh, he didn't watch it either.
So nobody?
No, I
guess
can't
not.
believe it
No.
was like a super popular
No,
show.
it was a very, it was huge with zombie
Incredibly
people.
popular.
Yeah,
exactly. Totally great. I'll get to that eventually.
Yeah.
I'm rewatching Smallville right now. That's what I'm watching. The Superman show from the early 2000s. So that's where I'm at, Carl. If you'd played that theme song, I would have crushed it.
Isn't that the show where Superman can't fly?
Yeah.
Or Superman catches a cold. He has all different kinds of things that aren't so super about Superman.
Yeah, he doesn't fly in the whole show. I was reading that recently. I don't know why they did that. And that is stupid that they didn't let him fly. And I guess it gets good by the third or fourth season. It's not good yet, by the way. But I'm still watching.
He can buy a plane on the marketplace.
He could, yeah, for $10,000 to $12,000.
Does Smallville have Zod wearing an S&M costume? Just gotta fly it around doing a thing like he did in Superman 2. That's what I want to know.
I haven't seen that yet.
It could be fun.
I think Zod is in the show. To be honest, I don't know why I started watching the show. I don't know what happened. I was on the Hulu, and I was clicking buttons, and then an episode happened, and now I've seen 2 seasons. So it's just kind of been a thing.
That's how it
and
goes,
my wife,
baby.
By the way, my wife hates it. She hates this show. She thinks it's so stupid. And she's like, why are you doing Superman again? And I'm like, I'm in now. I'm in, and I'm alone in this. When you binge watch a show without the misses, you do it in a way where you have to hide it.
Oh.
I feel like I'm doing something that's wrong every time I find a moment to watch this TV show because she doesn't want to be a part of it. So it's amazing how much I have to hide watching Smallville.
You're not the first married man to tell me you have to hide a joy of yours from your wife. And you guys don't sell this marriage thing very well between the two of you. I mean,
you're right.
I mean, when Tony's in here, he's like, yeah, I love being married, man. I married well and all that. And then I get with Craig and Carl, and they're like, yeah, my wife won't let me watch TV.
No, hold on. I shouldn't say it that way.
No sports.
She wants me to watch something that she'll also watch. It's the argument that she makes is she wants to be a part of it, and she doesn't like the Smallville. Oh. So I do feel like I'm hiding, something horrible every time I sneak an episode of Smallville somewhere. It's a weird thing.
Does your
wife
force you to watch Hallmark?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's for the marriage, Craig. Good work,
happens.
bud.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you.
good.
I also watch every singing competition apparently. We watch The Voice. We watch the American Idol. We watch everything.
You know,
and I got to tell you, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead,
please,
Matt.
please.
Well, I got to tell you that years of watching all these shows, I can't tell any of the contestants apart anymore. Like, I think they're all the same level of talented. None of them become famous. Like, nothing shocks me in this show. It's just the same thing over and over again with new faces.
The Me American Idol was done after season 2, after you had Rupert.
Sure.
The Rupert Stutter guy, the big guy, you know, in the big competition at the end. And then there was the one with the all-female finalist or something that was really good. And after that, I was just like, who cares anymore? But people still watch it. I guess people are still really entertained by it. And I'm like, all right, you know,
I don't know.
me, but whatever.
I watch every episode, Matt, and I know we're cheering for people. I don't know who they are, but I know we're cheering for some of them, and we don't like other ones.
I voted 50
That's
times
fine.
last night. I just did it, you know. Why not? I have
Do you
a
even
phone.
vote anymore? Does that work? I don't even know if we do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, why else watch the show if you can't have a say in the thing?
That's
It's
true.
like, why even take part in U.S. government if you can't vote?
That's
same thing. You know?
That's true. We watch it tape delayed, though, man. We watch it the next morning on the television, you know, the streaming service. So I don't think we can vote at all.
So
I
you
don't
know
even
who
if I
won
pay
and you
attention.
still watch the show?
I know who won.
Okay.
She doesn't know. She protects herself from knowing. And if I tell her who won before we watch the episode, that's going to cause a fight, Matt. That's the worst fight. I know, to tell her who's off the show.
That puts you into the garage.
fun.
The couch in the garage.
It
There
does.
you go. You not just get one or the other, you get both. You know.
Right, yeah, with the Crown Royal chair. That's just sitting outside with me alone. That's a callback. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to listen to the whole episode or at least pop us up on the podcast. It has been a blast filling in with you guys on the holiday. Both of you have a wonderful Easter. Have an enjoyable time. Rob Kendall is coming up next with a deep dive into the significance of Good Friday, which sounds like must listen to radio to me and to a lot of other people. So that's pretty cool. Unless that was a sarcastic promo. If that's a sarcastic promo, I apologize for promoting it so much. But I think he was genuine. I think it was real. So that's coming up, and a lot more is coming up in a bit. Craig Collins filling in. Tony Katz, the Morning News. 93 WIBC. Matt's got some traffic.
Happy Easter, Craig. Happy Easter to everybody. Looking at westbound 70, crash in Meridian, Illinois. Crash blocking the left lane. Stop and go traffic into the south split. Has us backed up to Washington Street. Interstates outside of that looking pretty good. 465. No delays at the moment. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. See their large selection of grills. Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower, future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Turning 65, new to Medicare, or just moved? If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan, a DSNP, may give you the extra benefits you're looking for. A DSNP helps cover things like prescriptions and checkups, but it also helps pay for essentials too. With a Humana DSNP, you get $225 a month for eligible groceries, rent, utilities, and more. Plus, whatever you don't spend carries over to the next month. You may even get benefits like $0 copays on routine prescriptions, plus routine dental, vision, or hearing coverage. All of this could make a difference for your health and wallet. Learn more at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a coordinated care HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the Indiana Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal. Allowance amounts cannot be combined with other benefit allowances. Limitations and restrictions may apply.
Men over 40, struggling with low energy, not feeling like yourself. Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Get started today. Visit one of their conveniently located clinics, meet a medical provider, and get back to feeling your best.
This month only, the consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you, and it's covered by most health insurance. Get treated at a Low T center near you or even in the comfort of your home. Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. lowtcenter.com.
From a fast break to recovery, Indiana hospitals are here for every Hoosier, regardless of their ability to pay. That's why we're teaming up with legislators on a winning playbook to lower costs and protect access to care across our communities. Because good policy doesn't leave anyone on the sidelines. Learn more at HoosierLifeline.com.
Paid for by the Indiana Hospital Association.
Hey, this is Spencer Thompson at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus. April is here, so that means it's our Dare to Compare sale. Compare our prices to any of the big stores in Indianapolis, your town, it doesn't matter. We guarantee you the lowest price on every sofa, sectional, recliner, mattress, outdoor furniture, anything, plus no extra fees, no delivery charge. Hurry, sale ends Monday only at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hammer and Nigel.
I told my kids this the other day, and it blew their mind. Right now, in the United States of America, we live in a country where the mayor of Knox County has put the Department of Education through a table before. Glenn Jacobs has put Linda McMahon through
incredible.
a table before. That's awesome.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com. Kendall and Casey.
You just heard him mention dignity.
Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity.
Dignity.
He's turned into Randy Marsh from South Park. That's America. I'm sorry. It's America.
It's about dignity.
Yes.
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America.
Kendall and Casey, weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Coming up in a couple of minutes from the Technology Recyclers Studios, why the coroner was at a bus stop in Indianapolis Thursday, what threats loom as a storm moves in, what political leaders are saying about health care coverage, and what's happening at the canal downtown. After Fox News on a Friday morning, you're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It is beautiful outside in the capital city. It is 9 o'clock.
A grandstander begging for attention. I'm Chris Foster of Fox News. That's President Trump's description of a senator visiting El Salvador. In El Salvador, with a man deported from Maryland.
Senator Chris Van Hollen said he tried to drive to the El Salvador prison holding Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but his car was stopped.
We were told by the soldiers that they'd been ordered not to allow us to proceed.
But soon after, the senator posted on X a photo of him and Garcia sitting at a table, saying he got a chance to meet with him. He also said, I have called his wife Jennifer to pass along his message of love. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return. Garcia was deported from Maryland earlier this year. The White House has been saying that was due to a clerical error. The Trump administration also accuses him of being a member of MS-13. Jill Nato, Fox News.
The Houthi rebel group says 74 people are dead, 171 injured in U.S. airstrikes on an oil port they control in Yemen. U.S. Central Command says the goal was to eliminate a source of fuel and the terrorists' illegal revenue. Secretary of State Rubio says Ukraine-Russia peace talks have to show progress soon.
If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done.
Secretary Rubio in Paris. Luigi Mangione is now facing federal charges.
He's accused in the deadly shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, gunned down late last year on a Manhattan sidewalk. The killing galvanized health insurance critics and led to a 5-day manhunt. Mangione is now charged with 2 counts of stalking, a firearm offense, as well as murder. The latter charge could clear the way for Attorney General Pam Bondi to seek the death penalty.
Tom Graham there. Classes are canceled at Florida State University. There's a vigil tonight for 2 people killed in the mass shooting on campus. 6 are wounded. So is the suspect shot by police. A 20-year-old student, son of a sheriff's deputy. No word on a motive. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
A body bag at a bus stop. You have a clear radar in downtown Indianapolis where it's 64 degrees, highs near 80 today. I'm Ryan Hedrick, and here's what's trending at 9:02.
There's got to be a better way. We cannot resort to pulling the trigger towards somebody we disagree with.
That's IMPD Officer Drew Brown. He says somebody shot and killed a man while he was sitting at a bus stop along West Morris Street Thursday afternoon.
There's homes. There's businesses that are here. This individual was located near a bus stop. This is our city. This isn't something we want to see.
And the cops have detained somebody in this case. We're not sure if they formally charged them, though. Here's what forecasters are saying about severe weather moving in tonight.
So we'll certainly have the atmosphere primed for rain and thunderstorms, and it will be mild through the overnight as that cold front approaches, when we will probably see some showers and maybe a few storms get going later on tonight.
National Weather Service forecaster Alex McGinnis says you could see some large hail as storms move across the state shortly after 11 o'clock. The state budget will be tight this year, and you may be asked to make a sacrifice. Chris Davis reports on the Medicaid bill that passed Thursday.
Making Indiana's Medicaid program more complicated will only increase eligible Medicaid members losing their coverage.
The Medicaid bill passed 37-10 in the state Senate. You just heard Democrat Shelley Yoder of Bloomington. Republicans like Senator Mike Bohachik of Michigan Shores say it's necessary to make sure the people who are on Medicaid deserve to be on the program.
Because to go on the path that we're going now, it will make the entire program untenable.
He says it was right to let more people on during COVID, but that time is over.
Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
There will be a lot to do in Indianapolis this weekend, including the Pacers playoff game with the Bucks, but you can dive into some adventure at the canal with the free scavenger hunt. Here's Terry Stacy.
Indy's best free scavenger hunt is Saturday, the Cultural Trails Adventure on the canal.
So basically, we'll have a variety of egg stops along the canal. It's a 2.5-mile loop. Participants are encouraged to run, walk, stroll, bike, however they'd like to be active. And then at each stop, there'll be an activity to earn their egg. And so they'll get a candy-filled egg at each one of those stops.
That's Amy Marsalovich. Adventure is from 1 to 3 with music, mini boat rides, and more. Register at indyculturaltrail.org. Terry Stacy, WIBC Mobile News.
And I'm Ryan Hedrick, on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. With traffic, here's Matt Bear.
Crash, westbound 70 coming out of the south split at Meridian, Illinois, and that's blocking the left lane. Traffic stop and go back into the south split and backed up slow to Ohio Street. Traffic sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping and code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Damon's Garden Company South on Emerson Avenue.
Now your forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
Partly cloudy skies, very warm and windy this afternoon. A high of 81, mostly cloudy this evening. Thunderstorms possible overnight. Some of those storms could be severe, a low of 63. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Marcus Bailey, 93 WIBC.
It's 64 degrees in the capital city. I'm Ryan Hedrick, on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. Kendall and Casey starts right now.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Okay, we can officially cut the crap that education's about education anymore in this state. 93 WIBC, it is the Kendall and Casey show. I'm Rob. Kev's here. Casey's out today. Our old pal, Indy Spanglish. Jerry Lopez in for Casey. Jerry, did you see? So Indy started a big article about this, that now if you're good at sports, you can just go to whatever school system you want. No questions asked.
The transfer portal is open, baby.
Literally. I mean, this is literally where we are now. And we've said this for years about college athletics, that these kids, they're no longer student athletes. They're money makers for a program. They're getting paid. They're mercenaries. They change schools every year. They've totally ruined college athletics. And now, thanks to votes by both the Indiana House and Senate, that's basically what they're going to turn high schools, not screw high school athletics, what they're going to turn high schools into here in the state of Indiana.
You're going to end up with AAU teams for a high school, where kids are going to transfer from Fishers to Ben Davis to match up with their AAU teammate. NIL has ruined amateurism, so there's no more. Everybody's being paid to do this. How low is this going to go to? Are we going to have high school kids being paid to transfer schools where your dad gets a job at the school and your mom gets a job in the library? Like, is that where we're headed, Rob?
Now, before we delve into this further, I did want to make a little programming announcement. Tell everybody you know. Coming up at 9:30, we've got something big prepared for everyone. For years in this program, we have said the Republican Party are just a bunch of financial predators. They target the most vulnerable people in their most vulnerable positions, that is homes and gas. And I've tried for 9 years now to figure out how to deal with these financial predators. And I just freely admit, I have not been able to accomplish what I've set out for. And so we brought a ringer in, Jerry, and coming up at 9:30, we're going to put our ringer to work in terms of dealing with these financial predators. But in the meantime, so House Bill 1064 is the name, and now this is a pending vote by the IHSAA, which it seems to be this is just a rubber stamp, and it's going to go forward. And it is basically going to allow for the first 2 years or whatever?
I think 6 semesters.
Yeah, okay, so
that's
3 years. That's 3 years of somebody being in high school. One time they can just go, I want to go to that school, and they're out the door ski.
But you can if you don't play sports.
No, that's the point.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the hypocrisy about this. We claim we're for school choice. The Republicans the Senate Republicans have stripped out of the budget the universal school choice provision. But if it's for athletics.
But if you hoop, you're good.
Now you can do it.
Yeah. So everybody should just join a sport. Just join a recreational sport at your school just so you can transfer.
Literally say I'm going for bowling or
transfer schools.
Whatever.
Yep.
And this is the nonsensical nature of all of this. Hey, if we're for you go to whatever school you want, then that's fine. But you're literally preventing people from doing that in the budget right now by eliminating the universal school choice, which they stripped out. But if you are good at sports, then you can do whatever you want to do.
This is how bad this administration has been, okay?
You're talking about Braun.
Yeah, it smells like sulfur in here because Jesse Brown was actually in this place. Okay. And a Democrat was quoted in that article as saying, listen, if we're going to open it up, let's just open up the school choice. So now people are coming together to agree that this Braun governorship is just, it's horrible. This is crazy. And we're not even like 100-something days in. This is completely absurd.
Yeah. So Andrea Hundley, Democrat from Indianapolis, is who you're referencing. And she said that directly. If we're all in for choice, we're all in for choice.
Yeah.
But we're not all in for choice because only certain people are going to get the choice. And it's also based on, again, how good you are. And I had a buddy, he works in state government. He's very, very knowledgeable about these things. He is a phenomenal dude. He said, we are opening the door that within 5 or 10 years, high school athletics in Indiana will be paying kids to play high school athletics in the state of Indiana. He said, this is the door that has been opened today with this. And look, you're gutting fabrics of community. I mean, they did that a long time ago when they got rid of class basketball. I mean, I was talking with David, our boss, the other day about David Wood, about different teams and how little schools used to rise and how it would unite communities and it would put communities on. Think about Milan.
Right.
No one would have any idea who Milan is if it wasn't for Bobby Plump and Milan winning the state championship. I mean, that community is forever etched in stone as one of the tippy-top communities. Whenever you drive past it, you know exactly what it's a blip on the map, but you'll forever know that is gone now.
Well, so is Cinderella in March. Gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. NIL's ruined that. What used to protect people from this happening is if you got paid, you're no longer considered an amateur. You're now a pro.
Right.
But now you're being paid in college. So everybody's just being paid to play now.
Yeah, and you're seeing this beginning to trickle down to the local level. So that will be a thing now coming up very soon, pending a vote of the big muckety-mucks over there at the IHSAA. And they'll go forward that now anybody can go anywhere they want. And adios. So it's Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Jerry Lopez. Find him on Twitter at Indy Spanglish. In for Casey. The road funding bill is passed, Jerry. And the tolls are coming. The tolls are coming. Instead, the British are coming. The tolls are coming. The tolls are coming. So what's getting all the press in this bill is that Indianapolis may actually, now it's Hogshead, so he'll screw it up, but Indianapolis may actually be able to address some road issues, which we could do a whole show on those.
100%.
But what it will allow now is likely, or it's government language, so it'll depend on a bunch of different things happening, but likely what will happen is every year Indianapolis will be able to receive $50 million of road funding pending a community match or a city match. So Indianapolis puts in $50 million. They will then be able, from the state, to be able to receive $50 million. Now, if they were going to be effective and accountable with that, that's not a bad deal, because the reality is Indianapolis has gotten screwed for a long time on road funding based on how they calculated. It was lane miles, and let's face it, while Indianapolis is not wide, it's certainly dense, and the damage that is done to Indianapolis roads with the hundreds of thousands of people on a daily basis driving on these roads, it was kind of ridiculous. They weren't getting adequate funding to address that, based on the fact that you had people from Brownsburg, you had people from Fishers, you have people from Greenwood who are driving into this city to work each day, creating commerce, and Indianapolis was bearing the brunt of that.
But if we don't come to Indianapolis, nobody's here, Rob.
Well, that's a great point. That's a great point.
The only people that come into this, do you play the game called Pothole or Puddle? It is the scariest game to drive downtown when it's raining. You don't know if you're going to splash through this thing or you're going to ka-chunk and your tire's going to fall off.
Well, and Josh Bain, who's a member of the Indianapolis City Council, friend of the show, we had him on a couple weeks ago during this whole property tax fiasco. And he was talking about the idea of there being plenty of money. And what he said is, I made a list, like down the middle, of the things that we are mandated and should be doing, and then the things that we do because we want. And then I calculated the amount of money that we're doing on things that we want to do, not have to do. And that amount of money we're spending on things that we want to do is far greater than the things that we have to do. And there's plenty of money for roads. We're just not allocating the money properly. And I think there's a lot of merit to what he's saying. It is the people spending the money, not the amount of money available.
That's fair, but I'll also say, and this is what really upsets me with the property tax conversation, is you can't even provide paved roads for me to come to work so that you can jack up my prices to pay you. At least make it convenient for me to drive.
Yeah. All right. So the other part of this, I mean, it's a long bill, right? Anytime the government gets involved in a funding bill.
Well, it's like that on purpose, Rob. Well, so we don't read it.
Of course. And we saw this is exactly what happened with the property tax bill. But toll roads are going to be coming. Now, there are currently two toll roads. There's one northwest and one southeast, right? So polar opposite ends of the state are where the toll roads are. Under this bill, and this came from the Indiana Chamber of Commerce, the bill, quote, allows the Indiana Department of Transportation to submit a request to the Federal Highway Administration for a waiver to toll lanes on interstate highways, provides that if the request for a waiver to toll lanes on interstate highways is granted, the General Assembly is not required to enact a statute before the tolling may occur. So this what they're saying is, and this is exactly what they did with the gas tax, they don't want the heat for the vote, so they've handed it over to the governor, and they've said, hey, if the governor wants to do it, and he asks the federal government, no matter where it is, and the federal government says, okay, ski, then it's a thing. So theoretically, you could have tolls on 465.
I can't even imagine a world where that's the case.
Now, most likely, you're going to see things like, because it's interstate. So
65 towards Lafayette.
74, 70, all of these places will, look, within the next 10 years, you're going to see. Now, whether they get granted or not, I don't know. But you are very likely to see at least doubling of the amount of toll roads in. Now, I don't think 465, because I think of the political nuclear right. box that would be. But I definitely think 70, 65, 74 are all going to be on the table. And within the next 10 years, you're going to see toll roads on at least 2 of those places.
I don't even know what to say. Like, that's jarring to me.
It is. I mean, it is. But that's what these Republicans do. They've clearly shown with the most recent budget. We're now, at the end of the day, despite everybody telling them, hey, the economy is really bad. You probably ought to plan for a dip. No, it'll be fine. We're going to do a budget that raises the spending by $2.8 billion. And then, the revenue forecast was bad. We got to find $2 billion in a week.
Put in the toll roads.
Yeah, I mean, cigarette taxes are going through. You're going to see alcohol taxes go through. They'll go for these tolls. That's what the Republicans do. And hence our segment we're going to do here in just a little bit. They're financial predators. That's exactly what they are. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I'm going to go to your neck of the woods, Spanglish, which is the economy. Donald Trump is very mad at the head of the Federal Reserve, and there is so much drama going on. I gotta get your perspective on what's taking place. Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born, and in no time at all, they grow into big, gigantic tire killers. That's why you need Matt Baird Traffic.
Watch out on Keystone Avenue.
He'll guide you around these hidden monsters.
Yeah, might as well call it a basement.
And on to safer ground.
You don't want to be in the far left lane.
Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Spring selling season is here. Rates are down. Activity is up. Now is the best time in years to sell your home. However, some homes are sitting on the market. Hiring an expert who can maximize equity and minimize hassle is the key. That expert agent is the guy I recommend to sell your home, Mark Dietl. Perhaps you're worried. With a challenging market, you won't sell your home for the price it's worth. Mark Dietl guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Listen to what Tim and Becky in Bargersville had to say about working with Mark Dietl. We're ready to downsize. We tried the big national instant offer route and got jerked around because that company canceled the sale a week before closing. We called Mark Dietl to step in and help, and his team delivered big. We had multiple offers in 4 days, and we sold as is for the price we needed. Call the local Indianapolis agent I trust and recommend, and the agent who guarantees your home sold or he'll buy it. Call Mark Dietl, 317-755-4232 for all the details, or go online to markdietl.com. That's Mark, DIETEL.com. Tell him Rob sent you.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
This Easter, come join us at Life Church as we celebrate the unstoppable power of God. The resurrection of Jesus is more than just the greatest story ever told. It's the greatest miracle ever experienced, and it's for all of us. You're going to feel right at home with our friendly community, our passionate worship, and a life-changing message. Our kids ministry will make it a special day for your kiddos too. So discover the life-changing power of Jesus this Easter Sunday. Visit lifechurchin.com for service times and locations.
Do you need air conditioning service and need to find a local well-trained expert you can trust, like Family Heating and Air Conditioning? Find that American Standard Air dealer at IndyHomeComfort.com.
Damon's Garden Center West has trees, shrubs, vegetables, flowers, hanging baskets, plus garden and landscape supplies and knowledgeable staff. Damon's West on Rockville Road.
Trump is talking. He's mad at the head of the Federal Reserve, and it's causing chaos in the economy. It's Kendall and Casey's show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Kev is here. Jerry Lopez, our pal Indy Spanglish on Twitter, in for Casey. All right, this is your wheelhouse, Jerry, because you're Mr. Economics. So the way the head of the Federal Reserve works, if I understand it, is there's a board of governors of the Federal Reserve. Real quick, in 1 minute, can you explain what the Federal Reserve actually does?
They just set interest rates for the country, right? Across the board, you can borrow money for homes and loans and those kinds of things.
Yeah, it sets monetary policy. There's a board of governors. From that list of people, it's like picking a pope, right? It's got to be a cardinal that ascends, right? From that list, the president will pick somebody. That person then serves a 4-year term at the advice and consent of the Senate. So once you're in for a term. The president cannot just arbitrarily, willy-nilly pull you out of that position.
And our current guy was under Trump the first time, recertified under Biden, and now he's due in 2026 for a recertification or whatever.
And you should want, in theory, if you're going to have a Federal Reserve, which many of us don't believe that, that thing should really even exist, but you should want somebody who is above politics, hence the 4-year term. It's sort of like the inspector general or the public access counselor in the state of Indiana, where they, you serve and you want it to be across party lines and it'll go from one term to the next. You don't want people in those positions playing politics. So Trump is mad at Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, because he is refusing to cut interest rates. And I am totally 100%, I don't know where you are, Team Powell on this, because our monetary policy and the magical money printing factory is what got us into the inflation thing to begin with. Now, Trump's mad because his tariffs are hurting the economy, and he wants to have his cake and eat it too, which is the tariffs, but cut interest rates to goose the economy so then he can go see the economy's great and the tariffs didn't affect anything. But he's not being honest with the people about what printing money and what lower interest rates do to inflation. And so now he is basically trying to bully Jerome Powell into what he's wanting to do by threatening to, I don't know what, I guess, get him out of there. But the problem is he can't get him out of there. Here's what Trump had to say yesterday about it.
On Jerome Powell, you said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough. He says he won't leave, even if you ask him to.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it, and if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me.
Sounds like a mafia figure, right?
It seems like he's trying to make Powell the fall guy for whatever's happening in the economy, right? He's doing the tariffs, but on the back end, he's like, we have got to lower interest rates because what I'm doing on this side is making the economy scramble.
Yeah. All right, so it's very rare we agree with Elizabeth Warren on anything, but she was on CNBC Elizabeth Warren, Democrat senator from Massachusetts, very, very liberal.
A.K.A. Pocahontas.
And she does not like Jerome Powell. She's gone at him on a bunch of things, but even she was like, this is ridiculous.
But I really want to make a pitch here for a second about the importance of Powell staying in his job. Look,
and it's unusual coming from you. You're very critical of him.
I have tangled with him on a regular basis about both regulations and interest rates. But understand this. If Chairman Powell can be fired by the President of the United States, it will crash the markets in the United States. The infrastructure that keeps this stock market strong, and therefore a big part of our economy strong, and therefore a big part of the world economy strong, is the idea that the big pieces move independent of the politics, that somebody is making his, their, her best decisions economically and independently. We understand that if the New York Stock Exchange, if interest rates in the United States are subject to a president who just wants to wave his magic wand, this doesn't distinguish us then from any other two-bit dictatorship around the world where everyone knows what your big investment risk is. Will that dictator wake up in the morning and have a tummy ache and decide to cause this problem or favor that friend? That's why we need to strengthen the infrastructure.
But I know you're...
Okay, so she, of course, does the dictator thing,
which
is ridiculous. And it like, you're like, lady, you were doing pretty good, and then you just kill it.
And now he's Castro.
Right. So, I mean, it like she buries herself. But I think she's right in the sense of we as a society, if we're going to have a Federal Reserve, and again, that's another conversation, but if we're going to have it, you want somebody that's totally independent of the politics and the politician because they need to make the choice that is best for the economy. And clearly, based on the fact that we're $37 trillion in debt and what the magical money printing factory did during COVID, you cannot have, for the foreseeable future, low interest rates. You just simply cannot do it.
I just think that the way that our country is set up, especially with media, it's hard to find anybody in these positions that is apolitical.
Yeah.
It feels like everything is done either to screw Trump or to help Trump or not give him a win or help Biden. It doesn't seem like they're worried about us.
All right. When we come back, we have been saying for years on this program that the Republicans in Indiana are financial predators, and they target you at your most vulnerable positions, gasoline and homes. And if you look at the taxes that have gone up the past 8-9 years, it's gas and homes because they know you can't opt out of it. And they're not ever going to cut the government. They're not going to cut the spending. They're not going to hold people accountable. And I got to admit, Spanglish, after Braun turning his back on us, I'm just kind of fresh out of ideas on how to handle this. I think I've reached my limit. So we're bringing in a ringer. We're bringing in what you might say is the greatest predator catcher of all time. We're enlisting the great Chris Hansen to join us. Friend of the show, Chris Hansen, when we come back to try to hold some of these financial predators accountable. How about that?
Let's get it.
It's Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
Christine said, I highly recommend this company. They did my garage floor and I absolutely love it. I'm planning on having them do my patio in the spring. Don't wait. Call them today, 317-751-9070. That's the number for Galaxy Concrete Coating. They can turn any concrete surface into a much better space. Find them online, galaxyconcretecoatings.com, or call them 317-751-9070.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
He's mocking the meeting. Your radar is clear and it's 64 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. Your high today, 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 9:31. That's El Salvador's response to Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen visiting the country to meet with the deported MS-13 gang member who had been living in the U.S. illegally.
Saying in part, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has miraculously risen from the death camps and torture. He also suggests he's still not looking to release Abrego Garcia, saying he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody. But Van Hollen argues the government has not backed up its claim that Abrego Garcia is a member of MS-13.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera reporting. Sean Diddy Combs is trying to get his federal sex crimes trial push back. Combs faces charges including sex trafficking and racketeering. You could hear strong winds and see large hail as storms move across Indiana tonight.
Kind of hard to determine where exactly storms might be setting up with that front real slowly edging into the area late tonight. But greatest shot of any isolated to perhaps scattered strong to severe storms would be Indy Metro and then points north and west.
And that's forecaster Alex McGinnis at the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. And your opening bell report on 93 WIBC brought to you by Wealth Management LLC. The markets are closed today because it's Good Friday. They will reopen on Monday. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com.
Your nose is for breathing. Your mouth is for eating. And if you're breathing through your mouth, it's not because your body wants to. It's because it has to, because your nose isn't working properly. And although you've lived like this, it's no way to live, and it's having a significant impact on your life. I know you know this, and I know that taking action isn't always convenient. But at Advent, we've done all we can to make changing your life for the better as easy as possible. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula. With tens of thousands of our patients, a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, along with a simple 20-minute in-office procedure called balloon sinuplasty, has opened their nasal passages, allowing them to breathe freely through their nose for good. And there's a good chance this procedure can do the same for you. We'll help you breathe through your nose again, and it will change your life.
Go to AdventKnows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Yeah, the Hammer and Nigel Show, throwing a big party, broadcasting live from Coach's Tavern downtown on Pennsylvania. Friday, April 18th. It's Beer Sample Friday. Going to be featuring some local brews from Metazoa Brewing.
Hoppopotamus, an American IPA with a citrus aroma. You guys are going to love it. Plus, we're going to be there. We got swag to give away. We're going to have a good time. Cold beer, great food. Join us at Coach's Tavern. Friday, April 18th, starting at 3 p.m. It's the Hammer and Nigel Show live.
Why do so many foundation, basement, and crawl space companies ask for half your money up front? Could it be because that's easier to get than earning all your trust? At the Michaelis Corporation, they believe trust is earned, not demanded. That's why they do things differently. They start with a free inspection, no strings attached, to give you an honest assessment of what your home needs. No pressure, no surprises. When it's time for the work, they don't ask for a deposit or any upfront payment. Not a single dollar until the job is complete and you're 100% satisfied. That's how they've been earning trust for over 39 years. Whether it's sagging floors, moisture control, concrete repair, or a full crawl space encapsulation, you can count on Michaelis for repairs that last. Don't trust just anyone with your home. Choose the company that puts your trust first. Text or call 844-FIXED-INDY today. That's 844-FIXED-INDY. The Michaelis Corporation, building trust beneath your feet.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
Okay, Jerry. This could either be the best thing we've ever done on this show, or it could be the last thing we've ever done on this show. I'm not sure. I think it's gonna be good. I think people are gonna like it. Let me just kind of set this up for everybody. It's Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Kev's here. Casey's out today. Jerry Lopez, Indy Spanglish on Twitter, is in for Casey. So I've said this for basically the entire time the 9 years I've been here at WIBC, that the Republicans in Indiana are financial predators. And I think more and more every day, and I think you're one of these people, right? People's eyes are open to how the Republicans target and abuse your finances.
100%. Yeah, it took some time, but now my eyes are fully open, yeah.
And if you look at the past 9 years now, because now we can lump Braun in with Holcomb, what the Republicans do is they target taxation that you cannot opt out of. You look at the two taxes that have gone up the most the past 9 years, it is the tax on gas and you got to drive places, and the tax on your home, and you got to live somewhere. And that is by design. Do not for 1 second think these guys don't know exactly what they're doing. Now you look at the taxes they cut. Who was the big winner in the quote-unquote property tax bill? It was business personal property taxes. The rich guys, the big business people, they're getting tens of thousands of dollars in deductions. What do you get? $300, right? And look at the income tax. The business taxes have been cut year after year after year after year, while your taxes go up year after year after year after year. They are financial predators, and we thought Braun was going to be different. We thought Braun, he was saying all the right things. You were at the rally. He rolled his sleeves up. He had Jerry Lopez screaming at the top of his lungs.
Handing out signs, dude.
That's
30 days from fight to signing something. 30 days.
What was the sign that you put up on Twitter? What was the, it was like the Braun campaign.
Oh, promises made, promises.
Yes, because promises made, promises kept was the actual slogan. And, then you realize the governor is a financial predator too. He's signing off on all of this stuff just like his, and Braun was a financial predator when he raised that gas tax. And so you realize Braun is a financial predator too. And I'm fresh out of ideas. I mean, I thought, Jerry, putting 1,000 people in front of the governor at the State House, that would be the shining moment, the crescendo of how to get through to these guys and to him about where the people were at.
Yeah, I took it personally a little bit. Like, it really ruffled my feathers. That I took a day off. I brought my kid down there.
Yeah. From work.
Yeah.
You took a day
off. I took
a
day off of work. I showed up down there, handed out signs, tons of people. He's up there speaking. Everybody's talking. Hammer's emceeing. Rolls up his sleeves all dramatically.
Yeah.
And then nothing.
So clearly, I don't have the answer on how to stop this. And so I said, I'm not above admitting when something's above my pay grade. And in this case, stopping the Republicans, holding the Republicans accountable, holding the governor accountable for being a financial predator, I just don't have the answer. I don't have the ability to do it. And so I said, I'm not above asking for help. I'm not above bringing in somebody who might be better at something than I am. And in this case, we're very lucky that years ago, we had Chris Hansen, who is the greatest predator catcher of all time.
No denying that.
Made his entire living off catching predators. He's a friend of our show. Years ago, we had him on the show. He was a great guest. He had a lot of fun with us. And I thought, well, I wonder if I reached out to Chris Hansen, if he might have an interest in helping us catch the Republican financial predators and hold them accountable. And it turns out, it looks like Chris Hansen was able to catch up with the governor of the state of Indiana, and here's apparently what took place.
I'm Chris Hansen, and this is an investigation called Hansen versus Predator. What is your plan here tonight?
We cannot accept rising property taxes as an unfortunate fact of life, or explore every avenue to reduce the burden on hard-working Hoosier families.
How do we do this?
I guarantee you that we're going to give it one good shot at getting that back in place where it needs to be.
This does not look very good for you.
We got a lot over the finish line in the last 2 to 3 days, which was basically late last week.
Let's see if any of this sounds familiar while you enjoy your pizza.
We can let government inefficiencies impede our success, or reshape government to sincerely serve the people. How about that?
Has that line ever worked for you before?
So I campaigned on this, made it the #1 issue.
You see how this looks.
In a state like Indiana, your veto means nothing other than symbolic, and there's no guarantee that you get anything out of it.
So if there's anything else you want people to know, anything you want to say, now would be a good time to say it.
Too many seniors and young families are getting priced out of their homes due to runaway property taxes. I heard it for 2 years on end.
How does this look? How does that look? If you were me, what would you think?
You can make that point. I respect it.
There's something you need to do, and that is I'm Chris Hansen. And this is an investigation called Hansen versus Predator.
I will be signing it, yes.
So there we go, Jerry.
Got him.
We brought in the greatest predator catcher known to man, Chris Hansen, to try to catch the governor, financial predator, leader of the financial predators in the Indiana General Assembly. And, when you hear those clips, obviously we had a little fun with that. But when you hear those clips, you realize what he lied to everyone.
Yeah.
Those are clips over the past 4 months at various times. It's not like it's one interview or one event. He said over and over and over and over again that he was going to get property taxes fixed and he was going to help you. And then he completely caved.
So I feel like I have to do this.
Uh-oh.
All right, I have to do this.
Uh-oh.
So I was listening the other day. It was you and Casey, and you kind of made like a little joke. You're like, all right, I have to be one of two things. Either I'm the reason he got elected. I'm so powerful. I'm the reason he got elected, or I don't matter at all.
Right.
I can't be both.
Yeah,
right?
You can't blame me. Either we all saw the same thing and thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Or I'm so powerful that I can just tell people what to do.
Right. I will say you definitely have a lot of political power. Right.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe you don't understand it, but yeah. I mean, you're the number one show in the morning. Lots of people. You're plugged in locally. You're plugged in at the State House. All these things.
But I can't make anybody do anything.
No, but you have a lot of influence.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of influence. Look, you got 1,000 people to show up at the State House on a work day, dude.
That's pretty good.
Right?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
that's legitimate. So I think the part that a lot of people are, like, questioning, because everybody put their trust in you. If Rob's backing this guy, and from what we knew, you literally were having backroom conversations with Backroom Braun.
That's right. I went into the back room, and then I quickly got out of the back room.
Right. So then, like, at this point, like, he lied to you. He tricked you.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. And this is the thing that burns me, and this is why we will spend the next 3.5 years doing everything we can every single day to make sure people are reminded and know what this guy is, because I'm the only guy who didn't want anything out of this. He wanted to be governor. Micah wanted to be lieutenant governor. They get to do those things. The only thing I wanted was property tax fixed for millions of people.
And bipartisan at that.
Right. I don't want any job. I don't want any position.
Well, you're not getting Doge anymore, Rob. That's you can forget about that.
Yeah, and the irony of all this is I'm the guy that has to go out and face the music every day and talk to 50,000 people while he gets to go do whatever it is he's doing as governor, and Micah gets to do whatever he's doing as lieutenant governor, and I'm the only one who has to be held accountable to anybody.
Well, they don't have to listen to anybody. As a matter of fact, they can just decide they're not going to come on your show.
Yeah. So anyway, we had a little fun with that. We'll play that again later on in the show. That was good work.
It was really good.
Yeah, thank you. All right, it's Kendall Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
Today's the day, baby. Join us live. The Hammer and Nigel Show. Coach's Tavern, downtown, across from the Field House. We are live at 3 for Beer Sample Friday.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
It's now open. PA Jewelers at the Farmhouse in Brownsburg, right in front of Premier Arms on Green Street. You got to see the selection. Newly expanded, the gold, the diamonds, the silver, the gemstones, the local artists, and of course, that watch collection. Guys, you got to trust me on this one right here. PA Jewelers at the Farmhouse in Brownsburg, 317-456-4010. That's 456-4010. Or find them online at pajewelers.jewelry. That's pajewelers.jewelry.
Hi, Jeff Roush for Tom Roush Lincoln. Right now,
get Lincoln's employee pricing on most all new Lincolns at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers. Get up to $20,000 off select 2024 Navigators, up to $8,000 off select 2024 Nautilus, or up to $7,000 off select 2024 Corsair at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Navigator MSRP 105,575, Nautilus MSRP 6195, Corsair MSRP 47,820. Offers good through 4/30/2025. Navigators excluded from employee pricing. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The news everyone's talking about, you'll find it at WIBC.com. The latest from City Hall, the White House, or the State House. Updated all day. Don't miss what matters. Stay in the know while you're on the go at WIBC and WIBC.com.
Well, it looks like somebody else connected to Jamie Knoll might be headed to the Pokey. What a shock. It's Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Kev is here. Our old pal, Indy Spanglish. Jerry Lopez in for Casey. Before we get to this, just a reminder, Monday, 6:30 p.m. Since Monday, April 21st, 6:30 p.m., we're going to have somebody's going to have a big old rally outside the governor's mansion. I'm going to show up and see what's going on. And it's a chance for you to tell the governor he's number one for screwing you on property taxes. Use whatever finger you believe is best, Jerry.
I mean, I don't even know how. I went to my first rally, and I'm so disappointed in that last one. Like, I probably will be one of those people, if I see him walk past me, I will just yell at him. That's about where I'm at this point.
Well, and I'm sure he
lied to my face, man.
Sure he did. He lied to everybody.
And you can't just get away with that.
I mean, we'll play that little bit we did later on in the show again. But when part of the premise, it's, of course, obviously hilarious of the idea of Chris Hansen interviewing the governor, but when you play those clips, and these are strung out over months from his inauguration through Tony's interview, so that's January, February, March, April. That's 4 months of how the narrative changed from the very beginning to where he's just basically dismissive, like, Vito wouldn't have done anything anyway, see ya.
So the property tax, when he came in studio with you and came out with the property tax plan, right?
Yeah.
Was that during primary season?
It was after. He had no plan.
So he was already the candidate at that point.
That's right.
So he was already going to win.
He basically used his name ID and his wealth and his connections to buy the primary.
Right.
And because there were too many people and they were all awful. I mean, Jamie Rittenauer had some good ideas. She had no money, so she was not a factor. But I mean, you look at his competition.
He did horribly in all the debates.
Sure he did, but it didn't matter because it was name ID. It's the state of Indiana, and you've got they had 4 or 5 other people in. You got Crouch, who had no chance because of her connection to Holcomb.
Doden,
who I met with Eric Doden. You'll love this. I met with Eric Doden long before he ran at a restaurant downtown, and he requested that we meet. And I told him when he was getting in the game, I said, screw, you need to not listen to these consultants, because he had a lot of money.
Right.
And I said, you need to not listen to these consultants. You need to listen to me. The number one issue, and the issue everybody cares about, is property taxes. If you hit property taxes and you come up with an actual plan and you do not get off property taxes, you can win this primary. And he wanted to listen to these people that were giving him all this money, and he didn't want to take on the property tax issue because it's hard. And how'd he do? He got smoked.
Right.
And Chambers, who was connected to Holcomb, so he looked like a Bond villain up there.
Yep.
And then you had Curtis, who was damaged goods and didn't raise any money, and so
won all the debates.
Well, yeah, no, not even close. I mean, that he was allowed to participate in.
And I think the issue that Micah is going to have now is the same issue that Suzanne had.
Yeah.
she did not remove herself from the COVID masking mandate, shut the city down, that Holcomb did.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Micah's now going to be attached to SB1 being a complete failure.
Yeah. And I talked to somebody yesterday who is a big supporter of Micah's, and they said, I hope this and I agreed with them. They said, I hope this is a learning experience for him. Because what you find in government is campaigning is easy. It's easy to say something should be. Actually governing, if you do it well, is hard because it's a lot of nuance, it's a lot of reading, it's a lot of understanding. And what you realize is Micah Beckwith campaigned on the idea of fixing property taxes as an idea.
Right.
He didn't actually put the time in to understand the issue, to have a swift opinion when Braun turned on everybody. And I think he was just left in the wind because he didn't totally understand levies and all of these things to the point where he could quickly, look at me, right? It was like, I need a few hours to read this thing. And I went on Hammer Nigel and I said, look, here's what it says. I'll process it. I'll have an opinion next day. Boom. It was up until 2 a.m.
Wait, he didn't lean on you throughout the process? Because if anybody knew, it was you.
This is the problem. He went and hung out with Charlie Kirk. Instead of doing the thing he should have done, which is I'm hunkering down for the next day.
Rob, meet me this weekend. Let's talk this property tax.
Right, and I gave him my opinions on it very briefly after the meeting with Braun, and then that was it. And the problem was he tried to thread a needle of, I don't want to piss Braun off, but I don't really actually know what this says, so I'm going to go on Hammer and Nigel and be all over the map, and then people were outraged. It wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with that. That was with Hammer and Nigel.
Yep.
I didn't lead on that. People were outraged. And then by the time he said, well, he should veto it, but then he said he should veto it because I don't understand it. Well, that's telling people you don't understand how the system works, which is your job. So you're right. He's in big trouble now because even though he ultimately did the right thing, people were like,
he didn't do it fast enough.
You ran on this for a year.
Yeah.
You ran on this for a year. And
the thing that's really frustrating for me is, when you get a new job, there's like a probationary period.
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't this be the same way? Because I'm so tired of campaigning and selling me up this hope dream. And then once you win, like, who cares?
And I think the guy and I were talking about this yesterday again, big supporter of Micah's. And we were talking about this yesterday. I said, I think he's mad at me. But everybody's saying the same thing I'm saying. You, who are a big Micah supporter, and he needs to hear it because he needs to get it together quick. Because what he doesn't realize is Braun and those people are trying to take him out. I don't think it's
it's going to be him and his admin before the end of the year.
Yeah, and he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
But he needs to hear it from you because he won't listen to it when it comes from me. So point of all this is rally 6:30 Monday at the Governor's Mansion. That's on North Meridian Street, 4750, I think is the address. We'll just show up and have a good time and let our voices be heard, and we'd love for everybody to be there. Okay, so real quick, THR had, WHAS 11 had this article. WHAS 11. Another guy connected to Jamie Knoll is in big trouble, and this is the former Scott County Sheriff Kenneth Eubanks. He was arrested, came yesterday morning, and charged with tax evasion. Apparently, Knoll. Now, Jamie Knoll, of course, was the former sheriff of Clark County, was one of the most powerful Republicans in the state, totally connected to the governor. And then it came out that he totally abused his authority as a sheriff and over this nonprofit that he oversaw, made millions of dollars, it's alleged, off basically scheming and scamming. Well, apparently now this guy, Eubanks, was paid by Knoll $262,000 for, quote, consulting work between 2015 and 2022, and the authorities allege that he failed to report at least $214,700 of income on his taxes over a 5-year span. So everybody, it seems like, around this guy or was connected to this guy, not everybody, but a lot of people connected to this guy are, the wife got charged. I think the daughter got charged. This guy is getting charged.
At what point in time is this RICO? Like, it's a conspiracy.
Well, right. And the bigger question is, how does the governor's best friend, which everybody knows how close Holcomb and Knoll were, he's living millions of dollars above his means.
Has no clue.
How could Holcomb not have known what was going on and what was taking place? And nobody seems to ever be motivated to get the answer to this question. All right, when we come back, there's a big event happening in Fishers that could dramatically affect everybody else in the state of Indiana. It could affect how you buy and sell your home. It's going down Monday night. We'll talk about it coming up next. Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
India Indiana patients rely on many types of pharmacies to access their medications and critical healthcare services. But a proposal being considered in the Indiana legislature called SB 140 would disrupt access to medications for Indiana patients. SB 140 would impose government mandates blocking access to critical pharmacy options and services in Indiana. Lost access to pharmacy options would directly harm many of Indiana's most vulnerable patients, including patients fighting cancer and heart disease, many of whom rely on specialty pharmacies for their care. SB 140 would even hike costs for Indiana patients by imposing a $10 tax on every prescription filled in the state. That would often fall directly on the patient. Tell your state legislator, protect access to medications, reject higher costs. Put Indiana patients first by voting no on SB 140, paid for by conservatives for lower healthcare costs.
Turning 65, new to Medicare, or just moved? If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan, a D-SNP, may give you the extra benefits you're looking for. A D-SNP helps cover things like prescriptions and checkups, but it also helps pay for essentials too. With a Humana D-SNP, you get $225 a month for eligible groceries, rent, utilities, and more. Plus, whatever you don't spend carries over to the next month. You may even get benefits like $0 copays on routine prescriptions, plus routine dental, vision, or hearing coverage. All of this could make a difference for your health and wallet. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a coordinated care HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the Indiana Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal. Allowance amounts cannot be combined with other benefit allowances. Limitations and restrictions may apply.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. Now through June 30th, get zero down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Stop by McAllister Machinery in Fishers and Indianapolis to see their full line of Kubota, or visit them online at McAllisterKubota.com.
Greetings from R&R Agency, your Indiana Health Insurance pros, and a sincere thank you to our loyal customers for making us national sales leaders once again for 2024. Crazy sign-up periods are at last over. If you were told the ACA and you know it's still Obamacare was your only option, that's just not true. If you were told since you've signed up already, you must keep your ACA program for a year, that's not true either. If you do not have serious health problems, and God forbid make a living wage, the ACA is your worst option, and it can be canceled at any time. We feature coverages guaranteed age 65, low out-of-pocket expenses, the largest networks in the country, and you can sign up anytime. Self-employed, early retiree, or ACA victim, call us at 317-563-0868 or go to rragency.org. That's 317-563-0868 or rragency.org. As always, God bless America. Peace through strength and common sense government.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, the latest on what the severe weather projections say about Indiana and how counties from Illinois could soon be moving to Indiana. Those stories and much more coming up after Fox News Radio. You're listening to 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 10 o'clock.
RFK assassination files are released. I'm Chris Foster of Fox News. It's a lot to go through, and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said the man convicted, Sirhan Sirhan, might be innocent of his father's murder in 1968. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard on Fox and Friends.
What we have just released here today is 10,000 pages that have been sitting in boxes within the National Archives that had never been digitized or viewed publicly before. These are documents related to the government's investigation into the assassination.
She says 50,000 more pages found recently will be gone over and released. There are limited redactions, she says, things like Social Security numbers that were exposed in a release of John F. Kennedy assassination files last month. Sirhan Sirhan is 81 years old now, serving a life sentence in California. A man deported from Maryland to El Salvador and imprisoned there has been allowed to meet at a hotel with a senator who flew down to see him, Democrat Chris Van Hollen, who he says the Trump administration has not backed up his claim the man's a dangerous gang member.
El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele is mocking this meeting, saying in part Kilmar Abrego Garcia has miraculously risen from the death camps and torture. He also suggests he's still not looking to release Abrego Garcia, saying he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. The Department of Government Efficiency is denied access to Social Security data for now.
A U.S. District Court judge issuing a preliminary injunction in the case, which was brought by labor unions and retirees. They claim Doge's recent actions violate privacy laws and present massive security risks. The injunction does allow Doge staffers to access data that's been redacted or stripped of anything identifiable if they undergo training and background checks. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Investigators have not said anything about a motive for a shooting at Florida State University. The suspect, the student's hospitalized after being shot by police. 2 people are dead, 6 wounded in the shooting. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
It might move in while you're sleeping. Sunny, windy, and 68 degrees right now in downtown Indianapolis. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:02. You could hear strong winds or see large hail as storms move across the state both late tonight and into tomorrow morning.
Kind of hard to determine where exactly storms might be setting up with that front real slowly edging into the area late tonight, but greatest shot of any isolated to perhaps scattered strong to severe storms would be Indy Metro and then points north and west.
Forecaster Alex McGinnis with the National Weather Service says tornadoes are possible northwest of Indianapolis. A bill's been passed in the state that would invite Illinois counties to join Indiana. Currently, 33 Illinois counties have voted to leave Illinois, so this bill creates what's called the Indiana-Illinois Boundary Adjustment Commission, which would be responsible for overseeing the process of counties switching states. Governor Mike Braun will appoint 6 members to that commission, while Illinois will appoint 5 members. $3.04 a gallon is the statewide average for gas today, says Gas Buddy. The cheapest gas in the state is in Valparaiso at $2.62. You've probably been bothered by all the fluctuations of the stock market lately. Bill Demery of Demery Retirement Services in Indianapolis says you need to think about what stage of life you're in.
I always tell my clients, when you're 20, 30, 40, even 50 years of age, you're in what I refer to as the accumulation phase of financial planning. You're trying to grow your nest egg.
He says if you're in your 50s or 60s, though, that's when you need to be thinking about ways to preserve what you've spent a lifetime building, something he says he's been helping clients do for decades. A day of fun is expected in Westfield tomorrow. Terry Stacy reports.
Inspires Westfield Easter egg drop benefiting the Hamilton County Youth Assistance Program is Saturday at Grand Park, bringing over 7,000 attendees each year.
To watch the helicopter come in and shake those eggs out of the bag and the excitement that these kids get, it's just awesome. So the cool thing is they go out, they get their 10 eggs, they bring their 10 eggs back, and then they go exchange them for candy. Everybody wins.
That's sponsor Dean Ballinger. Pre-register at westfieldeggdrop.com. Terry Stacy, WIBC Mobile News.
And I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. It's 10:04. Rob and Jerry coming back in 1 minute.
It's Hammer and Nigel for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around the house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now through April 30th. And if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door, too. Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027.
Window Nation partners with top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass those savings on to you. You'll protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of some of those other brands. This sale ends April 30th. Do not miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 for free deal, and you don't pay anything until 2027. Schedule that estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
This hour on 93 WIBC, powered by Damon's Garden Center West on Rockville Road.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
There is a big event going on in Fishers that could impact how the rest of the state lives. It is Kendall and Casey show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Jerry Lopez in for Casey. So we've touched on this before, that Fishers is putting forward an idea of capping the amount of rental properties in a neighborhood. And this has gone from an idea to an actual proposed policy. And it could all go down Monday night at the Fishers City Council meeting. So I thought, let's explore what's going on, because if this moves forward in Fishers, other municipalities are likely to follow suit. So let's bring in an expert, somebody who knows the landscape when it comes to buying and selling homes in central Indiana. Chris Watts, he's the Vice President of Public Affairs for the Indiana Association of Realtors, joins us now. Chris, hello.
Hey, Rob. Thanks for having me on today.
So realtors have spoken up. I've seen several articles written that you guys are getting the word out to the community in Fishers, saying, hey, this could have a serious consequences to the ability to sell your home in Fishers. Tell us a little bit about the concerns that the Indiana Association of Realtors has about this Fishers proposal.
Well, Rob, first I want to say thanks for letting me walk a few blocks down Market Street to be here to show Mayor Fadness and others that we're not a national special interest group. We actually represent working realtors.
So this was
and homeowners.
Fadness is the mayor of Fishers, Scott Fadness, and his pushback was kind of, well, we're not going to let a national group boss us around. We're going to do what we want to do in Fishers, and you guys have said, no, we're local, right?
Hey, we're right here, down Market Street off the circle. So we've got plenty of members up in Hamilton County. One of our strongest housing markets, as I'm sure you can tell, but. So we're keeping a close eye on this. And what really concerns us about it, Rob, is that, the city has this intuition, right, that maybe too many people are leasing their homes. Maybe too many people might sell their homes to someone who might lease it somewhere down the line. And when you talk about the biggest investment that most of us will ever make in their property, we take it very seriously when government, be it municipal, state, national, comes in and starts imposing new regulations on your property rights based on an issue that they can't fully articulate the problem.
Okay, so this is the hard. So what the ordinance says in Fishers is that in any neighborhood, an individual or a company would be capped at owning 10% of the properties in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
Well, it's actually sort of broader than that. It's any neighborhood. 10% of the homes cannot be single-family homes, cannot be rentals, regardless.
Oh, regardless. If it's one person or okay. That was I did not totally, and that's an even bigger deal. Okay, so.
I can see we're swaying you already.
Well,
here, right?
that's a much bigger deal. It was my interpretation from what I had read that they were saying individuals could not own 10%. I thought, wow, that's a really gobbling up some neighborhoods. Okay, so that's an even bigger deal. All right, so the Fishers is saying, hey, in these neighborhoods, people are upset because the rental homes are not as well maintained. They're not getting the TLC. As a homeowner, it could be affecting my property value. And we want to limit that because we want to protect property values and sort of the look and feel of a community. Do they have a case by saying that?
Well, if I can back up one step, because this has gone through a few iterations, right? When this was first proposed, it was all about the Wall Street institutional investors as the boogeyman, right?
Which that's fair, right? I mean, we've had guests on who have talked about how the Wall Street guys, the big corporate guys, have really done a lot of damage in terms of driving up prices and the amount things are renting for. That's fair to have a concern about that, right?
Sure. It is fair if you do the work and have the numbers to show that that's actually what's taken place. Well, we went back and looked at the county level sales disclosure data and find that it's less than 4% of homes in Hamilton County are actually being purchased by investors or wholesalers. That's compared with 13% metro-wide and well below the 15 to 16% nationally.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot, though, that 15% of all homes are being bought by corporations, these big corporations.
It sure is at the national level, but when you talk about 4% or less in Hamilton County, we're not exactly hitting that critical stage. So that didn't really fly as a rationale for this thing. So the next premise was, well, we're oversaturating these neighborhoods with single family rentals, right? Well, it's less than 9% in the city of Fishers. Less than 9% of single family homes are being rented by individuals, investors, name your entity.
So let me make sure I got the stats right. By the way, Chris Watts is our guest. He's Vice President, Public Affairs, Indiana Association of Realtors. We're talking about this proposal in Fishers that would cap the amount of homes in the community that can be rentals. So you're saying 9% in Hamilton County, right?
That's in the city of Fishers.
In the city of Fishers. 9% of all homes, single-family homes, are being rented. 4% of total homes are being rented by these mega corporations, for lack of a better term.
Well, so less than 4% are being purchased in recent years by these investors.
Right.
So, less than 9% single-family rentals. That's compared with, I think, 18% here in Marion County. 13% statewide. So again, the numbers don't bear out that there's an issue in Fishers that's out of line with the norm.
And I told you this coming in. I see it on my street. I've lived on the same street for for a lot of the past 38 years. And so I have seen from a boy to a man.
Sure.
When we moved there, the street was all, it was, nuclear families. It was retirees. It was people who kept their houses nice, the lawn maintained. And I've seen, because you can look all this up, it's public record, more and more of these homes become rentals, and it doesn't seem like anymore the lawns are as well maintained or the bushes are as well kept. And I think this is one of the arguments from the city of Fishers. Do they have a case to say rentals tend to not be as well maintained as owner-occupied houses?
Well, Rob, we have a saying, a couple of things. Good renters make good homeowners.
Yeah.
And we certainly want, if, a family wants to live in a home, have a backyard, not an apartment, we want to protect their option to do so. But we do, home ownership is our business. We care about property values along with property rights, and we're sensitive to those concerns. I think our perspective is there's already a mechanism to do that. It's called your HOA, and it's called city code compliance. The mechanism that's already, laws and ordinances that are already on the books. To go to the city, talk about a concern you might have with your neighbor, and expect as a taxpayer that they're responsive and help take care of that issue.
Well, is it your belief that if this passes, that we will then see these sort of restrictions all throughout central Indiana in the next 2 to 3 years?
Well, that's our concern, and not just central Indiana, but statewide. And as I mentioned before, Rob, so, whereas in Fishers, it's less than 9%, statewide, it's more like 13%. If every community decided to follow the Fishers blueprint, we could have 60, 70,000 renters who are suddenly displaced. I'm indulging in a little bit of hyperbole here, but if every community decided to sort of pull up the drawbridge, so to speak, we could significantly worsen the housing shortage that we're already in.
Okay, so Monday obviously is the big potential vote on this. Now, nothing's final in local government until it is. you guys believe that if this passes, the prices of homes, prices people can sell their homes for, will be hurt because there'll be fewer people in the market to buy. Is that right?
So we believe in the subdivisions that sort of get this scarlet R, that hit the caps.
Yeah.
Certainly if I was going to buy a home, and I can choose to buy a property that's sort of overlaid with this extra layer of government red tape, I might look a street or two over, right? So I'd be certainly concerned if I was a property owner in one of these neighborhoods. But I think this does nothing to address the broader issue of housing affordability across Fishers and really across communities in Hamilton County, but really statewide.
Chris Watts, the Vice President of Public Affairs for the Indiana Association of Realtors. This is a fascinating issue. I told you coming in, it's one of the rare times where it's like, I don't really have a firm opinion on this. I see all sides of it, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens. So thanks for spending a few minutes with us and letting us know your perspective on what I think is going to be a pretty big issue.
Thanks, Rob. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
This May, you've got a chance to see what an IndyCar driver's dream garage really looks like. WIBC's Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana, takes you inside Graham Ray Hall Performance, a high-octane hangout where racing meets luxury. Hammer and Nigel sit down with Graham for great stories, laughs, and insights from someone who grew up on the hallowed grounds of the IMS. It's a backstage pass to speed, style, and surprises. Tickets available now at WIBC.com. Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana.
Yeah, the Hammer and Nigel Show, throwing a big party, broadcasting live from Coach's Tavern downtown on Pennsylvania, Friday, April 18th. It's Beer Sample Friday. Going to be featuring some local brews from Metazoa Brewing.
Hoppopotamus, an American IPA with a citrus aroma. You guys are going to love it. Plus, we're going to be there. We got swag to give away. We're going to have a good time. Cold beer, great food. Join us at Coach's Tavern. Friday, April 18th, starting at 3 p.m. It's the Hammer and Nigel Show live.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don Fisher here for QC Kinetics. I want to share with you the best thing I've done for my knee pain. I've been hearing commercials about the groundbreaking treatments that QC Kinetics offers for months. Meantime, my chronic knee pain had hit an all-time high threshold. I wanted to stay active and enjoy playing golf again without the pain. So I decided to call and book an appointment. And what I found out was that QC Kinetics is the non-surgical solution. I have no knee pain and feel like I did 10 years ago. And it's all because of the non-invasive therapy from QC Kinetics.
Discover the solution to joint pain with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. For a free consultation, call 463-282-6886.
I'm back to playing golf and enjoying life. Take it from me, this is the best call you can make to relieve your orthopedic pain.
For your free consultation, call QC Kinetics today. 463-282-6886. 463-282-6886.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg.
So a leading Democrat pollster says AOC is the most likely 2028 Democrat nominee for president. What do we make of that? Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Kev is here. Jerry Lopez, Indy Spanglish on Twitter, in for Casey. So Nate Silver, he's the guy who became famous in 2008 because he called Obama ahead of everybody, and then he became the the gold standard of everything polling. Now, he's been wrong a whole bunch, but for some reason, he is still like the guy, especially as it relates to Democrat-related polling. And he said that he thinks that right now, I mean, look, we're 3 years away, but he said right now he thinks AOC is the most likely person to be the Democrat nominee for president. I want to laugh at that, but then I think, well, why not at this point, given where the Democrat Party is?
I mean, that's fair, but from my perspective, I spent 18 years being yelled at by a Latina. I do not want to be yelled at by AOC. It's all a popularity contest, and it's like prom queen.
Well, and that's an interesting thing to say because she has like a 60+ favorability within her own party, and she's tied with Kamala Harris. And what is fascinating, and there was a study that just came out about polarization of candidates. And basically what the study kind of found was, and this is true on the left and the right, the more polarizing they are, the more your side likes them. And I think you're seeing the shift to grow wider and wider in terms of the ability to find any sort of consensus on anything. And thus we're just making society pick an extreme one way or another.
Yeah, so I like to revert back to when Hillary Clinton ran against Donald Trump. But Hillary Clinton didn't have a movement.
Yeah.
The movement was Bernie Sanders.
Right.
So your options in that election really should have been socialism or the monopoly guy.
Yes. Find out what sort of country we actually are. I wholeheartedly actually agree with that. And when you look at someone like AOC, and you and I have pondered this before, and Kevin and I have talked about this, like you look at that person and go, I get you're liberal, but what about her? I mean, she's not. What person sees her and goes, that's a real deep intellectual.
Yeah, she's a fiery. That's it.
Thinker. I mean, what's interesting though, we talk about the polarization and how it is. People are just shifting based on what they perceive the ideology is supposed to be. And there's this poll and polarization took a topic like free trade. And in January of 23, Republicans and Democrats were pretty close on free trade. Republicans were like 17 or 18% support. Democrats were like 20% support. And then you look at this on this bar graph, and now Democrats are over 40%. This is in 2 years, right? Are over 40% support the free trade. Republicans are down to like 12%.
Wow.
So the only reason that's changing that rapidly in 2 years is because of the guy in the White House.
Our
guy supports it, or their guy supports it, so we're against. Like, there's no, and so we're not even able to have rational conversations about anything anymore because everything's just whatever my side's for okay or their side's for I'm against, and then we are not even able to find consensus on good public policy.
That's why we see so many overcorrections, president to president, right? One side gets fired up, and the guy's, I'm going to do everything opposite of him.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. And I think that if more of us talk just to your neighbors, to people you disagree with, you'll really find out you disagree on like 3 or 4 things.
And so if you're the Democrats, and it'll be true for the Republicans too, because they'll have an open primary, although I think J.D. Vance, depending on how well Trump does, maybe have a little bit of a leg up. But how do you find a consensus candidate that will hear society? Like I think about on Wednesday, we had Ed Delaney, who's a Democrat state rep, on our show talking about how bad the property tax bill is. And he came at it from the standpoint of local government is broken. And I actually said to him on the air, he's talking about getting rid of townships, reforming townships, fire territories, school districts. And I was like, do you realize what a dinosaur you are, dude? Like as a Democrat to have the cojones to say, hey, the system of government is broken.
Like an old school liberal.
We need more of that. Now, he's not necessarily for less spending. He's just saying, hey, we're wasting money on these things we're spending them on. Whereas I would say, give the money back to the people. But me and him can find a consensus of this system sucks and it's totally broken and there's no reason for a bunch of these townships, to even exist. But if you're the Democrats and AOC becomes your starting point of what you've got to one up in terms of where your base is going to vote, you're not going to get more common sense.
Right.
You're going to try to out AOC, and you're going to move further to the left. And then the Republicans are going to have some bizarro Trump loyalty test again, which is going to be weird.
The kingmaker now.
And then how do we get good public policy?
You don't.
Thank you.
You don't get it.
Very uplifting stuff.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, let's take a break. We do have to do something uplifting. And obviously today kickstarts the most important event in human history, which is the crucifixion of Christ and then the resurrection on Easter Sunday. And I've always said this, whether you're, obviously I'm a believer, but whether you're a believer or not, what happened on today, Good Friday, is changed human history forever because of the billions upon billions of people who believe in what happened and how that has altered human history and the wars and the decisions that have made on that. It is the most significant event in human history, whether you are a believer or not. And so when we come back, we do this every Good Friday, do a deep dive on the significance of Good Friday and of Easter. Our friend Nathan Peternell from the lead pastor at Life Church is going to join us. We'll talk about the significance of Good Friday and Easter when we come back. Jerry's in for Casey, 93 WIBC.
It's JMV, and Easter is Sunday, and Miss M's Home and Garden wants to get in on all the fun this week. They have hidden eggs throughout the garden center, greenhouses, and nursery lot filled with great discounts and chances to win prizes. While you're shopping for great annuals, tropicals, trees, shrubs, decor, and more, be on the lookout for Easter eggs. Find one and bring it to the register for your discount or prizes. Bring the kids for a children's Easter basket draw to get goodies too. Miss M's Home and Garden, State Road 135, south of Whiteland Road in Bargersville.
Spring in Indy, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint, and the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year transferable warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
For over 20 years, Howard Bailey Financial has been helping families just like yours gain clarity, confidence, and purpose with personal and practical financial strategies. And now, we're offering our full suite of services on Rangeline Road, right in the heart of Carmel, making it even easier to meet with our experienced team face-to-face. Whether you're planning for retirement, navigating life transitions, or just need guidance for your financial future, we're here to walk with you every step of the way. Text CARMEL to 888-262-1104 to download a free retirement resource. Howard Bailey Financial, helping you turn hope into a plan and dreams into reality. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
When the storms could move in, mostly sunny and 70 degrees on Monument Circle, and 79 is this afternoon's high. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:30. You might be hearing rain and wind hit your roof and windows late this evening, no matter where you are in Indiana.
The potential is there for strong to severe storms tonight, especially late tonight, sort of after midnight going into the first few hours of Saturday morning.
Alex McGinnis from the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says flooding could also be an issue, especially once we get into early next week. Vice President J.D. Vance is in Rome today to meet with leaders of both the Vatican and Italy. Vance gave an update on what he plans to say this morning.
I won't prejudge them, but we do feel optimistic that we can hopefully bring this war, this very brutal war, to a close.
He's talking about peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Vance is also scheduled to meet with the Vatican Secretary of State and then celebrate Easter in Italy with his family. Halloween may be number one for candy, but Easter comes in second with all sorts of unique and limited time candy offerings. I'm John Herrick on The Level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocery and pick up your favorite flavor today.
Damon's Garden Company South has trees, shrubs, vegetables, flowers, hanging baskets, plus garden and landscape supplies and knowledgeable staff. Damon's South on Emerson Avenue.
The Attorney General's Office, reuniting Hoosiers with over $1 million in unclaimed property every week. Visit indianaunclaimed.gov or text money to 46220 today.
93 WIBC. It is the Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Jerry Lopez in for Casey. And every year on Good Friday on this program, we celebrate the most significant event in human history, the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. And obviously, I come at this as a believer, but whether you are a believer, a Christian, or not, it is irrefutable the impact that the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ has had on humanity and the world, and the billions upon billions of people who have practiced the Christian faith, and how it really has shaped the worldview for so many things that have happened over the past 2,000 years. And every year we do a deep dive on these three very, very special and important days. And when we do that, we don't just leave it up to any rank and file amateur. We have a highly trained professional to come in and tell us what it all means. Our good friend, Nathan Peternell. He's the lead pastor at Life Church. Nathan, hello.
How's it going?
Great. Now, obviously, we always do the disclaimer on this. Life Church is an advertiser here on this program and throughout WIBC. And I said this to you the other day, though. You were doing an interview on another program, and I said, there is no person I know that is better at incorporating the Bible and what it means to society than you in every conversation.
Oh, man, that's kind.
And this is obviously such a big day, or such a big series of days for Christians across the world. And obviously Good Friday is the crucifixion of Christ. So let's start there about, from a spiritual perspective, from a faith and believer perspective, what it meant, but also kind of how that was the kickstart of the most important event in human history.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. A lot of people don't realize that the best day in history was Good Friday, right? It is Good Friday. If Jesus doesn't make it to the cross, the whole mission of heaven is thwarted. So not only does he have to make it to the cross, he's got to make it to the cross without sinning, right? So, the book of Isaiah says no man was beaten like he was beaten. Right? He barely resembles a human. And they take out all of the wrath. They just take it out on him. All the wrath of God is poured out on Jesus.
Because one of the things people don't realize is, like, you think the images of a weary, bloody guy on the cross. What he endured to get to the cross is no average person would be able to sustain these days.
Rob, the Roman scourging was so horrible that most people died just from that.
Yeah. They never made it to the cross.
They never make it to the cross. So when you talk about how what a man's man Jesus was, and what's pushing him, right? We just had where we were talking about all the Congressional Medal of Honor winners from a couple weeks ago. They were and from our American history, and you hear the superhuman things that those guys do, and I mean they receive the highest award that our country has to give. What pushed them to do it? Like, how do they keep going? How do you just keep getting shot? How do you just keep moving? Your body's broken beyond repair, and yet they keep going. And Jesus literally is like that, the greatest epic hero ever, because there's something driving him. And I love that scripture. It's one of my favorite that says, "For the joy set before him did he endure the cross." And he sees us totally changed, brought back in relationship with the Father, as a result of what he has to accomplish on the cross.
And this is what's crazy to me. So I always think about this for non-believers. Like, regardless of what you believe, it is in dispute, not in dispute, of the build-up to Jesus hanging on the cross and what he endured. And there is historical evidence that supports these things. And you think about that Jesus didn't have to do this, right? Like, he made the choice. And so why would any person, he knew what his end was going to be. Why would any person, and this is the conclusion I come to, why would any person who is not the Son of God, who knows what he is about to endure from Palm Sunday on as he comes in on the donkey, right, to the people shouting his name, right? And why would any person willfully endure that?
Well, they don't unless they have to. And you know, whenever you say that he didn't have to go through it, okay, in a way he does. The Bible says that Jesus was crucified.
I'm saying if he was not the Son of God,
right? If he's not the Son of God,
right.
Because he's the Son of God, he has to do this. Like, everything hangs in the balance. He was crucified from the foundations of the world. This was always God's plan. God knew that if he makes man, that man will sin. He knows that we'll all blow it. He knows that there will be a division, but he creates us. He gives us the test in the garden with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to see if we will love him. He loves us in spite of the fact he knows we won't love him, and then love is going to drive him all the way to the cross, and he won't stop, and he can't stop because we're the prize on the other side of his suffering.
Nathan Peternell is our guest. He's the lead pastor at Life Church. We're talking about Good Friday, which is obviously today, the crucifixion of Christ, and then the resurrection. So we went through this, I don't know, it was last year or the year before. We always have you here on Good Friday. And you had talked about in one of your sermons what those days in between were like. So obviously everybody knows the story of Christ and the crucifixion, but then there's this window of a couple days. And can you kind of just briefly delve back into that? Because that's fascinating to me.
Yeah. So, you know, when Jesus dies on the cross, he tells the thief on his right, he says, "Before the sun is set today, you'll be with me in paradise." Paradise is what was called Abraham's bosom. So prior to Jesus dying on the cross, all the righteous, when they die, they go to a holding place. It's called Abraham's bosom. There's a story in the Bible that talks about where a man named Lazarus, who was a beggar, dies, and a rich man also dies. The rich man, having no compassion, he goes to the side of torment. There's Abraham's bosom. There's a great chasm in between. There's a place of torment, and the rich man gets dropped in the place of torment. Lazarus gets put into Abraham's bosom, and he's in paradise. He's in comfort. Now, the whole place, so that's the paradise side, the chasm, and the place of torment is all called Hades, the place of the departed dead. That's where they all go. So when Jesus tells the thief, "Before the sun is set today, you'll be with me in paradise," that's where he's telling him he's going to take him. He says, when you die, we're going to go there. But then Jesus is going to rob the place of paradise. He's going to rob Hades because it's part of the place of, it's part of Hades. He's going to take all the people that believed and had faith in what God's word said. So whether they They were Old Testament believers who sacrificed, and they believed that the blood of the Lamb was going to cover over their sins. They obeyed the law, what the law of God lays out in the Pentateuch. If they believed in the Lord, they were in that place of paradise. He's going to take all those people with him now to heaven.
And so that's what he means. I think that gets lost a lot in the scripture when he says, you will be with me in paradise. That's what he's talking about.
That's what he's talking about. And then he's going to take them. And these are all these people will now go to heaven. So when Jesus resurrects from the dead and he says, okay, I'm only going to be here a limited amount of time, 40 days. I'm going to go back to my Father. I've gone to prepare a place for you. Now Jesus sits at the right hand of the Father, but he's in heaven. And he's preparing a place for us. And then he's going to come when his Father says all things are ready. And this is the return of Christ.
You know, one of the things that fascinates me about the Bible is that unlike other religions, it is really historically there's so much that is backed up and has been backed up over time. How many times do they find something and go, this appears to support this Bible
all
verse?
The time.
You know, and all these archaeologists and diggers and things that they're doing. And one of the things that's incredible about the Bible, and maybe you can go into this just a little bit, is the historical accounts of people who saw Jesus after the resurrection. It's not just one guy saying, and then this happened and everything was done.
It's 500. 500 witnesses see him alive. And you put 500 people in a courtroom, do they win that case?
Right, exactly.
Yes, right. And I think this is the cool thing. This year we're kind of going into this idea of unstoppable. Right? When Jesus
this will be the Sunday service at Life Church.
Right. When Jesus gets to the cross and he does not sin and he says it's finished, right? It's paid in full, and he dies. The resurrection was a guarantee, because if you don't sin, you won't see death. And because Jesus didn't sin, he's going to be resurrected, right? He's unstoppable. The devil, in all of his plan to try to thwart everything that Jesus was coming to do and to show that he just has to get him to sin. And he doesn't even imagine that what's going to happen is going to happen. The devil himself missed it. There's a scripture in the Bible that says, if they had understood, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory, right? So the devil wakes up to going, oh my goodness, we didn't win, right? We didn't win. And everything changes. And I think one of the cool things, too, is to see how did the guys who saw him bodily resurrected live the rest of their life. They all will be tortured and killed for this. Now, Rob, would you die for something you knew was a hoax?
No, absolutely not.
No, logic says you would not. Now, you could die for something you thought was true but wasn't.
I mean, I just got killed for the property tax thing. right. That was a pretty good hoax by the governor.
But you would never die for something you knew was fictitious. Right? And so, and would you give up your life of ease like Saul of Tarsus, when he has everything going for him as a young man, and then all of a sudden he's going to give it up, become a Christian, which he was just trying to kill.
Right.
And then this guy's going to be shipwrecked and flogged and stoned. Would you do that? No way. You're not doing it.
They used to deal with people in a much more aggressive fashion than they do today. All right. So tell us, Life Church, 4 campuses: Noblesville, Fishers, Eagle Creek, Pendleton. What time are the services?
So Good Friday is 6:00, and they're doing different things at different services. I think they're showing the Passion of the Christ at the Noblesville campus. The other services will have worship and communion and just a time of reflection, which I think every Christian ought to get yourself to Good Friday. This is our highest and best day. This is the day Jesus was glorified, when he was high and lifted up on the cross. So we'd love for you to come. If you don't have a place, by all means, come to Life Church. But hey, if you do, go to your church tonight and make sure that you're worshiping. And then on Sunday, of course, it's the Super Bowl of Christianity, right?
Do you feel extra pressure to do the Easter service?
You know what's so funny?
As a pastor?
I just look forward to it so much, because Sunday's my favorite day of the week. I love being with all the people, and it's the greatest day to celebrate. So anyway, we got services. A lot of our services, we're adding services because we know a lot of people are going to come, and most of those are at 9 and 11. I think Noblesville has another one that might be earlier than that. Anyway, go to lifechurchin.com for times and locations, and bring family. We'd love you to be there with us worshiping Jesus.
Nathan Peternell of Life Church talking about the significance of Good Friday and Easter Sunday. 93 WIBC. It is the Kendall and Casey Show.
Today's the day, baby. Join us live. The Hammer and Nigel Show. Coach's Tavern, downtown, across from the Field House. We are live at 3 for Beer Sample Friday.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. So spring forward in a Hubler quality pre-owned vehicle, including Chevys, Fords, Toyotas, GMCs, Buicks, Nissans, Acuras, Mazdas, Hondas, and many more. All makes, all models, certified vehicles, luxury vehicles, even the hard-to-find ones. Shop any of Hubler's 13 locations and choose from over 2,000 vehicles. Every Hubler Q-certified vehicle is covered by a 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus a 128-point vehicle inspection and a free Carfax history report. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 100,000 miles. Visit Hubler.com or any of our 13 locations.
Hubler's got you covered. Cover me!
Warranty on select models less than 9 years old.
Hey guys, it's Rob. The weather's starting to change, and that means you'll need to keep your home cool all summer long. And that means you need to make sure your windows are up to speed. And now would be the perfect time to call Universal Windows Direct with their spring home improvement event. Listen to the 3 prongs of this fabulous deal. First of all, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. Then on top of that, no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years. And last, but certainly not least, get a bonus of $500 off your entire home improvement project. So let's review, shall we? First of all, buy 2, get 2 free. Then no interest until 2030. And last, but certainly not least, a $500 bonus off your entire home improvement project. Now, some restrictions may apply. So to get all the details and schedule your totally free in-home estimate, call Universal Windows Direct today, 317-659-7574. 317-659-7574. See everything for yourself on the web, universalwindowsdirect.com. Tell them Rob sent you.
Turning 65, new to Medicare, or just moved? If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan, a D-SNP, may give you the extra benefits you're looking for. A D-SNP helps cover things like prescriptions and checkups, but it also helps pay for essentials, too. With a Humana D-SNP, you get $225 a month for eligible groceries, rent, utilities, and more. Plus, whatever you don't spend carries over to the next month. You may even get benefits like $0 copays on routine prescriptions, plus routine dental, vision, or hearing coverage. All of this could make a difference for your health and wallet. Learn more at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a coordinated care HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the Indiana Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal. Allowance amounts cannot be combined with other benefit allowances. Limitations and restrictions may apply.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Join our B&W Premier Club for additional benefits and exclusive discounts.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, B+W.com, your American Standard air dealer.
Think of it as WIBC on 2x speed. Big opinions, great moments, and just enough chaos. The WIBC Mashup Podcast brings it all together in one fast, fun listen. New episode each weekday. Subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
Okay, it's celebration time on the program.
Hey!
Jason Hammer joins us. Hello.
Hope everybody joins us at Coach's Tavern later this afternoon.
That's great.
Man, this has got every opportunity to go completely off the rails and sideways this afternoon.
Yeah, sure does.
It's our home away from home. It's where the Hammer and Nigel show really found its legs. Coach's Tavern back in the podcast days. Rob, you were there.
My favorite Hammer and Nigel show podcast memory. Can we say the name of the football player? I mean, this was a long time ago.
I would not.
Okay.
A former Indianapolis Colts player.
So I was on the same show as he was, and we're sitting there next to each other, and he's got his phone up there, and it's just like one Broad Ripple 9 or 10 after another, just like it's like a turnstile. And I finally just looked at him. I was like, "Can I just have one? Can you say this is my friend?" You know, like
you got to go through him to get to me.
Yeah, I'm just like, what is happening here? And this was not like, it wasn't like it was Peyton Manning, right?
Right. But it was somebody that I think people knew and certainly got an NFL paycheck.
That's right. He sure did. So it is, Kevin's birthday is Monday.
Happy birthday, Kev.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Again, how old are you going to be on Monday?
I'm turning 30, the big 3-0.
The dirty 30.
Yep.
So remind me to buy you a dirty 30 of Busch Latte when you come back sometime next week.
Latte.
I would love that.
Kevin will not be here on Monday. He's celebrating his birthday by himself. I stayed in bed and cried all day on my 30th birthday, we're presenting Kev with the present. I'm holding it up here on the YouTube for everybody to see. It is a what do they call this? It's an 8-pack of Guinness.
The good stuff.
Yeah,
nice.
Kev loves Guinness. So Hammer, you filibuster. I'm gonna walk this over to Kevin so he can enjoy this.
So Kevin, I want you to appreciate what's happening here. Not only did Rob Kendall have to buy an expensive brand of beer, which is against every part of his being, he thought of someone else and bought you a gift.
I'm very impressed.
I'm not sure which is more of a miracle. The fact you got Rob Kendall to spend more than $4.99 on a gift, or the fact you got something at all. Like, if you were going to get a gift from Rob, I thought it would be like an autographed picture of him, or like a copy of like the tax code in Indiana autographed by him. But this is an actual good gift.
Yeah, this is legit.
Here's the problem with Guinness. There's like 9,000 versions of Guinness. So I went to the store. I'm like, I'll run in there and get Kev some Guinness. And then there's Guinness American. There's Guinness Foamy. There's like, what Guinness do I get?
Is Joe Montana still the pitch man for Guinness? When you watch a Notre Dame game on TV,
right.
Guinness advertises. And when I went up to South Bend a couple years ago, we were still doing travel baseball with the boy at that point. We had a South Bend tournament. Like, Montana stuff is everywhere for Guinness. Like, around the stadium, around the bars. Like, they're pushing it hard on the campus.
Kev, are you going to drink all of those in one sitting?
I think now that I'm, approaching my 30s, I'm kind of slowing down with the drinking. So I think I'm going to kind of spread it out over a couple of weeks.
Because when I first met,
bad idea.
Yeah, when I first met Kevin, he was the producer for Pat and Denny on the weekends.
Correct.
And they gave him it was like a 4-pack of Guinness for his birthday.
Yeah.
And Kev sat right down and drank all of them at one time.
Attaboy,
and I was like,
yeah.
he's going to fit in great on our show.
Right. You're perfect to be around us all day.
Yeah, that was when I was 24. It was just a different time.
24 and 30 just sounds like the same age.
It does,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now, we were
17 years ago for me.
Yeah.
Good God.
Kev's in the perfect range, though, because as Spanglish pointed out, he can go higher, he can go low now, and he pretty much fits in anywhere wherever he wants to date.
So there is a gray area, though. Like, I think Kev at 30 is too old to be in the Broad Ripple clubs, but
Really?
you're the young, cool, good-looking guy if you go to, like, the other bars. Like, you walk into Brothers, you've got the advantage over anybody. You walk into the Vogue, you start looking like Rob Kendall a couple of years ago, where you're only missing the red hoodie and the skateboard saying, "Hello, fellow kids."
So
Yeah.
30's too old for the clubs, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that because I don't like the clubs. I just like the bar scene.
Right. You don't seem like the glow stick kind of guy.
I told him, I said, be ready to meet girls that are only available on Wednesdays and every other weekend.
Hey, you brought your wife with you today.
Yeah, the
Or she
crazy
brought you to
coupon
work, one of
lady
the
is
two.
coming downtown to coach us with us today. So, again, somebody's going to have bail money. But we're going to do a live version of the Crazy Coupon Lady. 'Cause this weekend, not only do we have Easter, but we've got a Pacer playoff game and WrestleMania. So we got a little something for everybody, and the Crazy Coupon Lady is here to make sure we've got all of our goods and services.
And she looks like $1 million.
She does.
Not this issue. I don't know why she's still with you, but
which is a conversation that we had on our Outkick program earlier today. Why is Crystal Hammer still with me?
Oh, with Dan.
Yes.
Dan Dockich, the coach, has an Outkick show that you're on every Friday. And what was the answer?
Well, let's be honest. She hit the husband jackpot. It's
true.
And if it's not just my looks and charm and personality, it's the crotch.
Hey, what's coming up this afternoon?
Happy Easter, everybody.
He has risen.
Downtown Coach's Tavern. Man, join us. We're going to have a good time. We can drink to the poor property taxes. We can drink for Jesus. We're going to have a great weekend. Join us. Let's go.
We can drink for Jesus.
Did turn water into wine.
Thank you.
Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks, and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Matt Bear here. Those heavy spring rains are right around the corner. Make sure you're ready for them with a free roof inspection from my friends at Cochran Exteriors. Notice a musty smell inside your attic, shingles curling, or have a leaky problem area? It's time to get it done. Call Cochran Exteriors for a free, no obligation consultation with options to meet your budget with a lifetime workmanship warranty. Get scheduled now before the spring brush. Visit CochranExteriors.com.
It's the Bash Sale, the biggest automotive sale in history. Your local Bill Estes dealerships are coming in hot with deals on trucks you don't want to miss. We have a huge selection of trucks at one easy online stop. Brand new Chevy, Ford, GMC, Jeep, Ram, and Toyota trucks with a massive pre-owned selection too. Plus, our fair and direct upfront pricing means what you see is what you pay. Shift into savings during the Bash Sale. Only at Bill Estes dealerships, and drive away in your dream truck today. Online at BillEstesTrucks.com.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
I gave it a shot, and I came in and had the procedure done. To me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago.
Spring's here, and it's time for a new patio. Indy Decorative Concrete is offering free demolition. Got an old deck? Cracked concrete? We'll remove it at no cost. Hurry, this offer ends April 30th. Go to IndyDecorativeConcrete.com for details.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more.
Your local news coming up in 2 minutes after Fox News from the Technology Recycler Studios. You are listening to 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, and it's now 11 o'clock.
More questions than answers. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. 10,000 pages of files are released related to Senator Robert Kennedy's assassination in 1968. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard on Fox.
Different countries were sending messages to each other around Senator Kennedy's assassination, saying that he had been assassinated, but that was before he was actually killed.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. questions the results of the official investigation and has said the convicted killer, Sirhan Sirhan, should be released. Secretary of State Rubio says the administration's patience is not unlimited when it comes to Russia-Ukraine peace talks.
While Secretary of State Marco Rubio says discussions have been constructive and created an outline for steps towards peace during meetings in France, the top U.S. diplomat signaling the U.S. could move on if progress isn't made.
We need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on as well.
Russia has rejected a ceasefire deal that's been pushed by the administration and backed by Ukraine.
That's Fox's Ryan Schmelz. We don't know why he may have done it, but the suspect in yesterday's shooting at Florida State University is identified as a 20-year-old student, the stepson of a sheriff's deputy who used one of her guns, police say. 2 people are dead, 6 wounded, as is the suspect, shot by police.
Students will be able to pick up anything they left behind from certain buildings during the chaos, but classes are canceled until next week. Students have already been gathering at a quickly growing memorial to honor the victims. And tonight, the community will gather for a campus vigil.
It's Fox's Madison Scarpino in Tallahassee. There are road closures due to heavy snow in Colorado and a risk of severe storms in the Midwest and Plains today through Easter Sunday. Hail, damaging wind, and tornadoes. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What you'll see today might be different than what comes later. Sunny and 71 degrees in downtown Indy. I'm John Herrick. This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Here's what's trending at 11:02. Warm and windy today across Indiana with storms brewing late tonight. Ryan Hedrick reports.
We'll certainly have the atmosphere primed for rain and thunderstorms.
That's forecaster Alex McGinnis at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis.
The potential is there for strong to severe storms tonight, especially late tonight, sort of after midnight going into the first few hours of Saturday morning.
But he says the system is developing slowly, which makes it tough to pinpoint where the strongest storms will hit.
Greatest shot of any isolated to perhaps scattered strong to severe storms would be Indy Metro and then points north and west.
Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Allowing more than 33 Illinois counties to join Indiana is the focus of a bill that passed on Thursday, but Illinois' governor says he will not entertain such a proposal.
Well, that's their choice. I mean, that's their choice whether they want to participate or not. I think it's been a great opportunity to talk about all the great things going on in Indiana and to say, look, we'd love to have that conversation.
That's House Speaker Todd Houston, who wrote the bill. He says Indiana offers lower taxes and more opportunities for those in Illinois, and the bill creates a commission and now heads to the governor's desk. An explosion and a fire in Richmond on Thursday left 2 people seriously injured. Police say both people had to be airlifted to hospitals in Indianapolis. 2 children also had to be treated at the scene with smoke inhalation. The state fire marshal's office is now trying to figure out what caused the explosion. The Trump tariffs have caused some stock market volatility lately. Bill Demery with Demery Retirement Services in Indianapolis gives his take on the whole thing.
We've seen the ups, we've seen the downs of the stock market. I don't think it's anything really to get excited about. I think everything will work out, and I'm very optimistic.
He says with the right planning and a level head, you can build your financial future properly. And the Indiana Hoosier football team put a bow on spring practices Thursday with their spring game at Memorial Stadium.
Like I told the players, when we come back in the fall, it's on, it's real, and we need our good players to play good every single day, every single rep, every single drill. Spring ball's over, so we'll get out what we put in.
That's IU head coach Kurt Signetti, who says the Hoosiers are now trying to build depth at key positions. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. Rob and Indy Spanglish coming back in 1 minute.
WindowNation.com, that's where you go to replace your cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation like I did. I love my Window Nation windows. I've saved a ton on energy bills. And your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less.
Go big or go home. And that's what they're doing at Window Nation. Right now, get four windows for free with every 4 that you buy. And there's no limit. The more you buy, the more free ones you get. 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. You don't pay anything until 2027, and you get 4 windows for free when you buy 4. And on top of that, get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. This deal is not going to be around forever, so you got to hustle. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Damon's Garden Company South on Emerson Avenue.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
All right, okay. Yes. We will do the Chris Hansen, Mike Braun piece again here in just a minute by popular request. We'll get to that in a second. But first, by the way, it's Kendall and Casey show. I'm Rob, Jerry Lopez, Indy Spanglish on Twitter, in for Casey. Kev is here. Lopez, it looks like we may actually get a legitimate argument in front of the Supreme Court about birthright citizenship, and I'm here for all of it.
I'm very interested to see where this goes, because this is directly because of immigration.
Yeah, so we're not there yet, but what's about to happen in front of the Supreme Court will likely be the opening for it to happen, especially depending on how they rule. So what happened is Trump declared we're done with birthright citizenship. And basically, what that is, I assume most of our audience knows, but if you don't, it has been interpreted up until now that if you were born in the United States, the language in the Constitution, that you automatically become a citizen of this country. And it has been I don't say fringe, because to me it's kind of made sense what people are saying, but it was not something that was super in the mainstream pre-Donald Trump, where there were legal scholars. Like, I'm not talking quacks. I'm talking about people with law degrees, people who study this, people who know history, who said, no. They never intended for illegal immigrants to be able to come into this country, sneak into this country, give birth to a child, and then automatically a citizen.
But then what do we do now?
Right.
So we're going to deport the mom and dad because they're illegal, but now they have a 4-year-old that's a legal citizen. We can't deport. What a mess it creates.
So Trump said, we're done with that. We're not doing it. And, of course, then they found, the left they knew the judges defined, and immediately then these judges do these blanket rulings, essentially for the entire country, saying, no, that doesn't apply. The birthright citizenship is still a thing. And so Trump's argument to the Supreme Court is these judges do not have the ability to rule. They're district court judges. They do not have the ability to rule for the entire country. They only have the ability to rule in the area in which they oversee, the area in which they serve, which is why you'll see most cases that end up at the Supreme Court, there'll be conflicting opinions. Like there will be the court out west, the super liberal court, that'll say one thing, and then one of the southern courts will say something else. And now we have conflicting opinions. It's got to go to the Supreme Court, so we have some sort of clarity on this. Well, in this case, what Trump is saying to the Supreme Court, they have agreed to hear the case. The case in front of the Supreme Court right now is not birthright citizenship, but it will be rather whether these judges have the ability to rule for the entire country when they make these rulings on birthright citizenship.
And that should be an easy slam dunk.
Well, we'll see, because the theory is that if the Supreme Court says no, and by the way, they're expediting this. They're going to hear oral arguments on May the 15th, so there's clearly an interest in this from the court. The thinking is that if they rule, even if they rule, it's not whether the judges are right or wrong. They're ruling whether the judges have the ability to rule for the entire country. And the thinking, like moving ahead, is that if they say the judges can only rule in their little pocket that they oversee, then they're interested in actually deciding birthright citizenship itself. If they say the judges can rule for the entire country, then the thinking is, well, they would definitely see along the lines of that judge, and it's going to be a non-starter. So that's why now that they have agreed to hear this case, people are really looking at this going, wow, birthright citizenship might actually be something that the Supreme Court is considering overturning, or the idea of what we have understood birthright citizenship to be. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, no, it makes sense to me. And once again, this is only an issue because we had the influx of people just coming here only to have children. That's it. Just here to have kids. They weren't here to participate, not here to become citizens, not here to become naturalized citizens. They came in the country many of times pregnant, have the baby, and now the way that the law was interpreted before, your child is a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on that. May 15th will be the argument. All right, so a lot of people said, can you play it again? And we will play it again. And we'll play it Monday, too, because I don't want Casey to be deprived of hearing this piece. So, we have said on this show for a very, very long time that Republicans in this state, the General Assembly, are financial predators. And we say that, we use that phrase because they pray the taxes they raise are taxes you can't get out of and you need to live. And they know this. Look at the two taxes that have gone up the most over the past 9 years under Holcomb and now Braun. It is the gas tax and it is property taxes. Where you drive, you got to drive to work, you got to drive to buy groceries, you got to do everything. You do it through driving, and then you've got to live, right? You got to live somewhere. So they have targeted these taxes you cannot opt out of, and thus we have dubbed them financial predators. And we had hope, we had optimism that under Braun it was going to get better. He was saying all the right things for months, and then over the past week, obviously, he turned his back on hundreds of thousands of, if not millions of people who were believing in him and the people that went to the rally and all the things he said, and he got in lockstep with these financial predators, Bray and Houston and Thompson and the General Assembly, and sold us out. And so I said, well, look, I'm fresh out of ideas on how to try to get to these people. I'm fresh out of ideas on how to hold these people accountable. And so I thought, well, who's the greatest person in the world when it comes to dealing with predators?
There's only one.
There's only one.
Yep.
There's only one name that stands out above all the rest, and that is friend of the show, who's been on this program, Chris Hansen.
Yep.
And so I said, well, what if I could reach out to Chris Hansen and see if he could interrogate the governor? What if he could tell the governor, have a seat? What if he could try to hold the governor accountable? And here's what we came up with.
I'm Chris Hansen, and this is an investigation called Hansen versus Predator. What is your plan here tonight?
We cannot accept rising property taxes as an unfortunate fact of life or explore every avenue to reduce the burden on hardworking Hoosier families.
How would we do this?
I guarantee you that we're going to give it one good shot at getting that back in place where it needs to be.
This does not look very good for you.
We got a lot over the finish line in the last 2 to 3 days, which was basically late last week.
Let's see if any of this sounds familiar while you enjoy your pizza.
We can let government inefficiencies impede our success or reshape government to sincerely serve the people. How about that?
Has that line ever worked for you before?
So I campaigned on this, made it the #1 issue.
You see how this looks.
In a state like Indiana, your veto means nothing other than symbolic, and there's no guarantee that you get anything out of it.
So if there's anything else you want people to know, anything you want to say, now would be a good time to say it.
Too many seniors and young families are getting priced out of their homes due to runaway property taxes. I heard it for 2 years on end.
How does this look? How does that look? If you were me, what would you think?
You can make that point. I respect it.
There's something you need to know, and that is I'm Chris Hansen. And this is an investigation called Hansen versus Predator.
I will be signing it, yes.
The one that gets me, because now the story has changed, and what's crazy is he changed with both Braun and Micah, which is, well, you made this an issue. And in our little meeting that we had, they both tried to say this. You made this an issue, you being me. And you did a great job of making this the issue here, but outside of your listening area, which is like half the state, we get that. But outside of your listening area, we just don't hear about it from people. And I said, wait a second. You guys spent a year telling everybody you heard about it everywhere. And in that clip right there, did he or did he not say, I heard about it everywhere. I heard about it from everyone.
Yeah, and it's jarring that, okay, you can say you made it an issue, but they decided to play ball.
Right.
They showed up with a property tax thing that got thrown away, and he comes back with a whole new plan.
Yeah, but this is the lying, Jerry. These two things cannot be true. We played you the clip right there from his State of the State, where he's saying about how he's heard about it on end or whatever phrase he used, and then he comes out and goes, "Yeah, but it's out in the rural areas. I'm not hearing about it from people." This guy wouldn't know the truth if it hit him right between the eyes. He wouldn't know the truth of it. He's told so many lies now, and that piece James Briggs did in Indy Star
great.
a couple days ago is absolutely right. He is a guy who has no core conviction whatsoever. He just wanted to be governor. He thought he had to have this show and our support in order to do it. He said whatever we thought we needed to hear. He kept it going until the very end, and then when the time came to pull the plug, he turned and he ran. And look at all of that stuff we just played for you. Now, we're having fun with it, inserting Chris Hansen clips with it, but it fits, right?
Yeah.
It fits. He could be a guy that's sitting at a table that Chris Hansen is telling to have a seat and talking about the horrible things he said, which is right there, right? And none of it's true. He didn't do any of it. He didn't follow through on any of it.
That's the crazy part, is that those are things that he has said, and he was lying every time he said them.
One of the things Chris Hansen always asks those dudes is, why did you show up? Because it's always, they always like to do that. It was just chat. It was just chat. But you're here. Why did you show up? That would be the question to Braun. Why did you come to the rally?
Yeah.
Why did you show up? If you didn't intend to do anything, if you didn't intend to help, why did you show up?
Why the rolling up the sleeves and this whole show of, he did it real slow.
Oh, yeah.
He played to the crowd. He was holding up signs. Who owns my house?
Yeah.
And 30 days later, man, just a big turd.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was here the other day, and there's been a lot of talk in the news about autism. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying they're going to take on autism. They're going to try to help find cures for autism. They're going to try to stamp out autism. And so I thought, well, let's talk with somebody who has a background on autism and how it's impacting people here in central Indiana. And Dr. Jim Dalton, he is the president and CEO of Damar Services, is going to join us next. And we'll try to get to the bottom of this issue and how Damar is trying to help people with autism here in central Indiana. It's 93 WIBC, Kendall and Casey Show.
This May, you've got a chance to see what an IndyCar driver's dream garage really looks like. WIBC's Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana, takes you inside Graham Ray Hall Performance, a high-octane hangout where racing meets luxury. Hammer and Nigel sit down with Graham for great stories, laughs, and insights from someone who grew up on the hallowed grounds of the IMS. It's a backstage pass to speed, style, and surprises. Tickets available now at WIBC.com. Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana.
Beds are us. When dreams don't get in, beds are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 765-545-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bedsareus.com. 765-545-BATH.
Beds are us. When dreams don't get in, beds are us.
Hey guys, it's Rob. You know, it's Good Friday, and that means Easter is this Sunday. And this Sunday, if you're looking for a new church home or even a first church home or just feeling called to something different, check out the place we call home, Life Church. We have met so many awesome people at Life Church over the years. There's such a sense of community there, and many of those people just happen to be WIBC listeners. So this Sunday, check out Life Church. You got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Campuses in Noblesville, Fishers, Eagle Creek, and Pendleton. Great online services. Learn more about everything on the web. LifeChurchIN.com.
It's JMV, and come enjoy this beautiful spring weather at Miss M's Home and Garden in Bargersville. The Garden Center has a huge selection of high-quality annuals, tropicals, trees, and shrubs. The spring blooms are filling up the nursery lot, and the greenhouse has what you need to beautify your porch and landscape. Easter decor is 50% off at the Garden Shop through April the 19th. Visit Miss M's for all things home and landscape this spring. Miss M's is located on State Road 135 south of Whiteland Road in Bargersville, closed Easter.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
This week at Sullivan Hardware and Garden, see their large selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg.
The screen door slams, Mary's dress waves. Like a vision, she dances across.
So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has put autism front and center in the news. And I thought to myself, well, let's find out how it's impacting our community. And there's one group out there helping folks lead better lives who suffer from autism. 93 WIBC. It is the Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today. Jerry Lopez in for Casey. Pleased to be joined by Jim Dalton. He is the president and CEO of Damar Services, who do tremendous work helping people with autism lead better, more productive lives. Now, full disclosure, Damar is a sponsor of State House Happenings, which we air Sunday mornings here on WIBC. Jim, thanks for being with us. You know, I've known about Damar for quite a while, but got a chance to see what you guys do up close and personal. A few weeks ago when Hammer and I went to your big gala where Dana Carvey and David Spade were the headliners for the event. It was an awesome event. Thanks for being with us and talking a little bit about Damar and the impact autism has on Central Indiana.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. And it's an honor to be here, and certainly was an honor to have you at our gala.
Nobody's ever said that ever. That's the first time anybody's ever said it was an honor to have Rob Kendall at our event.
But that was a great event, and we were certainly happy to be there. We had 1,200 of our closest friends there, and what a wonderful night it was. But thanks for the opportunity to talk about Damar. Damar used to be one of the best-kept secrets here in Central Indiana. We hope it's not the case anymore. We're a pretty large, not-for-profit organization that really focuses on serving children and adults with developmental disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and autism. We do that. We serve about 1,600 people in some way, shape, or form every single day, and we do that with about 1,300 employees. Our services range from very early on intervention evaluations for children with autism, for example, at the age of 2, 1.5 or 2, all the way up to we work with the elderly in their challenges related to developmental disabilities as well.
So let's talk about that, because one of the things, and we do the big Salvation Army fundraiser every year where we raise money for the Salvation Army. And one of the things we talk about when people give is we say, look, we're critical of the government on our show. We're critical. The government does too much. The government intervenes. It's got its hands in too many pies. And the reality is people need help. And if you don't want the government to do it, which I think most of us don't, then you got to step up and you got to do that, your part to do to make sure that there are services available for people. And that's really what I think you guys do, is you allow people to be able to live for themselves, live more independent existences, and allow them freedoms and abilities they otherwise may not have.
We do, Rob. And, without us, if it weren't for us, I mean, we serve people with disabilities. If it weren't for us and organizations like ours, the government would be obligated to do this. So we take on that obligation and that risk for the government. And again, we have the honor of serving some of the most wonderful and special people, citizens of Indiana that are often overlooked. And it is a great honor to do that. We need lots of support for us to do that, to be successful. Again, what we do is can be life-changing at times for folks.
Yeah, so let's talk about Jim Dalton. Dr. Jim Dalton is our guest. He's the president and CEO of Damar Services. So one of the things you guys were showcasing at your dinner is people being able to get out into the world, work for themselves, but sometimes it's even things just as basic as being able to take care of themselves.
Yes.
How does your organization approach such a wide swath of people that have so many different needs?
Great question. Autism alone is a spectrum disorder. So again, and intellectual disabilities can be a spectrum disorder too, where you have people that struggle very what we would call low functioning, have difficulty with even communication or even talking at all, taking care of themselves even to the minor way of being able to feed themselves and clothe themselves, all the way up to the higher end of the spectrum where you have folks, we notice this with adults that maybe seem a little quirky and odd, but may have autism and they need help with, balancing their checkbook or being able to do a basic job work. Some of our folks even can overcome a lot of challenges and even attend higher education. So
well, that's what I was thinking at that dinner was I was like, this is such a wide array because you had the one little boy, very young little boy, who has trouble dressing himself and going to school, but he's making progress. But his level of attention and care is so much different than, as you said, somebody who may just need a little help making sure they pay their bills, properly every month. I don't even know where you would begin to go about serving all those people.
Yeah, Bo is who you're talking about. We highlighted him as a great little boy, and he does need a lot of care. He needs a lot of supervision.
But he's making huge progress.
Huge progress. He's actually able to go to public school now, which was one of our goals for him. And his mother, Kate, is so involved. But yeah, you're exactly right. We meet people where they are. Some of them need hours and hours of our support, and others need a few hours. And we say at Damar Services, we're very happy that people can kind of come in and out of our system throughout their lifespan, depending on the level that they may need, whether it's public, we run a public school, we run a private school, we have hospital-based programs, we have foster care, we have community-based programs. We have a wide range of programs for people that they can capitalize on.
And that's really amazing, is that you guys, not only you think about, well, they help this person, you see people at work who you say they need a little extra help, and these jobs programs, and people kind of, I think, oftentimes will think about Damar and think about those sort of things. But the reality is, you can go into this, you guys actually have schools for people.
We do. We have schools. We have community living program. A lot of our folks, we have what we call the Damar Village. So there's a lot of adults with disabilities that we love for them to live amongst us in the community, but many times they can be shunned or looked down upon by neighbors. And if they so choose, they can live at a place called the Damar Village, where it's a protective, integrated community, where it's open to the public, but we really design it for adults with developmental disabilities. So it's really us trying to solve some of the major problems that these individuals and families face. And many of them are very different. You see one person, you see one person with autism, you've seen one person with autism. They're very different, have very different needs.
Yeah, and you think about our joke on our show, and Rob's a little crazy, right? Rob's a little off. But the reality is I'm very blessed to have had a very good life, and I'm not nearly as crazy as most people see me as. But you become aware, because you live your own life when you're blessed to be of good health. You don't oftentimes appreciate the way you should. But as a new father, as I've watched my daughter develop, and thankfully she appears to be very healthy, you're more aware of these things of this could be me. My wife and I could be dealing with these issues that we're seeing other people deal with. And you count your blessings, but then you realize, wow, there's a lot of people out there that do have these hurdles that they have to overcome.
Lots and lots of folks. The incident and prevalence rate of autism continues to rise. And
why is that?
It's question of the day, question of the year. Are
we better at spotting it now? Did it always exist?
We believe it's always existed. Primarily, I think we're better diagnostically with it.
Yeah.
So autism has increased, but the biggest portion of autism cases that have increased have been at the higher end of the spectrum. The kids with severe autism that don't have language and have stereotypic behaviors, we've always known they've had autism. But we've become better at differentiating between ADHD and autism, and depression and autism. So that higher level. So I do think one of the reasons is because we're better diagnostically. Quite frankly, another reason is because we just have more resources.
Yeah.
You build it and they will come. And we have seen with more resources in Central and across the country, we have seen that incident and that prevalence rate grow.
If people want to learn more about Damar, what you guys do, how they can be a part of it or learn more, what's the best way to do that?
Well, we have a great website, www.damar.org. You can call us at 317-856-5201. You can get a hold of us at any way. A lot of our employees you'll see in the community wearing Damar shirts. Ask them.
And if people need help, too.
Yes, a lot of people. One of the things that's really distressing, great things at Damar, but one of the really distressing things is every one of our 72 programs have waiting lists that are longer or bigger than the people that we're actually serving. So that continues to be something that we're concerned about at Damar and look for growth to address those issues.
Well, Dr. Jim Dalton, President CEO of Damar, it was so wonderful to be at that event. It was a great event and learning about you guys. And I told Steve at the time, I said, I got to have you guys on because the public needs to know what you're doing. We appreciate you supporting State House happenings. And thank you for spending a few minutes with us.
Thank you, Rob. Keep up the good work.
93 WIBC, it is the Kendall and Casey Show.
You're listening to 93 WIBC. I'm Matt Bear. I'm excited to have a special guest joining us, Jeff Jr., the founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth.
What's up, Matt?
I hear your connection to Indiana runs pretty deep. Tell us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. My wife used to live in Indiana, and my father and mother-in-law, they actually live in Kokomo. And my brother-in-law, he lives in Franklin. With so much family here, it was only natural to bring Trajan Wealth to greater Indiana. and help all the Hoosiers plan for a better financial future.
I also know you and your wife served our country in the Marine Corps. Would you say the Marine Corps helped with the financial business you're in?
Unequivocally, yes. I completely credit the Marine Corps with most all of the intangible qualities such as leadership, attitude, willingness to learn.
Trajan Wealth is a family-run, veteran-owned financial fiduciary. Call them today, 317-480-4040, 317-480-4040.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
It might move in while you're sleeping. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:30. You could hear strong winds or see large hail as storms move across Indiana both late tonight and into tomorrow.
Kind of hard to determine where exactly storms might be setting up with that front real slowly edging into the area late tonight. But greatest shot of any isolated to perhaps scattered strong to severe storms would be Indy Metro and then points north and west.
Alex McGinnis with the National Weather Service says tornadoes are possible northwest of Indianapolis. That severe storm risk is also impacting more than 52 million people from the southern plains to the Midwest, with hail, heavy winds, and tornadoes possible. And a new Star Wars movie is being made starring the actor Ryan Gosling. He made that announcement Thursday at a Star Wars convention in Tokyo, and the new film will be called Star Wars Starfighter. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 463-251-1912. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 463-251-1912. That's 463-251-1912.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Damon's Garden Center West has trees, shrubs, vegetables, flowers, hanging baskets, plus garden and landscape supplies and knowledgeable staff. Damon's West on Rockville Road.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
Okay, so I gotta get your perspective on this, Jerry. How much of an age difference is, assuming all people are of age?
Yeah.
How big of an age difference is too big when it comes to dating? It's Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Kev's here. Casey's out today. Jerry Lopez, Indy Spanglish on Twitter, in for Casey. All right. So I see this story in the Daily Mail. The Drew Carey is 66 years old. Now, Drew Carey actually went through a somewhat high-profile really tragic event. He was dating this woman. I think they were engaged. Then they were not engaged, but they were still very close, and she was murdered. Like, this has been a true crime drama. He wasn't obviously involved in it in any way, but so then after that, he was like, well, I'm out on the dating game, right? Of course, he was 60 years old or whatever at the time. But he's 66, and now Daily Mail has a story about he's dating a woman who's an OnlyFans chick. I guess that, I don't know if that makes you a porn star. I don't know, whatever you want to call her.
Porn star light.
Well, yes, she's in the business of showing herself to people.
Sure.
Right? She's 37. That's 29 years difference.
Right.
So Casey and I have had this conversation before about how big of an age difference, what is the number by which it is too much, you are with somebody that is too young for you.
So
what is your theory?
I've always heard rule of thumb is half your age plus 8. I don't know where I heard that before, but that's something that I have heard.
You heard it, but is that your?
That's not my theory. My theory is my theory is I have a 22-year-old daughter. Like, we have to be well above that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what? Okay, somebody told me this.
I'm 40. I'm 44. I don't think I could date somebody below 30.
Okay. Well, somebody told me this years ago, and it's when I was in my early 20s. And this person was, I don't know at the time what they would have been. They would have probably been early 40s. And then they said, if everybody's in a bar and everybody can do all the things, then what difference is the number? If everybody can do the same things, you can drink, you can smoke, you can drive, you can vote.
Yeah, but you can't have a regular conversation.
Why
the things
not?
I want to talk about at 44 are not your Snapchat filters.
Okay, so what would your number be? So if you met somebody in a bar,
yeah,
and
she's 26, that would feel really young to me.
How fast do you ask the age?
Oh, I don't know.
Because what if you met somebody? See, what's spawned all this is Kevin is turning 30. He's not going to be with us on Monday. His birthday is Monday. And Kevin,
perfect age.
Kevin is in the and Kev, how long have I been telling you this for? That you have entered the perfect wheelhouse to be a good-looking single man.
Yeah, you've mentioned it a few times.
Because you can go up.
You can be some old lady's friend. And you can go down a little bit.
And you're still young enough that there's not pressure like you have to get married tomorrow and start a family.
Correct.
You have disposable income. You're in a band. You work for the #1 rated radio show in Central Indiana.
Yeah.
Women should be removing their underwear and throwing them at you.
I mean, summer is coming. Do not lock yourself down.
That's right.
Now.
This could be the best summer of your entire life. But at what point? Let's say you're in a bar and you have a conversation with the woman and you really like her. What do you just pause and go, "How old are you?"
No, I don't think I would ask.
But what if you really like the person and then
I'm not going to ask her at the bar how old she is.
But it turns out she wasn't 26. What if you enjoyed?
And she's like 24.
Right. You've already determined you enjoy.
But the problem is I got to bring around my kids.
So what? They're adults.
I get
You're not
you
obligated
sound like Bill Belichick, dude.
What? Well, my wife is 15 years younger than me. What difference does it make?
That's true.
That's
true. You outkicked your coverage.
Thank
That's
you.
for sure.
Right.
For sure.
See, when Hammer's on here, like, you couldn't go to the clubs anymore. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at what I've accomplished.
And she's smart, too.
Absolutely. Other than being with me. But the point is, like, okay, so she was 21, I was 36. Would you have said if
What's
you were
half your age plus 8? Does that fall within the...
No, it does not, but I feel like you're just making that up.
I mean, it's believable. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, look, so
you would call it off if you met some girl, because you're saying you don't ask them the age immediately. Then
no, because to your point, if we're all hanging out, I can tell. I have a 22-year-old kid. I can tell difference between 22 and 30.
Sure, but I feel like you're being accountable to your adult children, which you've already raised them. All your kids kids are no, not all your kids are adults.
No,
the ones I know are adults.
Yeah.
I know your son and your daughter.
Yeah,
you're not obligated to them anymore. You've done your part. Once they're 18, now you obviously many parents do things beyond 18.
All right, if you're single and under the age of 26, I'll be at Coach's Tavern for the Hammer and Nigel live show. Be half my age plus 8, so I feel better. But Rob says it's up for grabs.
I don't think. Okay, Kevin, you are 30. You're about to be 30.
Right.
What are you prepared to go up to?
So half his age plus 8 is 23. Does that work for you, Kev?
Half his age plus 8 is 23. Would you date a 23-year-old?
I think I tend to. I'd probably stay within 5 years. 5 years. Younger or older.
Or younger or older.
Yeah.
So 35 to 25.
Yeah.
That's a fair age range.
I think that's perfect.
Right,
for
that's
me.
a fair age range.
Yeah.
No. There's no doubt about that. That's a fair.
But even 30 to me would feel young.
But we can all agree at 66. 37 is probably too much, right? Is she 37? It's 29 years. Or is she 39? She's 37, I think.
I mean,
So
Bill Belichick, 73, and his girl's 24.
Well, that's way too much, right? I mean, like the Al Pacino
Imagine being
guy
her
was-
dad.
Well, right. But we got to draw a line somewhere. So what line are we drawing in the sand? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because it's like...
I mean, you don't have a line, is what I've heard from you, is you're like, hey, if they can get in the bar and the ID checks out, we're good.
I'm saying that was what somebody told me. Now, I did not fathom in that moment in my early 20s when somebody told me that at 74, would you ponder date, or whatever Bill Belichick is, would you date...
73, yeah.
73, would you date... How old is she?
24.
That did not ponder. I was thinking like age differences that we're talking about here. However... Right, that does seem a bit, and she's on the field. That's what gets me. She was on the video of her on the field barking at him
like
during
her papa,
during some sort of practice.
Yeah.
It's like you can't be doing that. You cannot be, as a football coach, letting your squeeze on the field barking at you during practice.
I mean, here's the thing: if he wasn't Bill Belichick, people would assume that's her dad. If people couldn't recognize him, they would assume that's your dad.
Totally. Okay. All right. Other thing, influencer. You got kids. They're all good kids from everything that I've seen and heard.
I do.
Wish TV had an article that the lawmakers here in Indiana are going to try to regulate what you can do with your kid in terms of them being influencers. Primarily, it's a complex thing, but really about the money and what you have to do with the money when your kid makes, so you end up, these child stars end up broke or whatever. But my question is, would you let your kid be an influencer? I would never let my kid be an influencer.
I mean, it depends on what they're influencing, right? So, like, little dude does the crypto stock thing, and I don't think that.
But he's an adult.
Yeah. Are you talking about kid? Like, so I have a 13-year-old daughter.
Children.
Would I let her push something? No.
You wouldn't let her be a YouTube person?
No, there's too many weirdos.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But some of these kids are making millions of dollars.
Or the little boy that does the toy thing.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I would never let. I would rather be dirt poor and die in a gutter somewhere than to be dependent upon my.
How grimy is that?
6 or 7 year old kid.
You need to make another video, Tommy, right now.
Yeah, I mean, you notice my kid doesn't appear on the internet anywhere.
Yeah.
We don't post photos. Nothing. Now, some parents do, and that's fine. It's your kid. It's your choice. But there's so many weirdos in the world that I don't want my kid exposed to no phone, no nothing, right? When they pay their own bills, they can make their own choice, live their own life. But no way. And I do find it. I think you're setting your kid up for a really horrible adult existence if you're putting them on the internet in the sense of you're making money off of them when they're 5, 6, 7 years old.
100%.
Now, the question, I guess the follow-up to this would be, though, is it really different, though? Is this just the modern day Macaulay Culkin where kids are in movies?
Yeah, but for every kid that makes it, how many thousands of kids out here are not getting any views, no money, and the parents are pushing them on YouTube?
I guess it's true. Like if you're in a movie, somebody had to find you and there's guaranteed money and you're going to be in this movie and you're not exposed to the populace in the sense of you're not on the internet
There's
every day.
A lot of kids that tried to make movies that had to deal with some despicable stuff.
Well, think about the Corey...
Feldman,
and those. Yeah, you're right.
But those guys still made it.
Well, right. And even if you're not, didn't go through the horrible things they allegedly went through, it does mess you up. It does, like, to be famous, to have all that thrown at you when you're 7, 8.
Well, and then when you're
old.
at the top of the world at 8, and then now you're 18.
Yeah, you're right.
What does that do to your self-esteem? What does that do to like your life gratification? What does that do for any of that?
Is there any kid actor, like super famous kid actor, who made it big as an adult? I mean, like Macaulay Culkin. I mean, all these guys.
They all Jason Bateman.
Okay, Jason Bateman is one. That's fair. I mean, but were they kids?
Because I think wasn't he on Little House on the Prairie?
Well, like
that's a good pool.
But was he a big time actor as a kid? I'm like any of these like Macaulay Culkin type.
What's Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen?
You're right. There's another one.
Ruined.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It screws you up. It does.
Yep.
And this is why we're perfect for radio, because we're totally screwed up. Lopez in for Casey. Kevin's here. Mind your manners. Easter etiquette. You people are going to be on the road the next couple days. You got to know how to behave. Easter etiquette. Mind your manners. Coming up next, Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
Today's the day, baby. Join us live. The Hammer and Nigel Show, Coach's Tavern, downtown, across from the Fieldhouse. We are live at 3 for Beer Sample Friday.
Indiana patients rely on many types of pharmacies to access their medications and critical healthcare services. But a proposal being considered in the Indiana legislature called SB 140 would disrupt access to medications for Indiana patients. SB 140 would impose government mandates blocking access to critical pharmacy options and services in Indiana. Lost access to pharmacy options would directly harm many of Indiana's most vulnerable patients, including patients fighting cancer and heart disease, many of whom rely on specialty pharmacies for their care. SB 140 would even hike costs for Indiana patients by imposing a $10 tax on every prescription filled in the state. That would often fall directly on the patient. Tell your state legislator, protect access to medications, reject higher costs. Put Indiana patients first by voting no on SB 140, paid for by conservatives for lower healthcare costs.
You love spring in Indy, but you hate to paint, so do what Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating specifically formulated for our unique climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Indy, you too can have the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Paint your house again. Rhino Shield. Of course I love my parents, I really do, but often felt angry with them because I was always screaming so they could hear me on the telephone. All that has changed thanks to the CapTel phone from Relay, Indiana. We're so much better off because now my parents can read what I'm saying on the CapTel caption telephone. Our conversations are pleasant because through voice recognition technology, my words appear to them on an easy-to-read screen right on the telephone. Thanks, Relay, Indiana.
Learn more at RelayIndiana.com.
Garage Doors of Indianapolis is everything that's right about Central Indiana. They've been locally family-owned for 50 years, helping our local economy remain strong by employing 70 families. Garage Doors of Indianapolis is proud to do business right here in the great state of Indiana. They're a conservative-minded company that shares our values and stands by their products and services. You can call Garage Doors of Indianapolis today for service today. 875-4577, 875-4577, or visit doorstoday.com.
It's the Bash Sale, the biggest automotive sale in history. Your local Bill Estes dealerships are coming in hot with deals on trucks you don't want to miss. We have a huge selection of trucks at one easy online stop. Brand new Chevy, Ford, GMC, Jeep, Ram, and Toyota trucks with a massive pre-owned selection too. Plus, our fair and direct upfront pricing means what you see is what you pay. Shift into savings during the Bash Sale, only at Bill Estes dealerships, and drive away in your dream truck today. Online at BillEstesTrucks.com.
I gave it a shot, and I came in and had the procedure done. To me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Addiction doesn't just affect one person, it touches everyone around them. That's why Matt Baer and Ryan Hedrick created the Supporting Sobriety podcast. It's for the friends and family standing behind, offering hope, guidance, and real talk. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Susan, looks like I'm losing. I'm losing my mind.
It is the Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's out today, and boy, howdy, as we do every Friday, it's that time to wrap up the work week, sending you our very fabulous wonderful audience into the weekend with the etiquette necessary to be better members of society. The program is Mind Your Manners, and to help you become better members of society, we bring in our own former Miss Indiana, Susan Beckwith. All right, Susan, I'm going to guess you've got something Easter prepared for us today because so many people will be going to see friends and family, and they, quite frankly, have no business being in decent society without your advice.
I do, yes. There are lots of celebrations happening this weekend, and so I thought this would just be a great opportunity for us to review how to be a great guest.
Oh, so if you're going to someone's house, someone's event, how to not wear out your welcome on Easter Sunday.
Yep, absolutely. So the first I would say is just make sure you communicate whether or not you're going to be there so they can plan accordingly.
Yeah, that's probably the first step, right? Tell somebody if you're showing up.
Yes, absolutely, so that they can plan for food, and if they're doing some sort of formal seating arrangement, that they know and can kind of think through all of those things. So, yes, so RSVP, that's just very easy right off the bat. And then, of course, show up to the event on time, so you don't want to be too late. But I actually feel like for me, what stresses me out even worse is if somebody arrives too early.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, do you get those people who show up 30 minutes early and you're just not ready for them?
Yeah, and so you're trying to do all the last-minute things, and then I am somebody that it's, hard for me to just kind of relax until I feel like everything's in place. And so at that moment, I'm usually running around like a chicken with my head cut off. So just kind of be cognizant of, just arrive on time, not too early, not too late.
Yeah, does this make me a bad person? I'd rather you not come at all than come early.
Well, it is really stressful because you're putting all this effort into making sure it's done well, and so when you are still in the midst of that, it just makes everything, I feel like, harried and just chaotic. So yes, I still would want them to come, but it is very stressful, I feel like, when you get there and you're in the midst of still putting it all together.
All right, these seem like pretty easy ones so far. Tell somebody you're coming, arrive on time. What's next?
I think this is an opportunity to just thank somebody for going to all that effort by bringing a small hostess gift. It does not have to be anything elaborate. And I was thinking about some of the ones that recently I've really enjoyed giving, and mine have really revolved around Indiana items, like little napkins that have the state on them or the peony. I was thinking about your friends that have the bistro.
Yes. The Honeysuckle Hill Bistro in beautiful Brazil. Proud sponsor of State House Happenings. Thank you for that mention.
Yes, absolutely. I was thinking about them. I wondered if they had any homemade jams or anything like that they sell, which I don't know if they do, but that would be a great hostess gift if they do.
You're becoming such a radio professional. You're weaving sponsors into your segment now. See, you've really grown as a radio guest.
Well, we've been together 2 years now, which has been just wild to think about. We started this in April 2 years ago, but I'm excited. I want to get down there because I loved hearing them on your show and just all the wonderful food they make. So we're going to get to Brazil eventually.
Yeah, and then you can throw Micah in the pond behind the restaurant if he gets out of line.
You know what? I'm not above it.
All right, Susan Beck with our guest. It's Mind Your Manners. We're doing Easter etiquette. For your trip, if you're going somewhere, let's see, you got to tell people you're coming. You got to show up on time. Bring something decent that people would look at and go, oh, they appreciate me hosting this event. What else?
I think also just in advance, offer to bring a dish. A lot of times they'll say no, but I would reach out and ask, hey, do you need any help? Can I bring something? I'm curious. Do you have a signature dish, Rob? Do you cook it all?
Yeah, it's called turkey that I bought at Walmart. That's my signature dish. Yes. I go up to the counter and I say, I'd like a pound of turkey. And a nice person weighs it for me and hands it to me in a bag and seals it. That's my signature dish.
Well, my children would love that. So, you know what? That could be an option. It could go maybe as an appetizer. So
I could do that. I could walk with a pound of turkey and say, here's your pound of turkey from Kroger.
Well, they would probably transfer to some sort of other plate and, I don't know, roll it up and put little toothpicks in it or something. I don't know. But, hey, it's always a nice gesture to check with them beforehand.
I also, and look, I don't want to sell myself short. I'm pretty good at ordering ham as well. So maybe I could do a combo dish that I bring to people, a bag of turkey and a bag of ham.
you know what? That would be right up my alley, though, because I try to follow a ketogenic diet, and so I would be all about that. So,
what do you bring? There's no way it's not some elaborate thing with designs and it's something too beautiful to eat. What do you bring to a large social gathering like Easter?
Unfortunately, I'm going to be really honest with you. I do not feel like cooking comes naturally to me, so I am honest enough to admit that. So what I typically bring, it's like a souped up like baked bean dish where I add ground beef and peppers, but it's pretty easy.
Very good. All right, so we probably got time for one more. What's one more thing people should remember as they venture out this Easter Sunday?
So if you are somebody that does have food allergies or food sensitivities, you may just want to check in with that host prior to, and that, that way they can potentially make accommodations. And then if they are unable to, then you could potentially bring something that you know that you can eat. But always do that before you arrive.
All right. Tell us about your very fabulous website. It's also a Facebook page, Belle of the Midwest.
Yeah, I would love to hear from you guys. That brings me so much joy. So if you have etiquette questions while you're on my website, check out my blog. But if you'd like regular content, I'd probably update my Facebook page the most.
Belle of the Midwest, Belle of the Midwest. Find it on Facebook as well as belleofthemidwest.com. And I hope it's okay if I reveal this. I'm very excited because you told me your son has discovered professional wrestling.
Yeah, just this last week. So I've been hearing all about John Cena and just all these various matches, and it's just the joy of an 8-year-old is very special. So I'm learning.
Here's what I can't wait for, Susan. Soon the WWE will come back to Indianapolis, and I want to see the second lady of the state of Indiana down in the front row while some guy's getting hit with a metal folding chair. I'm very excited.
You know what? To be a super mom, I would do it for my little guy, and I'm sure I would have a great time.
All right, Belle of the Midwest. Thank you, Susan. You're the best.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah, that's going to do it for us this week. Thank you so much for tuning in. Great job, as always, Kevin. Great job, Jerry, in for Casey today. And most importantly, thank you to you, the listeners. Know you, know us. Have a very safe and happy Easter. Get to church, and we will see you Monday right back here. Casey will be back. Tony Katz coming up next. Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower, future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
You ready to build your custom dream home? Check out Joyner Homes based out of Greenfield. See one of their model homes in person anytime. It is a great way for you to experience the customization and quality of a Joyner Homes custom built home. Plus, you can meet with a new home specialist to learn about their building process. Available lots if you don't already have one. Find out about floor plans and where they build. Model homes are open 7 days a week from noon to 5 and walk-ins are welcome. Find out more at joynerhomes.com.
Easter is Sunday and Sundown Gardens wants to get in on the fun this week. Eggs are hidden throughout the garden center, greenhouses, and nursery lot, and they're filled with great discounts and chances to win prizes. While you're shopping all those great annuals, tropicals, trees, shrubs, decor, and more, be on the lookout for those Easter eggs. If you find one, simply bring it to the register for your discount or prizes. Bring the kids for a children's Easter egg basket draw to get goodies too. Sundown Gardens, 186th Street and Spring Mill Road.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.